album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Tashek.
The pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like princes and princesses. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who had the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who had the dream for New America. They say you have the right, they say you are brown, they say you have the right. They say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be too long, so long, too long. From your sleep.
Yeah, we're there. We're just discussing privately. Yeah.
You're on mute, Rudolph.
I'm trying to. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. We had a technical issue. The show just ended without any prompts. We don't know why, but we are back, and we want to thank you for joining us today, Saturday, September the 2nd, 2023. It's Labor Day weekend here in New York City, and wherever in the world you're joining us, I hope you're having a nice day. We are going to go into our conversation in a minute. Show was talking. Show mentioned. Please, can you mute yourself? Yeah. Okay. You mentioned some stories that probably we need to look into. One of them was the 5 million passes that Tinubu is going to buy for Nigerians, older Nigerians who are having eye problems. Festus Kiyemo's Nigerian Air basically saying that all those shenanigans stories about Nigerian Air is suspended. And then, of course, the tragedy in Congo, the killing, the massacre in Congo, which happened on 30th of August. We also talked about the issue in Ogun State, where we saw council people bowing down, apologizing to the governor for misuse of local government funds. And Olumide and other people were talking about the wider implication of that, which is the independence of the local government. So thank you so much for that. Let's go to Paul. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, I think basically you said it all. I'm just a little bit worried about the Festus Keyamo thing because he didn't say much about it. I know he just talked about being suspended and everything. Like I said the last time, Festus Keyamo is a bully. He's hard, he's well read. So if he's talking, he feels he's talking from experience, but I don't think he knows much knowledge about aviation for him to go there with this shortest time that he don't even know whether he will even make that list. So I don't know the type of information he have for him to be rushing to do what he's doing. Other than that, I don't have anything. I'm so concerned with the aviation thing for now.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Nicola, any major story we're missing?
I think we have covered all the stories that would interest everyone, So I mean, there's so much story in the world, so we could be missing many things, but it's what interests us that matters at the end of the day. So I think we've covered the things that interest us.
You're muted. Dr. Damage, you're muted. You're muted. You're muted. We can hear you. Dr. Damages.
Is somebody muting him intentionally or what?
Yeah,
okay.
Somebody did. Please. Yeah. All right. So go ahead. Where is the next person? Tone, is there anything we're missing that you need to? Tone, go ahead. Any story?
I think pretty much all the headlines have been touched on, but the intriguing one is the frustrating show in Ogun State where the councillors. And interestingly, one of the guys that was that partook in the frustrating thing is a journalist, who and you expect so much from him, so it's just intriguing.
All right, thank you. Olumide, are you there? No,
he's not there.
Okay. Maziope, go ahead.
Oh yeah. Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, everyone. And yes, where are we?
Any story we're missing? I saw that Kwankwaso is.
Yes, I was about to say that Kwankwaso is. I don't know. Maybe anywhere from now, we hear that he has joined APDC. So,
can anybody take him if he wants to join any party?
But why not? We don't give you what you want. That's the question you should be asking. Anybody they will take anybody now. After all, I have a state under his bed at the moment. So, but it's interesting how he and his former he and Dangote are digging it out. So it will be interesting to see how what it's 2027 anyway. That is everybody is and beyond anyway. So it will be interesting to see which of the parties is going to join, is it APC or PDP? But I'm pretty sure that's going to happen.
So he's going to leave.
I mean, if I think it's obvious from now that if you want to become a president of the country, you have to either be a PDP or a APC member. At least within the next few elections. So
yeah,
I don't see anything outside these two people. So then I think my state, Edo State, Shaibu has been relocated to those people who are surprised or alarmed seeing honorable members portraying to the governor. Shaibu, as popular as he is, they don't relocate his office out of the government house to repair uncompleted beauty. Me go dey cheat. So as I tell you, things are happening. So it's interesting to see how things are going to turn out in those states. Knowing what happened 4 years ago, saying that I don't know be Lagos, all of a sudden now nobody I don't know Abuja or I don't know Benin. So they're not relocating office outside of the government house, outside of Sadebia venue to an uncompleted building somewhere. Maybe I was scared of it too, I don't know, but that's a new development coming out from there.
All right, thank you. Who's next? Mr. James, go ahead. Mr. James.
Mr. James, yes. Is it muted?
We can hear you, James. Let's go to Chim. Chim, you're next. Can hear you, James.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you mentioned the NBA event in the week. A lot of controversy in that NBA event, from bringing up Portable to such a refined event to come and sing. I personally felt that was below the belt for Nigerian lawyers. I mean, if they have lawyers who are musicians, you have Falz, who is refined enough, who could have come to entertain them, but they chose to bring Portable, who is totally against everything the Nigerian Bar Association stands for. That's one. Then secondly, I don't know if we've seen the treasurer of the NBA openly accused the president of corruption. She said the president is running the organization without her input, signing checks and doing all those kinds of things. So I think it's another story worth looking into and seeing, because I mean, it's beginning to be obvious why Mr. What's that his name? Is it Makayaki or what? Is leaning towards the government. So clearly he has things in his skeleton that kind of makes him a comrade with Tinubu. So I'm not sure if you mentioned that, Rudolph. So yeah,
Not to interject very quickly. I heard from inside sources that Falz actually declined. He was invited, but he declined. He politely declined that he wasn't going to be a part of it. So
okay, so even if he declined, I don't think that justifies them going to bring a Portable. They didn't have.
What do you have against Citizen?
So they've come out to deny that they invited Portable.
What do you have against?
They're not denying they invited Portable. They're saying they did not sponsor his performance. That it was
and they didn't pay and all of that. So they're trying to.
What do you have against Citizen Portable? If the tax-paying citizen at that, what do you have against him?
I don't have anything against him. If he's doing what I said, if you listen to me, is if you look at there's an audience for Portable. I don't think the Nigerian Bar Association is that audience.
But they disagree with you. You are not the member.
You are not the member.
You are not the member. They disagree with you. That's why they brought him.
But you see, their members walked out.
Chim, what you are missing there is that they are trying to appeal to a certain demographic. They are trying to attract the attention of a certain demographic, which are the Gen Z. Right? That's the whole point. It's not that they forget about the gimmick. Who are his followers?
Is it that
Ovie, who is trying to attract the Gen Z?
The NBA. The
And
NBA,
they should call Rema. They should call Rema. They should call.
Well, that you can argue that. You can argue that.
There
But
are a
the
lot
most
of
important,
younger boys they can call now.
you see, Rema is more of an international star. See, no, let's face it. He has audience. Who are his audience? Those are their targets. Now you can question. You can question why. No, you see, like you are questioning why are they targeting that kind of that demographic.
Okay, can I make my point clearer? Can I make my point clearer? Can I make my point clearer? Are you listening?
Yes.
Okay, so you've heard of Ifunanya? You've heard of Ifunanya, have you?
Actually, I'm trying to bring her on the show. I just heard about her. It was amazing.
All right. So let me educate him a little bit. So Ifunanya is so Ovie, Ifunanya is a lawyer. She graduated. Okay, let me take that. She read law.
Yes.
All right. So she read law, but she has chosen to go. She has chosen to go into entertainment and lifestyle.
Yes.
Now, we may, on our own personal moral grounds, argue whether we support her lifestyle of what we're seeing. That's a different thing altogether. But the NBA got involved in the matter and said Ifunanya was bringing disrepute to the law profession, even though Ifunanya was not doing what she was doing as a lawyer.
Okay.
But because she read law, they found out she read law, they decided to sanction her because she was going nude, smoking, and doing all that. Okay. Now, the question is, if the Nigerian Bar Association is saying Ifunanya is bringing disrepute to Nigerian lawyers,
okay,
is it now not a double standard if the same body that says Ifunanya's behavior is unacceptable to be bringing portable?
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
When was the last time out of the moon we sit down and discuss the Nigerian Bar Association?
Well, see, we can discuss.
Okay, I
get your point. I get your point. Listen,
there's always two. There's three sides to it, not even two. You are looking at it from just one angle, right?
We would have discussed the Nigerian Bar Association,
okay,
without them having to throw in controversy.
And that's why I asked you why don't we do it? Why don't we do it before now?
Okay. All right. Hold on.
We have been discussing them.
Let's finish what we're doing. Okay, the answer is simple. If that didn't happen, there was something else to discuss. Maybe we know what they spoke about. Now we don't know. All right, AY, you're next. What are we missing?
Hey, good morning, everyone. What we are missing?
Any story we're missing that is big and important to you?
The obvious one, actually, I don't know if you are was it the coup in Gabon?
Oh, that's
the I don't know if Trudeau is not a friend to Ali Bogo. Ali Bogo is saying you should make noise. So you guys need to make noise here.
That's the goal today. We're going to make noise.
So you guys need to make a lot of noise for Ali Bogo.
Joyful noise.
He said, make noise. All my friends, make noise. Noise. So make you now make noise. So I think that one is the obvious one. Then I want to comment on one thing Chim said, right? Chim was talking about I didn't watch the news though where the treasurer of NBA was accusing the president, stuff like that. I didn't follow up on that. But what I would pick from that is that one and the case of local government chairman in Ogun State and the governor. What we need to learn from these stories is even the last NBA president, it was having the same issue. What's his name? Olumide. There were some cases of corruption. So what we need to learn from this is we should stop taking one person is a saint, is gonna come and turn Nigeria, and we just follow him like animals in the zoo. He's gonna make Nigeria what we want it to be. So I think what we need a country where we will all obey laws from the president down to the common man. We need a country where the system will work, not basing our trust on one man that, he's not corrupt, he's a saint, he's gonna do this. No. I want a Nigeria where no matter who is coming there, even if he's the hardest criminal in the world, the system is gonna checkmate the person. Hopefully, we're gonna get there. I don't want to be coming here to praise people. Oh, this one can do it. This one is not corrupt. This one is corrupt. This one is this. I just pray we have a system that will checkmate everyone, just like what we have in America. Donald Trump, with all his tendency, when he came in, like the system checkmated him, right? Any president that is coming, the system will checkmate you. So hopefully we get there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Dan, you're next.
Yeah, what I want to say is what some of our brothers have said on the panel. Some people saying that some people are not refined enough to appear at these are the problems we have in Nigeria, you know. Some people will think that some people are not qualified enough or because they have certain characters, you know. I think sometimes we should talk about those type of things because it divides Nigeria, and this is our problem. And this is what brings impunity. Somebody thinks he's better than the other person because the other person is not up to their level. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And let's.
I just want to add to it. Portable is also a job provider. Is an employer of Nigerians. Provide jobs, put food on people's families' table. So we should accord him that respect. We give Dangote and the rest.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Let's sure. Can you help me run the thing? Let me send out messages so people are reaching out to me. They are
okay.
Okay.
Yes, sure. All right. In the meantime,
sure. As you cut your beard, you can't look like a former minister. Are they?
Only me. I don't look like what is this guy named himself?
We look older now, though.
Sure.
That one named himself Asarido Kubo. I don't look like Asarido Kubo.
Sure, you know, I be saying, you know, they don't say you look like Portable.
I'll be smart. I go look like. All right. So, Paul, let's start with you. The events in Gabon. You know, like most of us, probably in the US, you guys were still awake. But in the UK, we woke up to the news, you know, that's been in Gabon. What do you think, you know, this means for, I mean, it happened in Central Africa, but still it's Africa. It's a new trend. It seems like coups are now in vogue again. What do you think this means for Africa and for the French as well? Because, you know, there's been back and forth. In Niger, for instance, they're telling the French ambassador to leave. He's saying he's not leaving, you know. So do you think this will be a continuous trend, or do you think, you know, it's not going to come to us in Nigeria? Is there a possibility of this affecting us? And also, you know, the moves that the guy from Rwanda has made, the reshuffling and retiring soldiers, and the same thing the Cameroonian guy has done, haven't been there for 41, 42 years, retiring people. What do you make of the whole thing?
Well, I think, I don't know how let me use the Yoruba parable, but I'll say it in English.
Okay.
The Yoruba parable, they said when King House born, it's a good thing because new modern house is coming. New palace. Exactly. So what is going on now, in as much as it's negative, if you ask yourself very well, the so-called African Union, whether AU, Intra, or every so-called regions that have their small organization put to the big one, AU before the West and everything. If we saw all these so-called civilian, the so-called democracy, none of them is working. Everything is cool. You understand? We were narrowly lucky with Ken Nnamani. If not, we would have top 10 with Obasanjo. You understand? Obasanjo tried it. You understand? With the deputy Senate president then, Ibrahim Mantu. You understand? Obasanjo tried it. They try all this nonsense thing. You don't see AU condemn all these things. You don't see ECOWAS, whatever, condemn all these things. You understand? So when military come, what is the difference? The difference is just one is Agbada, one is Khaki. That's just the difference. So if you ask me, I will still use the same thing. You understand? They said if you know spoil, you know go better. So sometimes let all this negative, let us maybe when we continue to spread our dirty linen in public, maybe we are getting close to that place where things will work for us. Because it's not working. I definitely know that if they leave these military guys within the shortest time, they're still going to fail us. We all understand. But the first thing is that greater awakening is coming up than we turn, you understand, a civilian, a democratic system to a monarchy system where somebody just want to stay. Somebody want to break the queen record. Somebody is willing to stay there for 70 years like the queen. It can't work like that. And we are not growing. The population of Gabon and the population of Qatar is about the same. Look at Qatar. They finished World Cup. Nearly everything they use in that World Cup, they are sending it out to go dash other countries of the world. They send most of those chairs, everything to Argentina. They could give other countries of the world. Then look at our own African brother. I get tired when people who are not even supposed to talk to me will talk to me in the West here. You understand the level of ignorance. Sometimes when we want to try to spin all those things, to make all these things, even though when you try and every other thing, when you go back, you close the door, you just look at yourself, you say, where do we go from here? Even my own son, they ask me things like this. You understand? I try to bring answers. It's just hard. It's just hard. I don't need to go deep. Let's just use common sense. These countries are not working. For God's sake, almost 2.5 million population. You understand? And they are getting almost 180,000 barrels of oil daily. They still have other things. This president that we are talking is well read. You understand? But look at the level of poverty. It's, my brother, it's just so hard. It's so hard. Look at me. We no book for primary school, secondary school. Then I find myself in abroad. All the people with no book now, then they inbox, they beg me money. see what in Nigeria do them. Just talk about it.
But you don't know book for secondary school.
No book. Abroad that come make me that I become the chairman. And then inbox.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Let's go to Ikolala.
They say if you want to be poor, live in a developed country so that you see how money in your pocket.
Rudolph, if you're listening, anytime you're ready to come in, you can take me out and bring yourself back in. Rudolph, when you're ready, just take me out and bring yourself. I can see Kenneth is looking like he's coming to fight people here. I can see him. He just looks ready to fight. Kenneth, come.
No.
I keep thinking about
you are in trouble. You are in trouble. You want to fight comfortable.
That Ali Bongo, the man can't do face so gentle like Kenneth. This man can't gentle like Kenneth.
They're always gentle when things go wrong. But Ikolala, welcome once again. What's your submission regarding the coup, happening in Africa? It's like 1 month now.
I think it's unfortunate that Africa is unsettled, but I don't think it is because of either democracy or dictatorship. I think that is what the West wants us to believe. That I mean, if you look at it, critically, the democracy you see in the West is, apart from Europe sometimes and some parts of Europe, but in others, it's not a true democracy. You see, it's a selection, but a perfect selection that makes the people feel they are choosing their own leaders. The problem Africa has is that Africans have not really imbibed the true notion of loving themselves. Because at the end of the day, someone is echoing. At the end of the day, look at China, one-party system, all the while, and it's working. They've created more billionaires than you can think, because somebody came, loved their people, and say we must make education priority. Because when you educate people, they can create wealth. They can they can boom the economy. It works for them. This Putin, they tell you to call the devil today. The man has been there for years. How many Russians have you seen? Really, really, I mean, the true Russians on the street come and tell you that they don't love their man. They are not as hungry as the people down in Africa. But they praise some people. Ali Bongo can still go to the LECs. He was even in there maybe a few months ago. The other man that was in Mali could still go to the LECs. He was there. But what these people, that the people that tell you that you need democracy, that it should work for you, don't they see the poverty these people create in their locality, but they love them. But the people that don't create that poverty in their own nations, they tell you that they are devils. So it is not. This is what Kigami was telling one reporter sometime. Was it one CNN guy? It is the democracy. Dictatorship sometimes is not necessarily that you are bad. It is just at the end of the day, there might be councils all under you, such that when they take decisions, when they debate decisions, at the end of the day, it is you that sits down and say, this is the way we should go, such as not to create the sort of conflict that the so-called democracy creates. You know, so it's sad that we have to. If these people love their people and they want to stay there for 100, I mean, if Gabon works, Gabon makes $32 billion with 2 million people, and people are still in abject poverty. How can you? And you see Seychelles, the same. Probably they have the same GDP, and the minimum wage in Seychelles is about $200. So how do you match that? If they wanted to stay 100 years and make their people okay, and it is just low mentality or low IQ. Because I was just telling someone, it is not that you went to school that makes you intelligent, or no, it is that you understand the laws of nature and how it works. That is when you are educated, and you don't have to go to a university to learn that. Some people went to Babalawo houses in those years. They know how nature works. Some people learn on the streets. They know how to feed their family, and if you went to school and still understands that better, then you are educated. But if you went to school and don't know all that, I mean, you're still a fool, as in fact, you are the worst fool as it is. So it's sad that our leaders have been brainwashed to see their people as mats that they should always step on. This same Ali Bongo came down to the airport. It was raining. His minister stood in the rain while he had an umbrella. Look at that mentality. It is not caring for people. It's just that you don't see them as you. So, well, it's good for them anyway, but at the end of the day, it's the people that still suffer. Look at Goma. There's been a massacre, so it will continue as long as African leaders don't understand that they have to start loving their own people, no matter who comes.
All right. Thank you so much, Ikola. Thank you, Sho, for holding forth while I figure out some things. Today, we're going to adjust a few things. So one of the things we're going to do is we're going to give people 3 minutes instead of 2 to weigh in on any topic. And we're going to move people around. There are people who complain that we have, like 10 people here or 3 more at the backstage, and then we don't let new people come in. So we move people around, especially when you weigh in on a particular topic. When we go to the next topic, you can come back in and then weigh in on the next topic. All right, Tone, have you said something on this? No?
Let Mr. James speak. He hasn't spoken at all today.
Okay, Mr. James.
You allow him to speak.
Okay, Mr.
Unmute
James.
yourself. Yeah. Unmute yourself, Mr. James. You're muted.
He's having some.
Okay, James.
I think it's your headphone, Mr. James.
Yes, I was going to say that. I think he should take away his headphones.
If you can take it out,
remove it, disconnect it from the
remove it completely and speak into your device. No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you at all. Oh, you come back. All right.
So
right. I guess everybody has spoken.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, go on, Kenneth.
Tone, I think your line is you have to
Oh, do I?
Or maybe somebody, I don't know. It's not you. All right, let's go to
though.
No, you. Let's go to is it Dan? Dan, have you said something?
Kenny hasn't spoken.
I know.
Local.
Good to connect. So what I'm doing now, let's just get it back to, we're weighing in on Gabon, France, and Africa, all the aspects of that story. We want to, any aspect you want to take on. So when we call you, you weigh, and then we get in Africa, all the aspects of that story. We want to, any aspect you want to take on. So when we call you, you weigh, and then we get in Africa. All the aspects of that story. We want to, any aspect you want to take on.
I think you're echoing.
Loco, is it you?
Is it you? I think it's
all right. So what I'm doing at the background is I'm muting everyone. So anyone who's not speaking, I'll mute them. Even if I'm not, you can't see my face, I'm still in the background. So I'm going to be muting everyone that's not speaking so we don't get echo. So please, except you're speaking, just leave the mute button alone. I'll manage that in the background. Thank you.
All right. Loco, you're next.
Hello everybody, nice to see you guys again, man. Been a long time coming. Yeah, let's shout now. We will not be shouting since I think we should be doing, hey, make noise, hey, make noise, hey, shout, make noise. Nobody's even, come on, I mean, he's our guy now, you know, except maybe he wasn't talking to us, he was talking to his now
your guy, not my guy.
Fellow courtist, fellow court. He was talking to the fellow courtist members. they didn't come to his aid, you know. So I like, well, it's all good. It's just a shame that I don't know. See, sometimes what is really the best way of governance in Africa? Because I think Africa is peculiar, different from every other part of the world. You know, is it dictatorship? People will say no because it's like you are forcing them not to do anything, like you're taking their rights. But you might be a dictator and you are still doing the right thing. You know, bringing governance right to the grassroots, and everybody's feeling the good, your good governance. But you might be a dictator. So, is it military? Military might still be okay, but because of that use of force and the fear of they are armed, they can do and undo. You might say, oh, the government is not good, but this new type of democracy that they call the governments they call democracy, over the years in Africa, we've seen what he has done. You understand? I think it's taking it from drawing the line between positive and negative. You will say yes, it has been on the negative side, and you might say, okay, maybe for Paul Kagame, yeah, he's like somehow trying, but look, governance is for everybody. It's not just for one person. So because government's for the people, by the people, and to the people, so you just can't be there as a person. You think you are the all-knowing and just be there. You know, yeah, we may say government is not for, or governance is not for, you know, trying to enrich yourself. But over the years, we've seen, you know, government, somebody who is a nobody, once they get there, their generation becomes multi-millionaire. Okay, just look at the Gabon guy, for instance. I think his his son's aide. I know that was an old video anyway. At least that was like some couple of years ago, even like a year or two ago. You can see this amount of cash that was found in the possession of the son's aide. Now, what about the wife? That one, I heard she's living in a 25 million mansion in California with golds and all the riches she wants to, or she can grab. So take back to back with African leaders, the same thing. So I think is, if you say the people are shouting, yes, they can shout because of what you are doing. But the type of governance that we're running in Africa, I think we don't really know the exact type of governance that Africa really needs to make it grow. Because all of them, maybe that we've tried, I think all of them has failed us. You know, they end up, you know, enriching their own immediate family and all that. You know, but if you say maybe what about Dubai, what about Saudi Arabia, that is being run by a family, are they not progressing? Yeah, but they are allowing at least their country's wealth to touch even the lowest citizens in that country, except maybe foreigners. You understand, that can even complain staying there. But I think if we have that in Africa, the rich is going around. I don't think anybody will complain, because governance is headache. You can see somebody will not be having white hair. The moment they go into governance, even election, look at Peter Obi, he just turned old man overnight, just by only campaigning. 11 start the work. So governance is not really, it's not a walk in the park. You understand? Not be beans. You understand? So, but because of the, you just starve the poor and enrich yourself and your family. That's just, I think that's the issue about what governance really is in Africa. So is material is up? No. So let me be generous and allow somebody to move ahead.
All right. Thank you so much. Dan, have you ready?
Yeah, I'm waiting. Can I go on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, for me, Loco said a lot that is very positive there, But I still believe that governance should be rotative, should be going around, not a family, especially when it comes to African system. Because, we Africans, he said something about Saudi Arabia where families rule and they are doing good for their people. But if you come down to our side in Africa, we always have something, as so they do syndrome. They will never change. They will say that when it's my turn, I waited, like Bola Tinubu told us, I've been waiting. Moti Singwato, in Yoruba language, that he served and waited for his turn. So now when he comes in now, instead of him to do the right thing, he will be punishing the people who did not vote for him, which he's doing to the Nigerian people. We didn't vote for him, so because of that, he has to punish us with different system. And those who voted for him or who brought him in are enjoying. So these are the systems why they have to, our leadership have to rotate. Because when you leave one African man in power, he will not think of the poor people. He'll be thinking about those who supported him first, his tribe, his people. You see what I mean? So Africans, they have to rotate, because look at Bongo in Gabon. We have seen the type of money they found in his son's house. They didn't plant it there. They will just enrich themselves for their own good. And this is what I call African system. Even here in Nigeria, where we are in Nigeria, it's the same thing. Even in an office, ordinary manager in office, if you don't say good morning to him with smile in the morning, you will be the one that will be working as hard as every other person in that place. So for me, African system have to be rotative. They must go round so that when you finish your system, you come out, another person enter. Maybe because it has become a norm. When I enter, I take care of my people or the people who loves me. So then let it go around so that in some way, people will now be touching the feeling of governance. You understand me? Because if one person stays there in this African way of doing things, they just favor their own side, their own people alone. Tinubu, look at him, all the big positions in government now are given to the Westerners. The Yorubas. They handle everything. So, and if you allow Tinubu to stay there now, like permanently, you will find out the other people will not get anything from the system. So, African system really have to rotate because they refuse to change. P2B, maybe we are saying, let me just land in a 30 seconds. We say P2B is good. Nobody knows if he comes in there, he will say, okay, let me do what the other guy did and help only the Igbos. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dan. Kenneth, you're next.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me beg for 30 seconds to speak for the poor. I like when Shim was trying to speak for the lawyers or the bar association in Nigeria. You see, I may not like Portable's style of music or his lifestyle entirely, but I think Portable is a citizen of that country. Sorry, my phone is acting up. Portable is a citizen. Everybody may not like citizens' Portable's style of music, so that he was invited to the bar association's gathering, and some felt that he shouldn't be the right person to be there. And I wonder, who is actually the right person? Have you forgotten that Portable was the only celebrity or musician that supported APC government during the election? You even went ahead to even you told us that the secretary or the financial secretary, I don't know her position, of the bar association, openly accused the president of corruption, right? and knowing that the president is leaning towards the APC, so they will always invite those that speak for them, and Portable is one of them. However, Portable is a citizen. He has the right to perform his music anywhere he was invited. And I heard that one of the lawyers was even threatening to sue Portable. Sue him for what? Right? Portable, for me, is better than more than 60% of Nigerian lawyers. Those that went to school to study how to lie, how to rig election, how to support impunity. These are the people that I will now support against Portable. No, Portable is a good citizen, doing his business, paying his taxes. So he should be commended for even, standing before them to speak sense into them. I don't know if they will understand the language, Zazu. I don't know what that means. But this is it. We are talking about Gabon, right? The president, the hosted president, was asking us to make a noise. And that reminds me of making noise unto the Lord. And we are to make noise unto the Lord for the good things. Good things are happening in Africa. I said it here last time that is a breakfast that will be served to everyone. The Francophone countries are receiving their own breakfast. Those are, Anglophones? Their own is coming, and their own will be very, very loud. When someone will sit on a position perpetually thinking that that belongs to his father or that is in his father's inheritance. Have you guys forgotten that the minimum wage in Gabon is more than 70% of that of Nigeria? Gabon, the minimum wage there is more than $200, right? In Nigeria, it's about $30,000. Yet they are not happy with the government. They are not happy with the system. They rather have the military take over and correct the level of impunity going on in their country. And Nigerians are sitting, doing nothing. We should commend these people. Somebody was talking about democracy being a system where the people elect their leaders. Who have you ever elected in Africa? There is no election in Africa. All you have in Africa is putting out a modality. Oh, this is how, this is election, making it to look like an election, making it look as if the people are actually electing these criminals. At the end of the day, what happens? They will announce whom they want to be the president, just as what happened in Nigeria. Tinubu was never elected by anyone. P2B was elected at the odd hours of the night, just like criminals come to steal and destroy. The INEC chairman announced Tinubu to be the president. It is time that we wake up. Yes, it might not sound so correct or so acceptable for the military to be taking over the leadership, but this is the only power that we, the citizens, have. We are powerless. We don't have guns. We can't fight these people. They are a group of gangsters. They have control over the guns. If you come out on the street to protest against their impunity, they will ask the military to go against you and end your life. So it is a good thing that the military are using that power, the gun, to take up the leadership from them, kick them out from that office, and have that corrected. So we should be supporting this. And I pray earnestly that it should come to Nigeria and Ghana as well.
Can I Man of Prestigious.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to start with where Kene, started from. I think I disagree with Kene, in that regard. I totally agree with Chin, what he said about the NBA, when it comes to image and everything, because they kind of defeat the purpose of what they stand for, inviting Portable, yeah, that's not a good image, it's kind of contradicting their, what they preach for. I don't understand, but is Portable the only reasonable? I mean, that guy is completely.
All right, I'm not sure what happened to Man of Prestige.
Keep talking shit about Portable. Keep talking shit about Portable. That's what we came up with.
All right, he's back. Man of Prestige, we can't hear you. Can anybody hear him?
No.
All right. So this is what we're going to do. I want us to go.
Like I have been waiting on that one.
Oh, you haven't? All right. Let me come to you, Achim. Let me come to you. Let's look at this. These are the figures. Okay, we know that Gabon, the population is about 2.6.
Sure.
The population of Gabon is about 2.24 million.
One of is talking.
And
but we can't hear him.
And their
he doesn't even know.
GDP is about 20 billion. Their per capita is about $12,000. Now, when you compare that to Nigeria, Nigeria has a GDP of about, it varies now, we don't know, let's say 400 billion, and for 200 million people. So for Nigeria to have the kind of income per capita that Gabon has, Nigeria will have to have $2 trillion as GDP to get to where Gabon is. But the country is not any better. I mean, for the poor and their majority than compared to Nigeria. So and then for those who are saying that this is a good thing that happened, the military coup, we also have to know that the person that took over is a cousin to Ali Bongo. So it's not like
you helped him do all this the whatever he was doing.
He's also corrupt, and also we people are now saying that it's probably the French government that initiated this. They did this to make sure that people don't get angry about the man who obviously is old and probably did not win the election. So they wanted to, this is their own way of calming the situation down. So now we can take it back to the bigger conversation is why is France getting away with these things in Africa? That's the bigger conversation today, whether it's in Niger, Mali, or wherever. And it's not about today only, it's about if you go back in history, from the time they came into Africa till today, and it's continuing. I don't think, my own take, I don't think that African people are yet awake and they are yet taking action. The military, some people might assume that they are speaking for us. No, they are not. I don't think they are speaking for the regular people in Africa. But anyway, let me go back to you, Chim. Chim, what is your take?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damages. So I've listened to everybody speak their views. A couple of those views, on the face of it, look very plausible. But first of all, you took that off me, the conspiracy factor. I was going to bring that in. The argument this past week has been that this is a sham, that the French haven't read the handwriting in Guinea, Conakry, in Mali, in Burkina Faso. Where else have they had this coup? And then in Niger, decided to be preemptive and kind of remove, because if you consider that it's all their stooges, all the people who are working for them that have been removed in all those places. So they decided, in order not to lose control entirely, to move Ali Bongo away and bring in somebody who is also within the framework of what they've been accomplishing to take over from him. And of course, we know that man is his first cousin. So it seems very plausible. I tend to agree, even though it's a conspiracy. I tend to agree that what they have done is a damage control to get in there. Nothing has really changed. But now let's look at the issue of democracy, or whether democracy should be or not to be. I've heard the arguments about dictators and all that. Tenured leadership. I'm not going to use the word democracy. I'm going to use the word tenured leadership, which is what we're doing, because we're not really running democracy. I mean, in our own case, Nigeria, where we hold elections, which are shams, I will not call that democracy, because the will of the people is always subverted. But I will use the word tenured leadership, because so far so good. Since 1999, we've had tenured leadership. People come and go, seemingly through the electoral box. Now, there have been places like in Singapore where we've had a dictator. Lee Kuan was a dictator, but there was a reason, and I tried to look at it. Is there any time where you can justify that kind of thing? And if you look at what the man did, you'll be able to justify it. Not that it looked right when he did it, when he turned Singapore into a one-party state, but there was a reason. And if you go and read his books, he would explain why he did what he did. And as soon as he realized that, okay, he had accomplished that goal, from his perspective, he stepped away and opened up the democracy back and moved away from public life and allowed the system to blossom. And he just became a leader. They all went to, ask questions and all those things. In the case of Africa, I haven't seen any dictator that you could refer to as being benevolent. Well, maybe seemingly now we would have said the man in Rwanda until what he did this week.
What did he do?
Okay, so the man in Rwanda came in and he has been developing his country. He's been trying to improve the economic life of his people. He's been trying to change all those ethnic things. You don't talk about being a Tutsi or a Hutu. You would say that his initial being a dictator was to stabilize the nation, was to help them heal from the past. But there should be a time frame to say, okay, I've accomplished these goals. See, maybe dictatorship in 1950, 1960 would have made sense. In 2000, people are getting more educated. Life is changing. The world is transforming. There is no room for that kind of system. But in the case of Rwanda, like I said, I would like to make a case for them initially. You could say because they were coming out of that bloody civil war, that they needed somebody to stabilize the society, which it looked like Kagame has done. But with what he did this past week, he didn't learn a lesson. It just simply shows that he is trying to undo all the good work that he has done.
So I asked you again, what did he do this week or last week?
This past week, he retired a gazillion number of military generals in the army in response to what happened in Gabon.
So why is that wrong?
Okay, it is wrong because what it shows is that he is admitting that he has overstayed his time and he is trying to protect himself in office. What I would have expected him to do is to say, okay, I'm becoming sensitive with what is going on in other parts of the world. My fellow Rwandans, I hear you. Maybe it's time for me to go, but can you give me the next 3-4 years to put in place a procedure, and then I move, and then we move on from there without me. But for him to be, yes, go on. Say what you want to say.
If you think, if you want to, you are thinking that he thinks that he's done all that, he accomplished all he wanted. Maybe
I'm not saying that I think he thinks. I'm saying with his response, because it is him.
He's protecting himself.
Yes. And okay. I'm saying I don't agree with that. So
you should let them overthrow him. Is that what you're saying?
No. If he means well, because now I'm beginning to think that he doesn't mean well.
Let's say he has 10-year plan that he feels he's the only one that can implement. If you are supporting that kind of benevolent dictatorship, and he's thinking, because that's how they think. You talk to there's someone who comes there. Please mute yourself. I don't know.
Let everybody mute.
Yeah. So Chim, not you. Chim, we're having conversation. So let's say that he thinks in his head, because that's how they all think, I still have something to do for the next 10 years and nobody else can do it. And now this is happening. His reaction is, okay, I want to finish this goal. Why will I let these people who might be ambitious, who are around me, let me retire them? So what's wrong with that? Because you seem to be supporting the idea of benevolent dictatorship, which I've had.
I'm not supporting the idea of benevolent dictatorship. I said I could make excuses for benevolent dictatorship, which is why I went back to Li Quan, who is incidentally the first person I have seen do that benevolent dictatorship. I won't call Stalin a benevolent dictator. I won't call Tito in Yugoslavia a benevolent dictator. But you could call the man in Singapore. You could see where he was going. I mean, you know this before. Dr. Rudolph, you're well read. You saw how he systematically trained his people. That today Singapore is one of, with the level of education in Singapore is among the highest across the world.
You know why I'm questioning you is that the danger in supporting that idea, because your own thinking.
I'm not supporting it though.
I know. Okay, I agree with you. You're not. So I think there's that danger. You're talking about one person out of all the leaders of the world in the last 60 years, maybe, or the last, that you only found one that you think is good. So I don't think that's the best kind of idea to sell to Africa, because we can implement that and all of them will fail.
Fair enough. I'm not selling that. So I will move on away from there. Okay. But you see, looking at what is going on in Africa, it just shows that we have not learned. I took time to go back to start looking at the history of all African nations, and it would be to surprise that the only consistent, stable democracy in Africa is actually Botswana. It's not even South Africa, nor is it our Ghana that we keep praising, nor is it not even Kenya. After Botswana seems to be the one taking the next step. Botswana has had a consistent democratic procedure quietly. Nobody hears any noise about them. They've been changing leaders through the electoral process peacefully. And at some point, I recall that they had the highest GDP in Africa and one of the best economic, climate in the entire region. So I think, I'm no case for dictatorship. Why is France doing what they're doing? Clearly, the French are proving that they cannot survive without the resources they are gleaning from Africa, and they will do every and anything to hold on to it. I will end there, but before I end, let me touch a little bit on this Portable that was raised. So Portable is entitled as a Nigerian to make money and to be invited in any fora whatsoever by any organization that deems him fit to be invited. I want to put that out there. I have nothing against him. The point I am making, if people are listening, is this. For every organization, there are values. There are things you say you stand by. The Nigerian law body called the NBA is not the environment, is not the target audience for a Portable. And it showed the way a large chunk of their members staged a walkout of that event.
Tim, you said this.
Can I finish, Dan?
No, I still disagree with you when you said so. In Republican, Soludo was doing all this thing. He went to the White House.
Rodolphe, I'm the next person.
Because the White House.
Why don't we mute Paul? He has a way of interjecting.
Paul, let him finish. Go ahead.
Okay. So, I repeat again, Portable is welcome to be invited in any forum. So if the Nigerian Bar Association want to invite him, that's fine. My view is that considering what the Nigerian Bar Association stands for, a Portable cannot be the one. Now, why can he not be the one? I mentioned the fact that there is a lawyer, a female lawyer called Ifunanya, who the Nigerian Bar Association has labeled a misnomer to the organization. Why? Because she dresses almost semi-nude, she smokes, she does all those things that you will say do not fit the legal profile. And they've castigated her, including trying to debar her, whatever their plan was. So you cannot be saying you want to do that. And then in one hand, you are inviting Portable. That was the point I was trying to make. I don't listen to Portable's music. Not because I have anything against him. He's not my preference. He's not my preference. And I can assure you, I've seen videos, and he is not the preference of majority of Nigerian Bar Association lawyers who listen to music. And then lastly, Mr. Dr. There's a video I want to share with you. And how do I share that video with you? Okay, it's about...
I'll send you the number.
Okay.
Okay, Rudolph,
No, A1, hold on. Let me see if James can say something first before other people come back. James, can you try a little bit? It's not very clear.
It's fence.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Now it's too loud. It's too loud.
Yeah, I've been very interested in the event in Gabon, because there are a lot of things we seem not to understand about what is going on there. People have been talking about what we call a siege-type president, that there should be, there should be regular elections. But that is not the problem of Africa. Look at Senegal, my neighbor here. Leopold Sedar Senghor won their independence in 1960. He handed over to Abdou Diouf of Senegal. From Abdou Diouf, they went to Abdoulaye Wade. From Abdoulaye Wade, we have Macky Sall. They are preparing for another election. How developed is Senegal? Look at Nigeria. In 1999, the so-called democracy came. We'll be changing governments continuously. How developed is Nigeria? Look at Botswana. It's true they have a very stable democratic, what's it called, dispensation, but how developed is Botswana? So the issue is not the question of regime change. The problem
Botswana is very developed. Botswana is very, very developed. Please go there.
I was there in 1990. I was in Gaborone. I've been there. Now the issue the issue is this: we are securely tied to an international economic political system we know nothing about. This is the root cause of the problem. Now, in this problem in Gabon, why is it that up to now the Gabonese are not talking about the role the French have been playing in their country? Whereas in Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea, they are heaping all their calamities on France. But this very coup in Niger, nobody among the in Gabon, none of them is saying anything about what France is doing. So France is the author of this coup. I mean, we are saying in Gabon for this reason. Gabon has joined the Commonwealth of what's called the British Commonwealth of Nations. It's not a French, English-speaking country. Rwanda also joined, as well as Togo. This is very annoying to France. And not only that, he has been questioning this so-called, colonial pacts and financial liabilities, which they have been paying to France since God knows when. This boy, Ali Bongo, has been questioning it. So now that the French are running into problems, they don't want him to succeed. Now, people in Gabon, childishly, they are jubilating that it's the end of an era. But the man who took over is a part and parcel of that dynasty. It's their family relative that the French people have selected to replace the outgoing president. So there's more to this problem than we are seeing. The issue is not the issue is not a question of tenure. There is the need for us, particularly in Nigeria, to overthrow the class of people who have been mismanaging the country since independence. If Bola Tinubu is killed today, the problem will still continue because that class of people is still there and they are already recruiting new members to replace them. It is that class we should uproot. If it is not uprooted, we are just wasting time. And one thing I'm foreseeing is this: there will come a time in Africa, whenever there's a coup, the head of state and the leading officers will be executed to make the coup successful. That is not taking place yet, with the exception of maybe 4 countries or so. In Liberia in 1980, Samuel Doe toppled Tolbert, and Tolbert was killed in the executive mansion. Murtala Mohammed was killed February 13, 1976. Haile Selassie of Ethiopia did not survive the coup eventually. In Ghana, in fact, Rawlings killed Afrifa, Akufo, and Achampo. The problem is this: whenever these governments are overthrown in Africa, the heads of state, the henchmen and everyone, they are let loose. And when they are let loose, that gives them ground to connive with their Western counterparts to undermine the integrity of their countries. So now, the last thing I want to talk about is this issue of democracy. Must we be democratic? The people who enslaved us for 400 years. After 400 years, we have 200 brutal years of what's called neo-colonialism. They've come to tell you and me that we must be democratic, if we like it or not. What is the Estrada doctrine of international relations about? Every country has the right to determine how they should be governed. No country has the right to withdraw legitimacy from a particular country for the reasons of why they are governing themselves the way they choose to govern. Even in the UN Charter, it is there. Every country has the right to determine their type of government. That is why whenever there's a coup anywhere in the world, the UN does not impose sanctions because that is what the people want. So look at Russia. They are not developed, so they are not democratic. The people are not rebelling against them. Look at the Chinese. Look at the Iranians. What's called the Koreans. Even the man who founded Singapore, modern Singapore, he was not democratic. What are the gains of democracy? Time will not permit me. I would have read out a list of what the military did in Nigeria for 25 solid years, consistently. No government in the West can break that record. It's a pity I don't have time to read out all these accomplishments the military did for Nigeria for 25 years. So if we want to see the promised land, the military must come back. And lastly, there are 4 countries that are susceptible to, military coup before the end of this year. Cameroon, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, and Senegal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, James. Hold on. I think that might be coming from you or from Kene. Someone's you have 2 different platforms open, so check.
No,
that's
no.
what we can echo. No, you, not Kene. Okay, we'll find out who. We'll find out soon when they speak. All right, but let me, James. Let me ask you the question. The question I wanted us to kind of tackle is, why is France getting away with this in Africa? Do you think it's only of recent that we've started hearing about what this deal they signed in 1944 with African countries about a pact to end, they said is to kind of continue colonization. Why is it that we are just hearing about these things? Why is it that France got away with all these things? I know they killed a lot of leaders who challenged some of the things they wanted to do in Africa. What do you think is the reason?
The issue, this question you've raised is very important. Because if somebody like Leopold Sedar Senghor, who was a philosopher in his lifetime, was able to sign the colonial pact, giving away the integrity of his country, then it means the problem is deep-rooted. They're able to get away with all this, what's called nonsense they have been doing, because the system, the French system, is just like the apartheid system in South Africa. During apartheid, the people of South Africa, the blacks, they were cut off from the outside world. They do not know what is going on at all, even among their neighbors. In French territories, your students must be trained in France as much as possible. Your soldiers must be trained in France. Your diplomats must be trained in France. Your foreign relations must be tied to France. Your ambassadorial appointees must be approved by France. Your money must be kept in France. Your minerals must be mined by France. Contract awards everything they do is just French. So they were brought up just like let me say somebody brought up in slavery who is not used to freedom. If automatically a slave master says, "My slave, I grant you freedom today, you can go," he's only run into problems in society because he's not used to living as a free man. Just like a bird born in a cage and another used to wildlife. If that bird born in a cage is released into wildlife, within a very short time, he will be coming back to that cage again because he's not used to the tricks of living in wildlife. Whereas the one born in wildlife, he grew up, with that system. So this is the problem with the French people. Now, majority of their soldiers, they had they by mistake, not intentionally, they are exposed to soldiers from other parts of the world, just like here in the Gambia. When they went to Liberia on peacekeeping mission, when they returned, they start telling stories about what they heard from Nigerians, Ghanaians, and others. July 29, 1994, there was a military takeover. So these soldiers in French-speaking countries, they've been exposed through seminars and what have you to soldiers from other parts of the world. And they're also reading. And with this, internet, social networking, their eyes are getting open every day. And I'm sure this is why France has been able to get away with this nonsense for a very long time.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me hear from a few other people before we move on. AY.
Rudolph, I think say you don't join PDA PCO.
I thought you spoke already, no?
So Mr. James made a lot of sense. Chim too. But one thing Chim said, I want to touch on a little bit. The former president of Singapore, what he actually did, putting the country in a path of progress and prosperity, it is a very good thing. But Chim, here, look at it here. When you come back to Africa, a lot of Africa past leaders, they had this opportunity to put their country into a path of progress, but they're not doing that. Let's not go too far away. I strongly believe somebody like Obasanjo from 1999, after ruling for 8 years, Obasanjo had the capacity to be able to put Nigeria, build a system that will work for Nigeria, but he refused. Instead, he was looking for third tenure. This is my fear. Look at the so-called Rwanda we're talking about, right? Paul Kagame has been in power since 1994 as Minister of Defense. From there, he moved as the Vice President. Then in 2000, he became the President. What was it called? The President of Uganda, same trouble. They're doing nothing for their country. Museveni, he was the one that even helped Paul Kagame, because Paul Kagame was a military officer in Uganda. He helped, is it the RPF? What was the name? He helped Kagame to get to power in Rwanda. So you see, they have the same character. Zimbabwe, the same thing. Robert Mugabe was in power. Instead for him to build a system that will live after you, but they want to stay in power forever. This is my pain. The Ali Bogo family we're talking about, one family rule a country for 50-something. See, if the country, if they really do it good, I will support the military. The people are still suffering. This is my own pain. Put the country in a path of prosperity, let your name be written with God, and exit the system. But they're not doing that. This is just my pain. So how are we going to support a system to stay in power where the people don't have freedom, the people don't have, they are not really benefiting much? So it's, I don't have anything against the military, but however, the coup that happened in Gabon, I love it anyway. It's okay. I love it because I know there could be a conspiracy because the leader currently is a cousin to Ali Bongo. You know how this is playing now, I don't know. Gabon is 2 point something, around 2.5 million. Why can't you build a country with the resources? See, with the resources Gabon have, Gabon people are supposed to be sleeping. They bring foreigner to work for them, they will be paying them salary. But no.
All right. Thank you, Erwan.
So thank you.
Let me chip in something very little, please. Very little. The issue of Zimbabwe. Oh, it's echoing. The issue of Zimbabwe.
All right. Can I see what's
Pardon me? You called me, right?
Can you mute? Can you mute? Okay. James says something.
Now, the issue of Zimbabwe should be handled carefully.
It's actually from Ken. It's from you.
The issue of Zimbabwe should be handled carefully because what they went through since 1897, when they lost the first Shimuragi War, then the second Shimuragi War started in 1962 or thereabout. What now? The issue is this: in Zimbabwe of today, there is the CCC, a political party, which is an extension of the MDC of Monga Shangarai. Members of the CCC, while they were in MDC, they went to the United States of America pleading with the US government to impose sanctions on Zimbabwe. Because you want political power, the US government to impose sanctions on your people. And we know what sanctions have done in Zimbabwe. Now, how can these same people turn around tomorrow to say they want to govern Zimbabwe? This is a Zimbabwe because ZANU-PF, they fought and died for 50,000 Zimbabweans died during the war of Ian Smith. These are the people who connived with the white men to reduce Zimbabwe to Latin, and now you are telling me you are more democratic, you are holier than the Pope, you want to govern Zimbabwe. For people of their type to win an election in Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe should better go back to the trenches. They better go back to the trenches and fight the white man once and for all. If there's anybody who's willing to know more about this topic, I have 2 books, the electronic version. I post my WhatsApp number on the private chat. Send me your number. I will send you these books. Read it carefully from cover to cover, you will know the horrors Zimbabweans went through. So
Mr.
anybody associated with that decadent Ian Smith system who wants to govern Zimbabwe today is better for a dictator to govern Zimbabwe for life.
Ruda, I have a question for Mr. James, please.
Hold on. I want to get others involved in the conversation too. I know you have a question. Chim, I just give you a minute to
Yes.
weigh in.
I never thought. I was going to respond to this Zimbabwe thing that was brought up. So I listened to Arikiana, Madam Arikiana, Dr. Arikiana on Arise TV the other day.
I did.
You see, we must be careful with the exceptionalisms we make sometimes when we're expressing our views. Now, there is no fantastic way of governing. The best way of governing is meeting the needs of the people. Which instrument you use to meet that need of the people is what we're discussing, whether it is democracy, dictatorship, military dictatorship, or kingship, or whatever. That is the bone of contention. But because of where we are in time, in terms of civilization, democracy seems to be the most openly acceptable way of governance. We're not saying it has its challenges. Even in the US that has practiced it for years, we see what those challenges are. In fact, as a matter of point, let me finish with Mr. J. As a matter of point, I'm one of those who does not like the prime ministerial system, because I think the prime ministerial system also creates a form of dictatorship. In that, when you elect a party leader and his party wins majority in the House, automatically he becomes PM. If that party is not doing well, but the party consistently keeps winning majority from across the regions, maybe the member of parliament in Oshobo is liked by people and they keep returning him, that means the leader, the person who is the leader of the party, will keep being prime minister, and he can be prime minister for as long as possible unless his party removes him. Now, what is my point? My point is simply that when I listen to Madam Arakiana and she mentioned this CC thing about those guys who were asking for sanctions, the question is, why were they asking for sanctions? If the government of the day, because Mugabe started well and then became a dictator.
Yes.
So are we saying that because Mugabe fought for liberation, resisted Ian Smith, therefore every atrocity that he carries out suddenly becomes right and that people should swallow it and embrace it? And my answer is no. What we should be doing is, irrespective of what you have done in the past, if your today's actions do not meet the needs and acceptance of society, you need to go.
That's it.
You need to go.
No.
So it cannot condone you. It doesn't matter if Mandela had done all that beautiful thing he did, fought and denied himself the liberty of being out and stayed in jail, and then he came out and he began to perpetrate what was not right. Ultimately, Mandela becomes a problem.
Yes.
Excuse me. No, excuse me. Excuse me.
That's the point I want to make.
Okay.
The last Soludo. France, I will allow you. France has been getting away with these things because it's a concept of teaching a man to fish versus giving the man a fish. So you see this being subservient. They train their military men and teach their politicians, educate them in certain ways. That is why those places consistently remain subservient to France. The moment, which is what the guy in Singapore accomplished, that is the part I like about him. He freed the mind of his people, educated them. You hear Singaporeans talking about how, even though they learn from America, they don't accept certain things the Americans do. You hear them say it. I've watched videos when they are castigating Americans. So you can learn something good from a certain people, but also stand your ground and say you reject certain other things about them. Not everything the British are doing or the Americans are doing are good. I do not believe that the former leader of the House in the Senate of America that has been going blank, that just because that's democracy, then we should be allowing octogenarians to be in the Senate for that long donkey period of time. I don't agree. That is a part of the American democracy I don't like, where you find somebody 70 years, 80 years, and the person remains in the Senate. So I don't know if my point is understood at this point.
No, yeah, I understand your point.
You are also committing the same crime. You've been speaking. That is not democracy.
All right, guys, we have to move. We have to move to other people. I want to hear.
James, many of us don't listen. We don't listen at Chinese news with the watch.
You are the moderator.
I think
James,
apart from Paul,
I'll come back to you. At least.
And AY and ELA, every other person affairs and come here.
today.
All right, Ovie, I'm coming to you.
Doctor, I'm off.
Okay, thank you,
Hold
Adan.
on, take me out. I'll bring more people. I can come in.
All right, good. These are the nice people. We should make you guys presidents of Africa, not.
Okay, so if you are making a present for Livy, I will also take her and leave as well. So I can. Hey, nice talking to you all.
All right.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you so much. Ovie, go ahead. I can see you, but hold on. Ovie, go ahead.
I mean, I think I deserve 2 hours.
Oh Lord! See, that's the problem. Another African leader is here. Already,
No.
I give you 3 minutes.
See, we only blame these African leaders, but we know they try to pay attention to the contributing factor who won't make them what they are. We don't care about that, right? We know they ask sure why waiting make go
back. You're wasting more time. Go ahead. What's the contribution?
Where he cheat or he won't cheat to and I make and cut it there. We don't know. Anyway, everybody, a lot of people don't talk. Plenty things from Mr. James, giving the historical background to everybody. Rudolph, you asked some key question to me here. You are saying that in responding to Mr. Chim, you said that the military are not acting for us, which I 100% agree with you. So that's when people are making case for the military takeover, like Mr. James is doing. It's always it's a thin line there. And again, you went ahead to ask that, is Africa really ready? And that goes to the people who believe that things they happen analog or it happened all of a sudden. No, nothing happened from the blue. There's nothing happened spontaneously. The question is that, are we ready? There's a preparation meets opportunity. That's what luck is about. Are we prepared? Are we ready? Are the Nigerian ready? Are the Gabonese ready? Or so that's the question that Rudolph, I see that you're asking there. And again, you went ahead to say, why are France getting away with this? And that's where Tunanja comes into play here. We don't get nuclear weapon. So anybody can do and undo. If we get nuclear weapon, they will not judge the...
Hold on. Okay, you just talk in a way that, sometimes it makes me mad. When you say we know gates, who gave the people that got it?
No, that's what I mean. I know those. I just talk. We get them.
We have no gates. You
we don't get now. We don't get. Say we don't get. We can say if you didn't they. We don't get. Oh, why you want to put that for my head? We don't get now. Sure.
If you had the ambition, if you're going.
You ask the question, why are French getting away with what they are doing? I said because we don't get nuclear weapon, and that's
now we don't get. If that's the problem, why don't you get it? If that's why you are not independent, why don't you get it?
That's not the question you are asking, right? I'm responding to the question you asked. Why are they getting away with this? And I reference to Naija with his paranoians, and that's why I kind of respect him, right? They say only the paranoia survive, right? We don't get nuclear weapons, so anybody can come and dance and play as he or she wants, right? It don't happen before, it's happened again, it will happen again until we find a way. Then that's where that question now coming, why we no get, right? So that's a different question for another day. I think Paul said something when he started about new beginning. Use an adage, Paul, if you can help me out here, which I really like, because there's a book by Peter Zahan that he says that the title of the book is that the beginning of the world is just the beginning, right? What we are seeing here with what is going on in Russia, the South China Sea and all that, it's all connected, right? The new map is being redesigned, new alliance is being built here. And I will start from what is happening in Russia and how it triggered to what we are experiencing in West Africa and the Central Africa. Henry Kissinger said something. He said to be an enemy of US is dangerous, but to be friend is fatal. And this is where France come into play. What is commitment of France to what is happening in Russia? If you pay attention very well, you can tell that now Europe in general, then they are the receiving end of what happened between Russia and Ukraine, because the first target was to make sure they cut the Nord Stream pipeline, which is supply energy direct to the Europeans. So as we speak today,
the French people are buying gas 6 times more than the Americans are buying. And France's disagreement is that they are consumers while America are producing. Why would they take that kind of measure, right? So in December, it was in White House, he came to America and he granted the interview. He makes this very clear that they are in this war together. Now, the same ideology gets everything, the government together and the European as a Western nation. But the receiving end, now them they receive and part that there's a need for us to, look at things. 4 months ago, we went to Beijing at a point where America are decoupling, right? They are playing the other way around. So their loyalty is being questioned among the family of the Western nation. So, and he said it categorically to the political that there's a need for them, for the world to have 3 superpowers. And they are projecting themselves to be the leaders of that, the European nation, and how they have what it takes. They have the capability. So if you strict it down that way, then you now say after that energy, then the French question the French commitment and all that. Then you now bring into where the big brother come in, the Americans, but nobody's talking about it because there's nothing that goes on under this planet that they are not aware or they are not in support. If you want to understand what I'm saying, there's a book by Lindsay O'Rourke. She's a professor of political science at Boston College. Covert regime change. They detail how America done the change regime they come for the past 40 years, either by coup or by election or by whatever that serve their interest. And what is their interest in what is going on in Africa? Not necessarily the resources that is in there, but the fact that France is there to be questioning their audacity, their loyalty is in question. That is what is happening to France. What is giving France the audacity they have today is with the African nation that they control, nothing else. So if you make sure you chicken them of their source, then we'll see where they go from here. So it's a changing world that we are experiencing. The question you ask, are we ready? For those who are say, okay, go happen in Nigeria. If it happened today, who will take over? Is it the military 1966 guys or the political guys? Are we ready? I think that is the question.
Thank you. Let's go to show. But where is CM?
That's why
you say I should be next to, but still.
I have nothing to say. I was just waiting for CM.
On portable. Again, there's a trend here. I agree when you are making case for Efunaya. So the question you should be asking, what is the response from people when they treat Efunaya like that? The backlash was not positive. So now look at NDLEA, right? They are trying to make a case for drug use. Who they use?
Mali.
So you have to, because now, because of what is happening, I was paying attention to the NBA. They say that they be the largest organization in Africa, if not in the world, right? Nobody knows that. So you now go find out in the universities. What is the enrollment among the people who are going to their university? Now, what is the enrollment of those who are going to law? Is it increasing or decreasing? So there are so many things you have to look. You are saying it from that, as I said, that three sides to a coin. There's the head, the tail, and the edges, right? You are just paying attention to one side, the moral side of it, being a lawyer. You have to be morality. Yes. How does that serve for the past 60 years, right? So if you don't change with what is happening to you, then you end up like Zimbabwe, as Mr. James was trying to.
Now you won't glue to my brother. This is your color.
Yeah, everybody is happy that we can see.
I'm so happy. Whatever you've done,
whatever you did, they welcome your upgrade.
Even though his network is still bad.
His network is bad, but at least we can see his face, his color. We like it.
All right,
we like it.
So,
sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't have much to say. Just on the portable music, I think what Chim is saying, and someone like myself and a lot of people are saying is, see, if NURTW in Lagos are having an event, they won't call Two-Face. They won't call Asha. They won't call Paul Play. Not because they don't like them or they're bad musicians, but do they fit NURTW to go and perform there? And this is not a class issue. You can't even say class now because you will say Asha is probably a class above. So they're not looking down on Asha, but Asha won't serve purpose. The reason why Chin, myself, and a lot of people are saying Portable did not fit that event is exactly what he did. Did you see him climb up? That thing he climbed about 40 meters in the air. If he had fallen and died, or you see him pulling the electrical cable, it could have sparked a fire. Two-Face wouldn't have done that.
You are getting old. You are getting old, show. You are getting old.
No, it's not getting old, but that's what we're saying. See, you won't want to get married, you as you did, so you want to get married and call Portable. You won't do it. He get reason. But I'll let you carry on with the show. I'll come out and I'll bring Tone in. I don't have much to say. So.
All right. Thank you. Before can you are the problem.
As you can
each time you come on, it happens. Can I fix it? You can come back. While you do that, let's welcome CM. CM, welcome to the show.
Hey, Dr. Rudolph, I've not spoken now. What's going on?
Dr. Rudolph.
Thank you. Hold on, guys. You don't have to with me. It's your line. You have to. You don't have to with me. Okay, when you are muted, we don't have.
Troubleshoot your audio. Troubleshoot your audio if you are using your laptop.
I think I'm good right now.
All right. Okay. Before CM, because I remember now the man of Prestige was speaking and then went off. It's not our fault, man of Prestige. Go ahead.
Then, Doctor, everybody keeps saying that. I've only spoke once. Every one of them has spoken, and I came before every one of them. I've only spoke once.
Okay. Yes. All right. Go ahead, man of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was speaking earlier, then I was just running my mouth. I didn't know my audio wasn't functioning right. I think a lot of people have spoken what I was initially speaking, that I supported cheap narrative, about Naira Marley, and the other guys. So, but anyway, let me go back. Let me go to the main topic right now. We are talking about what happened in Gabon, and everybody has spoken. So I don't really want to beat at what really happened in that narrative. I'm going to come from a different angle. I'm going to come from the UN and ECOWAS supporting, try to sanction and everything. But there's one thing they have not done. During their meeting and everything, have they tried to call out these leaders and tell them how to have a good governance? So you don't have to stay in your position forever. This is the area that kind of rattled me, bad. They come here, try to educate people on what to do to their country. And look, I'm not a proponent of dictatorship or autocracy. I'm a democratic person, 100%. But what is happening in Africa is not democracy, in my own opinion. I call it an institutional coup. I mean, when they come there, they stay there forever. I mean, look at what's happening, in Cameroon. Because I was in a different panel over the week. We have some guy from Cameroon. He just came down and educated us about what's happening in Cameroon. How Biya has been there for 45 years, being on his pens. And that, emancipated about what's going on in Cameroon right now. I don't mean to deviate. I just want to narrate about, maybe a lot of people doesn't know it. The English-speaking part is only about 15% or less than. I used to think maybe that they are like about 20% or whatever. But the guy, came and told us that they are about 10%. That's it. And that wasn't the original plan. The reason why they didn't join Nigeria, during the early time is because Cameroon has promised them, they're gonna get a part of the leadership. But that hasn't happened. So this is why we have the Amazonia right now fighting right now, because they have never gotten anything that, that is rightful theirs. So that's the problem about that, I mean, the African leader, they come there and stay, look at Equatorial Guinea. How long that guy been there? Forever, 40, 50 years? I mean, the same thing in Zimbabwe, Uganda, 80 years old. Why do they like to stay? I know that happened in America too, but there's a difference before people here begin to say, how about America? In America, they have institutions that work. Right now, people are criticizing Dianne Feinstein. They're criticizing about McConnell. They're almost faded. They're almost about 2 times right now. Biden is old. I'm a Democrat, but I don't want him there, but that's the only person we have coming from a democratic angle. I'm a progressive. But the institution is going to checkmate him. That's the difference compared to this all-African rulers. They are there just to perpetuate and stay there forever. I'm just annoyed at the so-called ECOWAS or whatever UN. They don't teach them when they have a conference. They don't teach them about good governance. Come there and stay there for 4 years, 8 years, and relinquish your power. Let the other person rule. I mean, the power is not made for one person. So the ECOWAS, they are just. I don't know what they stand for. Okay, that's let me stop there right now. Then I can 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you. A man of prestige, I wanted to ask you, they don't teach them. Who are you expecting to teach African leaders at the AU? Teach them how to govern. Who what are you talking about?
It's the common sense.
No, who will teach
that?
them?
You just don't print about, sanction and all that kind of things all the time.
No, who will
teach
them? You said
what
they
do
don't
you mean
teach
who to teach? They need to teach yourself.
All right. Okay.
They need to teach themselves. I'm just saying, when they come there has to be a lecture on how to govern.
Thank you. Let's be realistic now. We are facing a problem in Africa. Go ahead.
Who will teach
them?
Can I go?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Demetis. Let me start with man of prestige. I don't want to call it claim, but I think when you check on the chart, the current chart of the best maybe top 17 best governed countries, US is not even in that list, right? When we have countries like Japan progressing, better governing its country by what they call constitutional monarchy. We have countries that opt for a parliamentary system or whatever they call it. And we, the Africans, we've tested democracy, we failed. We tested military, we won. Just as Mr. James, detailed here last time, that in Nigeria, for example, the only time we had a best governed country or nation in that country was during the military regime. Democracy came back and everything fell back to square one. See, when you expand it to other African countries where they've tested democracy and the democracy is failing, we are now coming back to the military regime. Isn't it time for us to stay back and begin to think, is this democracy really working for Africans? No, it's not working. Dr. Davis, in one of his podcasts, or I don't know what they call it, comedy stuff, he stated that now that we've known that we have dumb leaders. What next? We have dumb leaders. For example, somebody asks a question. I will answer your question, Mr. Rudolph. But somebody asks a question. I think it's Dr. Rudolph again. He said, "Why don't we have nuclear weapons? Just as you have in Niger. Niger have uranium or whatever they call it, but they cannot have nuclear weapons. We have Gabon. They have oil. They have other solid minerals, but Gabon cannot even work with the money they generate from this. In Nigeria, we have oil, but we don't even have refinery. Now, that question, what next? Because we've already realized that we have dumb leaders. What next? It is time for us to begin to think, what is the best form of democracy or form of leadership democracy? Because it seems that democracy isn't working in Africa. What is the best form of leadership that we really need in Africa? Can we try something else? Since we've tried military and is working, okay, let's not go with military. Can we try something that looks like Afrocentric style of leadership to see if that will work? If it is, if we come to a conclusion that it is better to divide or disintegrate that country or that continent to smaller units so that it will be a kind of, how you govern your community in your village where you have a village elder and take care of your village activities. If that is the best way to really govern that country, that continent, I think we should think about that. Now, we are talking about...
We have
just a few seconds. We're talking about if the military, that the military is authoritative or autocratic or whatever they call it. But under the same military, we are benefiting, the citizens were benefiting immensely. Under democracy, the citizens are crying. The citizens are going through agony. What is best for Africa? Can we really sit down and begin to think about this and forget about this Western lifestyle? Western lifestyle isn't working in Africa. Western style of leadership isn't working for us. So let us find our own style of leadership that will work for us. It is time we begin to say this. It is time we begin to call for this.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. We give that assignment to Kenneth. Next time he speaks to us, he will give us an idea of what will work. James, hold on. I know you have to go, but Paul is here. Paul is, I don't want anybody complaining now. And Ike has not said anything. So Paul, before I go to Ike, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Talking about, let me just put so many things together because I myself, I will leave. I'm hungry. That's true. Yeah, you make mention of Tinubu, so I just want to touch about Tinubu. When Tinubu was governor, he did something great. Everybody know I condemn Tinubu a lot when it comes to Lagos. He introduced what he call Jigibola. These high glasses that he's bringing during his time, you use that glasses thing to help a lot of people, and that also formed that style of glass that he used to wear. So I think that's what he's bringing back again. So I just want to touch around. Then what Chain talk about Portable. I still disagree.
Well,
you understand?
are you looking for replacement for your glasses?
Yeah, I think I started using glass
what
now
does
too.
that mean?
I understand. I pride myself so much, but whenever I'm on the screen, it gives me a lot of headache. So I think it's time. So talk about what Chain is talking about Portable. When Snoop Dogg was introducing all this no thing, carry women and everything, we're talking about Republican governor, you understand, president. Snoop went to the White House. It belongs to everybody. The NBA might do everything they're doing. This is the last day. Let us unwind and dine. You understand? We've done the important thing. They brought the president and everything. This show is finished. What we fondly call in Nigeria, item 7. You understand? Let us wine and dine. The thing is that what Portable did there, when you are inviting people, doctor bring his own standard in this forum. You don't stay in your bed. You don't open your clothes. In fact, doctor even tell us to even dress properly. Look the way doctor dress. Some of us will even come here with ramp polo. I don't think doctor really approved it. You understand? We break the rule, but it's okay for us. But when the next person break the rule, we quick to hammer on them and the likes. You understand? I scream at my kids to hide myself in my little cocoon so that I will not bring all type of noise, just to try to keep to the rules, in as much as I will still break the rules. But we have to understand this thing. So if you are bringing Portable, the honor lies on you to tell Portable what you want him to do there. When they bring people, I've been to several seminars. When they bring people in seminar, they might bring Two-Face in seminar. At the same time, they'll still tell Two-Face the type of songs they want him to sing and the type of song. They will even want to tell him his type of dress code. You understand? If Two-Face is coming to an HRO seminar and everything, they don't want him to come with all the big chain. Come on, dress a little bit corporate. So they might fail on that part. It is not about Portable. It is what you ask for him. You understand? When you invite people, you give the people your terms and conditions, the things you want the person to come do. It's like a journalist want to interview you. Sometimes they tell you the type of questions they'll ask you so that you prepared for these questions while coming. But saying we'll just write Portable off. We've done that aspect in all facets of our life. In churches, they criticize, they do everything. Chim, I want to ask you, if you are an evangelist in a church and they ask you to go for evangelism in a church, and they ask Mr. James to go for evangelism in the church, if you, Chim, went to an hotel to invite 3 prostitutes to the church, and Mr. James went to a banker to invite, it is easy for the people Mr. James invite to the church. It is very, very easy for them. Why is it easy? Even though why they're not prepared, they just remember, oh, Sunday, that man invite me to church. What would they do? They have the sleeve and tie. Tons of them to just take and come to church. A prostitute, what do you expect a prostitute to do? The prostitute will come to the church hot, but everybody is welcome in the temple of the Lord. You understand? That prostitute will see the environment and understand that, okay, maybe with time, I will change. You understand? You, Chim, you will feel bad if that prostitute just come to the church and the pastor stand up and walk him out from that place. That's not how.
I'm starting to suspect you, Paul.
That's not how to do. You understand? I don't think it's right when we're quick to criticize one of our own. I don't think it's right. You know, people, the way I am, I'm a skinny person. I go certain place in my Nigerian community. They're quick to look down on me. Then you see another aspect of people say, that guy, how much when they make? Then you just see suddenly people start making friends, no verse. They start gossiping themselves and the likes. We don't need to treat people by their size or by the size of their pocket or the way we see them behave in the society. Everybody is welcome in our different ways. I will school you on maths. Maybe you might school me better in English. You understand? So we are useful in our different way. But talking down on people, I think I disagree.
It's not talking down. It's like saying this
No,
guy should not be
the
minister for aviation.
forum is welcome. They failed.
So
Not
why
people failed. They
why are
failed
we
in the
complaining
sense
about
that
Tinubu's
they're supposed
ministers
to
that they
tell
don't fit
him
purpose?
what he is
Nobody
to
should
do there.
complain. All Tinubu's ministers are fine.
The
Let
NBA
everybody be
failed.
anywhere.
The NBA failed to tell
It's
him
the
what
same.
they
It's the same.
expect
It's
him
the
to do
same
there.
We are not complaining, no. Nobody is complaining about ministers. Are they not Nigerians?
Don't change it now. People have complained. Oh, this person is not fit for this. I'm not saying you as a person.
But our complaint against the ministers is basically because the ministers will see them as incompetent people, right? But this is different from the ministerial position because hold on now. This is about entertainment.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I have to stop this. I have to stop this. Ike, welcome to the show. I don't know, Portable was not on our topic today, and he's taking up more time than anybody else. Ike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Damages. You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm hearing noise again. Maybe it's from you. I hope not. Ike, before you speak, let me play a little bit of this video. This is from a Ghanaian, basically talking about the American military. They built a base, they had military base, and the conditions of the military that the Americans gave to Ghana. I don't think you know this. I want to play a little bit of that, and then I will let Ike and Wayne. Let's listen. All right. I'm sorry, I don't know why this is going on.
I feel sad that Ghana is hosting one of these foreign military bases. Now, if you read the terms under which these military bases are established on our continent, you feel sad. You feel hopeless. In Ghana, we have allowed the United States of America to establish its military base on our soil. Under the agreement which allows the U.S. to establish this military base, our head of state is stopped from entering that territory. The U.S. military base is not accessible even to the head of state. As if that was not enough, in the agreement, we have committed to an arrangement under which if U.S. soldiers come to Ghana and kill Ghanaians, Ghanaians cannot go to court to ask for redress. We have committed ourselves to an arrangement under which property destroyed by U.S. soldiers in Ghana, if your property is destroyed by U.S. soldiers in Ghana, you cannot go to court. We have given our frequencies for the use of the U.S. military for free. Our frequencies are given to the U.S. forces for free. When Ghanaians have to pay millions in order to get frequencies to establish radio stations and television stations and so on, the U.S. can take it for free. Excuse me. Under the agreement, U.S. soldiers entering Ghana are not subject to inspection. They are not subject to search. You can't search them. You can't look through their bags. You can't examine what is on their body. And when they leave, they are also not subject to customs inspection. They cannot be searched. U.S. soldiers do not need passports to enter Ghana. They don't need passports to enter Ghana. All they need is their ID cards. Under these circumstances, we have given U.S. soldiers privileges way and above diplomats. Because even the American ambassador needs a passport to enter Ghana. A U.S. soldier does not need a passport to enter.
All right. I'm not sure how many people in Ghana know this. When we look at the French and what they did with French-speaking African countries, we tend to think that it's only that probably that, you know, something about them, that this will not happen to the English-speaking part of Africa. We don't know till today what our leaders are signing off to get loans from China. We don't know. So if 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, it comes out, we'll be surprised that we were also subjected to things like this. So James is on the phone, so let's go to someone else. Laba, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
All right, so we've been talking about what happened in Gabon and what is going on in Niger, and looking at it from the bigger picture, which is what is France doing in Africa. The French president said this week that without France, there won't be Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, and so on. You know, he was talking in the context of the challenges there. We also know that Omar Bongo, the former president of Gabon, said that, this is a quote, that Gabon without France is like a car with no driver, and that France without Gabon is like a car with no fuel. So what is your take on what's going on in the context of Africans and their relationship with the colonial powers?
I still think that they're taking us like children. You see, we've not grown to the stage to be their equals yet. When we're not even considered, we're still like their slaves. They're still our surrogate fathers, and sadly, our leaders in Africa are acting in such a way that confirms that abnormality. So they still see us as people who are not mature enough. We can't rule ourselves properly. We are subjected to their imperial dominance. And I was just listening to that outline of what they give a US base. How, you know, it's dominion. These are the little Lilliputs. Let's just dominate them. How can you walk into a country without passports, without search, without anything? And our leaders, for one reason or the other, are signing up to this type of a thing, because we have people in leadership all around Africa who lack vision, who do not understand that they are human, and that, like Fela said, you don't be slaves long before they don't release you now, but you never release it yourself. No be so. This is the colonial mentality leadership that operates around Africans, that don't make them realize that you're free now. You're no longer slaves. You're no longer subject to being the house Negro. But I mean, how do we get this across? Like, you remember the last time I spoke, I said the problem are the elites, the educated ones among us. We have been miseducated. There was a book, Miseducation of Lauryn Hill or something like that. We have been miseducated. Somehow, they've passed on to our gene that we still need the master, and we're still acting as if we need the masters. 60, 70 years after independence. Show me a 70-year-old man that still crawls like a baby. These are the Africans. A 70-year-old man, 60-year-old man, for God's sake. I mean, when are we going to get it? The same people that were born about the time we were born, the Indians, the Pakistan, the Malaysians, I can go on and on. Look at where they are. They're competitively competing. They have a productive economy. We are consuming. We're not just consuming. We're consuming what the master produced. We have leaders with no vision, no foresight. All they want to do is acquire property, acquire resources, sell their land for cheap, sell themselves for cheap. We've given away our birthright for a pot of porridge. This is the state we are in. And we have to keep telling ourselves that we are not doing right. Those of us who have a compromise attitude, a pacifist attitude to situation, we have to be more radical and vocal about what the state is. We should call things a spade, a spade, a spade. We should stop saying, yeah, we have a democracy when we are not following the rules of democracy. Yeah, we are independent when we are not independent. Yeah, we are we should stop going along with this garbage because it's annoying. It's like we are now even below the stage of a baby. Below the stage of a baby. At least a baby will crawl. We put a food to their mouth. We're just doing everything opposite. We're going back retrogressively. You understand? So we're slave master relationship. We have not proven ourselves to be worthy of the independence we claim to have. Our life is like that year ball. We want year win, they blow for 1 year corner. That is it. I mean, we got to call these things like that. Yeah. Did you get the stuff I sent you when I contacted CSU the other day? I tried to send you an email, Rudolph.
No, maybe you said I didn't. I've not checked. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I did send you something.
I'll check.
Yeah, I have to Google your email. I don't know if I got the right email and all that.
Oh, okay. I'll check and see. Thank you.
But that's my take on it. And with conversations like this help. We got to keep talking. Those of us who always excuse, please, when we make points, let us, because we know the people here, these are the choir. We're not preaching to the people here. Anybody on this forum, anybody that comes on all these pages, they are the choir. You're not preaching to the choir. We already know the problem. But what the choir shouldn't do is take this pacifist compromise position on how bad things are. Because if you do that, you cannot convince the next person who doesn't know that things are that bad.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ike, welcome to the show.
Yeah, sorry for that. I want to ask a question too. Have any of us that are in the panel lived in a French country before?
I did. I lived in Belgium before.
No, I mean African country, French.
African country. No.
Okay, I lived in a French country, Mali, precisely for 13 good years. What you read about Mali Empire and the Kanuri Empire, we read in story, in history, right? But when you live in those countries, you'll be able to know that you can teach your history teacher who taught you about Mali Empire and Kanuri Empire, right? What is happening in the French-speaking African countries, more especially in the West Africa, is something that these countries have been yearning for so many years. What they are going through is exactly what the English-speaking countries are going through with the British and Americans. So the French system in the Francophone country, from generations back, they did it in a way that the French African-speaking country has no power to do anything unless the French says so, including their money, including everything. But inside the countries themselves, they have been yearning this freedom from the French, the citizens. But it has always ended up in the political class who are being used by the French people as they are being used in English-speaking countries. For example, the last president that was overthrown in Mali, Abubakar Keita, he has been prime minister in Mali several times. He studied in America. He's an intellectual who knows the rule of the politics. But look at what he came back, eventually become president of Mali. He became a monster. And that's why the military came in. Look at Hassan Ouattara in Ivory Coast, who was a Democrat, who was loved by the whole Africans. Look at what he's doing in Ivory Coast. He has become a dictator. He has become a monster in Ivory Coast. Why? Because they are all puppets of the French government. So the yearnings of the citizens of the Francophone countries is what is happening now. Listen, you might say, for example, maybe if there is a military coup in Nigeria right now, a lot of people will say, no, we don't want military. But I am telling you, because I am speaking from the ground, 99% of the Francophone countries all over Africa want a military rule. They want the military to take over. And you can see what the military people who has taken over, the young military officers that have taken over their countries, are doing what the people want them to do. What is it? They want to free themselves from the French. They don't want to do anything with the French anymore.
Ike.
Yes.
Which ones is there any of them that have succeeded in freeing themselves, or even is showing any sign that they are about to?
Yes, because when you look at Burkina Faso, for example, the young man in Burkina Faso, he's trying to drive away his country from the French. All of them are trying to do the same thing. It's not going to be one day thing, Mr. Damage. It's not going to be something of one day. We are talking about something that has happened for centuries of years, right? So the awareness that we Nigerians have before in the political, thing that happens in our country, most of us doesn't have it before until 2023. So we have a different kind of awareness in Nigeria right now that all of us are saying we want a new Nigeria. We want it even no matter how it's going to be, because we know actually that the man that is there, Nigerians did not elect him to be president. He's not a legitimate president in Nigeria. I say it here every time. Never will I ever call him a president, because he's not my president. Because Nigerians never ever elected him. So the French people, the Francophone countries, I am speaking, that's why I act that because I still have my contact and my connection. Citizens of the countries of West Africa. Listen, before the Gabon of last week, the Cameroonians have been yearning. They have been working for it. Because they said that the politicians has failed them. Because if they say, okay, let's go to democracy, it is still the same French people, because these people are not, the politicians are not ready to break away, because the French has their fight, each and every one of them. So they prefer this military that is, the wind of the military that is going over in the Francophone country right now. These people, they have a spirit they have. They are ready to suffer. They are ready to go through the pains, in as much as they can free themselves from the hands of the French people.
So, Ike, because you live there, I've not lived in any French-speaking West African country. Are you saying that the idea of assimilation that the French brought with colonization didn't work for them?
It didn't work, and it never worked, and it's not going to work. I'll give you one example. An American, when an American comes to you, an American see you that you are doing something that is wrong, American man would like to teach you, right? Or some British men would like to show you, hey, this is the way to do it. Well, you know what the French people do in the Francophone countries? When they're in that Francophone country, when they see you eating your food from the dustbin, they will join you to eat the food in the dustbin. They will not tell you that eating that food in the dustbin is not a proper thing. This is the problem the French people have with the French people, because they never show them anything that is good. But what they are doing is to take everything that belongs to them. Look at Mali. Where they have gold, we call it Sajola in Mali. The gold that we have it in Sajola area in Mali, Malians are supposed to be living like, like somebody was talking about Gabon, how many population are there? Malians are supposed to be living like lords. But when you go to Sajola right now, that place that they're mining the gold by South African mining company and the American mining company, you see that when you go to Sajola, it's like you are it's like you are in Europe. The people that own that thing don't see it. They don't know where the money of the gold is going. So this is why that the French people, the French citizens are so angry with the French people, because they don't teach them anything. I give you one example why this thing is happening right now. In America, you have Nigerians, you have other countries of the world who are in the system of government in France. You cannot find any black man Not even from the Francophone speaking country in any government, not even in the local government, in France. But in America, you have at least, I know one of our brothers, the Yoruba, who is the assistant treasurer of state in America right now. We have Americans in so many political fields in America. Even in Britain, Britain have beginning to assimilate like that. But in France, show me any black man that has any political power in France. No single person.
All right, thank you, Ike. I will come back to you next. But let me go to Mr. James. I know you have to go. I want to hear from Forefathers what he thinks about this topic before we leave it, and also Lumide. But let me go to James. James, I played that video of Kwesi, the Ghanaian, talking about the conditions that Ghana gave to America for them to have their base in Ghana. We don't know the conditions that the Chinese gave to Nigeria for the loans that we signed. We've not seen the document. You know, are you not worried about these relationships? And from what I'm hearing from someone like Ike and other people, it looks as if African people are powerless in terms of changing their situation. They are now outsourcing it to the military. And the military, they have their own agenda. They have their own thinking. They have their own ambition, which may not be what the African people are interested in seeing. So what's that?
I'll try to be brief as possible. I said earlier on that Africans, we are tied to the world economic political system we know nothing about. We are securely tied. It is only Africans who can free themselves from this shackle. Not the Chinese, not the Russians, nobody. It's only Africans. Now, to solve this problem, I discussed the matter with a lady lecturing law at where I'm working. And she came up with an idea. She's a Nigerian lady from Delta State. In international law, there's what they refer to as a monist state and a dualist state. Monist state, that's M-O-N-I-S-T. Monist states are states that apply international laws without domesticating it, e.g. EU member countries. While the dualist states are states that must domesticate international laws before it can be applied in their states, e.g. EU member states. Now, when the Organization of African Unity was transformed into AU, is an imitation of the European Union. But in European Union member countries, when a law is passed at Brussels, let's say on sanitation or whatever it is, that law is automatically binding on all member states. Whereas if it's in Africa, we have to take it to our parliament for domestication. This is where the problem is. So if we are to, because when our heads of states go to Addis Ababa, they are going there to protect their own interests, not the interests of their countries. So if there's any law that is not favorable to them, it will not be domesticated in their home states. So one of the things we should fight for is the AU, if possible, should be dissolved. If it's not dissolved, it should be reformed. Any law passed in the AU, for example, 2 terms limit or whatever law it is, once it has been passed at AU level, it becomes, it should be applied as if it's a, what's it called, a monist state. That is, it's only Addis Ababa that can pass laws regarding certain, issues all over Africa. Because if we don't do that, our leaders will keep on selecting and choosing and picking which one they will apply and which they will not apply. If this law has been there, it's not possible to change your constitution. And if your constitution is limitless, that is, there's no term limit, like the Gambia, so be it. That is the law in existence as at when that law was passed at Addis Ababa. But for as long as we give them the chance to be choosing and picking, we will get nowhere. So can you let me explain something very little before I go? Among the ANC officials in South Africa, while they were fighting apartheid, black South African political organizations like the Inkatha Freedom Party of Mangosuthu Buthelezi, they teamed up with the whites to fight the ANC. Eventually, the ANC won the election. Now, if we say we are not democratic, everybody can do whatever we wish if we win the election from government, what is the guarantee that if Inkatha Freedom Party to win the election future, they will not go back to their old master? Because if they go back, it will take generations again to refight this war of apartheid before they will be freed from the shackles once again. So there are certain people that should be cut off completely from the political systems because of the horrors generations have gone through. It took South Africa 400 solid years to get out of apartheid. So this is the point I'm making. It's not that I hate Democrats, but democratic systems will not work for us. Here in the Gambia where I live, we've seen the dividends of democracy and dividends of military rule. We were not having a university in this country. We were not having, we had only one hospital. We were not having television houses. We had only 8 high schools. Look, my friend, democratic dispensation in the Gambia was an unmitigated disaster. Take it or leave it. So thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you, James. Forefathers, welcome to the show. Forefathers.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you for having me, and greetings to everyone on the. Oh, you can't hear me?
No, we can hear you. We can hear you. All right, I think Forefathers.
My audio is playing up a bit. Just give me 30 seconds.
All right. While we wait for Forefathers, Olumide, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. And
Well, I'd like to make a comment about what that guy from Ghana.
Okay, I think it's sorted now. Sorry about that.
Right,
can you hear me?
Anyway.
Yeah, Tone, hold on. Tone, hold on. Let's hear.
I can't hear you. Sorry, I can't hear you, but you can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I think because we're going from the other channel. Sorry. Thank you for having me, Rudolph, and greetings to everyone on the channel, on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. The chat, it's all right. It's all good with the chat. About the question why France is getting away with murder on the continent, you saw what was going on with Ghana, coming. I said it before that one of the terminals of the Ghanaian airport is dedicated to the US military. They allow them to come in. Our leaders have been saying it repeatedly. These leaders, they are not governing for you. They are here to sell you off and pretend as if they are doing anything. They are not doing anything. And the fact that they refuse to develop the countries tells you what their real objective is. Their whole objective is to keep us underdeveloped until these people choose to do whatever they like with us. Because they don't want to develop the country. It's clear. I think they were asking the question earlier on the show about why we don't have nukes. Because they don't want to do it. It's not because they cannot do it. We've seen countries where leaders want to do something. Within 4 years, you'll be surprised what they are capable of doing. Human beings are capable of building stuff if they mean to. They are really capable. How does a country like Switzerland have 300-something thousand bunkers? 300-something thousand bunkers. How many people do they have? It tells you we can't even dig this in there. What they call it? We can't even dredge to save our lives. They leave our people to get flooded all over the place when they could do this stuff. They know full well that our economy is depressed because of insecurity. But but they would choose to talk about every other thing instead of fixing that security issue so that we get that $50 billion we are losing from our economy every year. But that is the biggest economic investment you can make in the country, investing in security right now. But no, they pretend as if they can't see. They turn the other way. They know what they are doing. These people have ensured that we remain under the, because when you look at it, there's no other interpretation you can have for it. And it begins to show itself now in the Francophone countries. That some leaders are showing up now saying, you know what, we are not going to tolerate this nonsense anymore. We are going to be removing people and decoupling all this nonsense that the colonial powers did to our countries. They've ensured with our leaders, in collusion with our leaders. Let's not pretend this is only with the Francophone countries, it's happening with our own countries too. In the Anglophone countries are also, their leaders are always like, that's why our leaders are always in their countries. That's why they're always in France, in the UK, in America, Everything they do, is this country that decided for us. We don't even have any major. Have you ever seen Nigeria have any major alliances outside these countries? None of them. This week, I saw a British defense official come to Nigeria and was basically begging Nigerians, telling them, tell us what you want. Be honest. We are eager. All this what he uses to be honest. We are eager. What is your ambition for your people? He was telling our chief of army staff these things. And what did our chief of army staff say? Oh, we just want training. We want mine clearing vehicles, like basically Caterpillar, that you can get your own people to build. That is the ambition they have for their people. When you can ask him for anything, that is what he came up with. And some people that were defending him say, oh, maybe he will talk about something in the background. No, but that's the one that came on top of his head first. And this is when I talked about it, that this Niger coup that happened is presenting an opportunity for Nigeria, that Nigeria now has leverage over some of the things that they are doing on the continent. This was a time that maybe Tinubu administration, that chief of army staff should be demanding for strategic stuff. Give us ballistic missiles, give us submarines, give us nuclear technology. Ask for everything they've got. Then they will say, no, we are not going to give you this, but we are going to give you this. But at least you're ambitious. And if they are not going to give you, then go with people that are going to give you, because all the nations that have emerged from this kind of control of the West, all the nations that have emerged, they formed alliances with others. If you want to solve a problem of a country, you have to learn from history. You have to learn how other people have done it before instead of trying to reinvent it. They form strong alliances. If you look at all the nations that form strong alliances with Russia, like China, North Korea, this in India, or even not this in Pakistan was given nuclear technology by this in Russia. Was it not India that was landing on the moon the other day? Do you think they would be doing it if Russia didn't support them? But we don't. All our alliances we form is with the former colonizers, and they never intend to let us develop. This Gabon leader that was removed from office, every time they remove the leader from office, the French intervene and bring it back to office. Every time they remove from it, they literally what these leaders don't govern for the people. They see themselves as foreigners to their people. And this is the same thing with Nigeria, and many of us don't realize it. In a way, we as Nigerians also internalize this thing, where everything we believe in is in the West. Some people now on the chat will say, oh, I'm preaching this thing, some kind of doomsday scenario and all. No, I'm not preaching doomsday scenario. The West is doing better than us because they are caring for their people. What are you doing for your people? You sell your people out. You are very, very quick to run to go and serve them. More Nigerians and Africans are leaving Africa today and running to the West to go and serve them than they were doing during the slave era. More are leaving by themselves, and many of them will not even plan to come back, and their leaders will make sure they don't come back. Our leaders even it kind of deter us from coming back. Here in the UK, if you want to renew your passport, you have to take this. It takes you almost 5 months to do that. Within that 5 months, you can't travel. You are locked in. If you travel, you can't come back, except you're a British citizen, and they make you go and get a postal order that nobody else uses in the UK. Nobody else uses postal order, but they make us go and get postal order in the UK. This is our own leaders subjecting their own people to these things. What kind of, it tells you this is why we are not developing, because these leaders are compromised. And I also say, I dare to say that the people themselves are not aware, because if they were aware, like someone like me now, if everybody was like me in Nigeria, I won't talk to Tinubu anymore. Like, if we better get that military base done now. You better ensure that we are defended. We better ensure that we are into technology. We should be doing reverse engineering and building stuff. Somebody asked me recently, I find it very funny, the question he asked me. He said, how come they've never caught any Nigerian spy in any country? Don't we have spies? But never caught one of them. Are they not doing any job? What are they doing then? They've never caught one of them. Even Israeli spies that are so good, they catch them. So it tells you that we are completely absentee landlord. We don't play any role in geopolitics in this world. We just hook ourselves to the British Empire and just remain in there. That is basically what we are doing. We hooked ourselves to the British Empire. That's why you don't see Nigeria showing up in any major stuff, having a position in terms of geopolitics. We don't have any position. We are completely absent. And if we want that to change, we need to be people that know about this thing. Not everybody knows about these things. Should be demanding it of their leaders, because geopolitics is even more effective than what you think is going on the ground. All these nations that earn their freedom from the West, do you think if they didn't play geopolitics, they will be out of it? They will not. They will still be stuck in it. If China didn't have that alliance with Russia, they will still be in their mess. If India didn't have it, they will still be in their mess. I'm telling you right now, the Syrian government will not be in office if they didn't have alliances. Cuba will not be where it is today. This is why geopolitics is very, very important. You have to be aware of what is going on in the world, and our leaders have blinded us to this. So the only thing they tell us about the world is, oh, you people are good, oh, everything about them is good. This is where you need to be. I am one of them. I fell for it too. But in the end, we have to start thinking for ourselves, and we have to also make our leaders start doing that. This is not going to be easy, because many of our Nigerians still believe that it's okay. There's a way we can talk to the West so that they can do the right things by us. They do try, because I saw it on video today, this week. They do try. I saw that British official asking our military chief of army staff, actually, asking him, what do you want?
Forefathers, don't you think that they just fooled you and maybe fooled all of us by doing that in public? If they want to do anything for Nigeria that is serious, do you think they have to come out in public and have that conversation? What do you want us to do? What if the man had said, give us nuclear weapons? What do you think that would have looked like? What do you think the British official will have done?
He would have said, oh, we'll talk about it. I think if
they should have talked about it in private, not in public.
True, they should have talked about it in private, but the fact that he was able to publicly come out to say these things.
He played the Nigerian guy and Nigerian people who took it seriously, that they are serious about. What about leave us alone? That could be a good answer.
He could have said, if you wanted to say leave us alone, we could have said that. But what the man was asking was that, what did you want? What do you want from us? Speak honestly. Tell me what we are doing you don't like. They literally tell him, tell me what you are doing we don't like.
That's real. I want to see that video. That's real politics.
I'm gonna send you the link so you can see. Tell us what you are doing that you don't like. Tell us what you want and speak honestly. We are itching, literally itching. And I see this is why even on my channel, the second video I made, I said the opening window, because there is opportunities that are going to be coming up right now during this period when the world is in flux and they need us. You can see that he was nervous. They know they need us right now. But our leaders are not going to play. They're going to play houseboy, and this opportunity will pass again, like it passed in the 60s and 70s. People need to be studying history, to be observing what is coming, because you can see what is coming and prepare for it and take advantage of it. But somehow, this our chief of army staff was just asking for mine detection vehicle. That was basically a glorified caterpillar and training. That's what he asked for. Instead of saying, you know what, I like my submarine. No, submarine is very nice. You know, submarine is very, very strategic. They were going to China. They were going to India to go and beg India to take a nuclear submarine. Submarine is so powerful that when it's under the water, you can't detect it. So you can literally be next to the UK. So it gives you a lot of power, even if you don't even have nuclear weapons yet. It gives you a lot of deterrent advantage. But this idea that somebody asks you what you want and you don't ask, when Mao Zedong went to Khrushchev of the Soviet Union, and they were discussing, and he immediately blotted it out. I need nuclear technology. Khrushchev was like, what? That they said Khrushchev was shocked that he asked him for that, because that was their most advanced technology that he asked for. Well, the question I ask myself is, why is our leaders not doing that? Why are they not kind of ambitious for their people? Why do they lack ambition? Even if they had ambition, how about the 2 million people? They could have easily created 2 million jobs in Nigeria. 2 million jobs. Do you know that people have to bribe to join the Nigerian military now? They have to bribe to join the military. So people think, when people are criticizing Nigeria, they think people are not joining the military. People want to join the military, but they are stopping them from joining the military. They don't want to defend the country, and they are basically relying on Western security, like the British. That's what Nigeria is living on right now. Nigeria's security is being guaranteed by the British people. So that needs to stop. We have to take charge of our own destiny. We have to recruit our people into the security services so that we actually become a true nation. We are not a true nation right now. I've been saying it forever. On more and more examples will be coming up. If I am wrong, none of them will show up. But if I'm right, you are going to be seeing more and more examples of where our lack of security is going to be costing us more and more.
Thank you.
Let me find the link.
I just want to tell my brother forefather, don't allow the British to fool you. You know, this is politics. My brother used to say, "Oh, na politics." The British Minister of Defense, Assistant Minister, is asking you, "What do you want?" Because we are fools. He doesn't know what you want. Are they not the people that are holding what we want? So do not be, listen, we are grown past this politics on the camera. You're going to give you a submarine. You are thinking if you ask him to give you a submarine, he will give you a submarine. Or you ask to give you nuclear, he will give it to you. My friend, come on, you're more intelligent than
if
this.
they ask
a
you what
British
you
man
want,
asking in public, what do you want? And he said, give me submarine.
See,
We haven't heard from
the
Tony.
reason
We
why
haven't
I
heard from
subscribe
Tony.
to that
I just wanted to. I just wanted to
was
say it.
expecting it to happen. I was expecting it to happen
No,
sooner. So that's not surprising to me.
Listen, forefathers. Sorry,
submarines can be detected.
Let's have order. I want to go to Olumide, but let me give
Yes.
Kene, not you first, Alaba, and then Kene.
Yes, please, a second.
Hold on.
The truth is, forefathers, you have made very good point. But at this stage, we should not be asking them. I mean, they should not be asking us, what do we need? We should be making our own submarine, our own airplane, our own cars. At least we produce engineers, we produce doctors. We should be. Pakistan has a nuclear weapon, for God's sake. India, we all got independence in the same decade. India has its own nuclear weapon, its own submarine. You know, Malaysia, I don't know what they have, but we shouldn't be asked. They shouldn't be asking us, and that's a typical British deceptive international politics. What do you need us to do?
If they dare to ask me that kind of question, if I was the chief of my minister, I will ask for it. Next time they will not make that mistake then, because when they give you the opportunity, you take it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. They should. Secondly, guys, the country has gone so decayed to the point that you all don't know how bad things are. Look, I have a brother who is in the police in Ondo, and his junior brother graduated in English. And I was saying, okay, Sammy, why don't you get him, since you are in the police, why don't you get him to join the police? You know what he told me? He said, Alaba, to join the police no easy. They say make we go bring $40,000 come. That's him. The same thing in our army. You got to bribe somebody to join the army. You got to bribe somebody to join the police. This is how effed up.
Imagine to secure your country to secure a country that doesn't have security, people have to bribe to
I'm
join
telling you the truth. This is direct from my brother.
They are preventing them from securing the country.
And his own junior brother cannot join if he don't. He said he just can't raise the money. I can't remember the amount. I think it's about 80,000 or 100,000. He just couldn't raise the amount to get his brother to join.
Alaba, thank you so much. Tone, just a minute, 1 minute. Go ahead.
We're just missing the point here. I've heard forefathers talk earlier about submarines, about nuclear weapon. That's all. Excuse me. That's all nonsense. We can't even produce guns. We can't even manufacture guns. And we're talking about submarine. Are we joking? The army, the navy, the air force, and all that. People are being admitted on the basis of who know man and bribery. When I was there, when I got in there, I never knew anybody. I hid the identity of my dad, even though my dad was involved in the previous government, and I hid the identity. During my interview, they asked me, was that my dad? I said no, it wasn't. It was later they got to know. One of my contemporaries, his dad was a minister at the time. So when you have people you have as heading the army, heading the police, heading the air force, they're all airheads. They don't have a clue. Will you be asking someone? I mean, a British officer, military person. What is his level, his pay grade to be discussing nuclear weapon with you? I mean, it's something that will be discussed on a much higher level. So that's not even what we want. We need to get back to the basics. During the Biafran War, I know that we produced the Biafran then they produced weapon and all that. After the Civil War, that project was shut down, and they had this research institute in Enugu that was producing things. It was all shut down, and we're talking about nuclear weapon. You want to give nuclear weapon to somebody like Buhari? When IPOB will make noise, he will go and tell them they will release a nuke to them, or he falls into the hand of a madman, Asari Dokubo. What are we talking about, man?
Oh, come on,
We
stop
need to
that. Just don't stop being silly. You are the one being silly. Imagine what you just said just
No,
now.
I'm not being
What
silly.
makes you
I'm
think
telling
that
you
it's
the
going to
truth,
nuke you?
man.
It's going to nuke the
Just
southeast. Come on.
see, listen. The thing is that it's not what we need. It is not what we need. We need to go down to the basic. We can't even feed ourselves. We need to
What
go
do you
down to the
need? You
basic.
want to be slaves? You want to be
We
slaves
can't generate
forever?
electricity.
What kind of talk is
We
that? And
can't
you're an
generate electricity, and we're
ex-serviceman and
talking
you're
about
saying this kind
nuclear
of stuff.
weapons.
You're an ex-serviceman. Don't you understand that if you don't have security, you don't have anything? Don't you understand
What
that?
I'm trying, forefathers, you don't understand what I'm trying to say to you. What I'm trying to say to you is that most of the so-called commissioned officers are not fit to be there. They are all political stooges there, wearing that peep. That's what I'm saying to you.
Because they are ragtag right now. They are not the
They are
appropriate
not
size that
ragtag.
they
It's
are
a
supposed to
political
be.
thing. See, listen. Tinubu had just Tinubu. Do you know how many people that I know personally? Yeah, that were even my seniors and contemporaries. Their promotion was slowed down. They sat on it until they left out of frustration, and some were retired. They were brilliant officers
So that's the
because
reason you
they
don't
didn't
secure
come
your country, because you are worrying about
because they didn't
soldiers
come from a
not doing
certain
what
part
they are
of the
doing.
country.
Your argument is for paralysis.
For
You
you to
can't
progress,
use
let me tell
stop
you,
using
whether
all
you
these
want
flimsy excuses not to secure your people. Come on, there are
whether
Can you
millions
move
of lives at
forward,
stake.
please?
Stop using such excuses not to
Forefathers,
secure your people.
let the man talk.
whether you want to
Forefathers,
admit it or
who
not.
are you securing your people from? Are you securing them from
Don't
foreign
worry now.
invaders or
When it
from
happens
your
to you
own
again, then you people will realize
politicians?
what I'm saying today. You're gonna witness changes that are gonna result. You people realizing what I'm saying today.
The kind
Because
of the kind of gospel you are propagating is what North Korea is doing, and your people.
Hold on, guys. We have to have
Dr. Damages, please let me come in. I
just
need to go, please.
I'm middle of them. Yeah, I know you are there, but can I not yet? Tone, are you done?
Not done. I mean, it took over. I don't like arguing with people. You know, I say my
but
facts, and
he was saying that
sometimes
what
I
I
say
was
my
saying was
truth, and
rubbish.
sometimes
You
the
said
truth
what I was saying was rubbish. So
if the truth does not sit
no,
well
you are
with
saying
you,
what I was
it
saying
doesn't.
was rubbish. And when there are millions of lives at stake, I have to respond.
Yeah, let him finish, and you respond. We'll give you a chance.
So
Go
what
ahead.
I'm saying, forefathers, if you try to understand, you know, please try to come and reason with me a bit. The thing is that our military, the standard of our military had gone down. That's what I'm just trying to say. Across the army, the navy, and the air force, it's gone down, and we're talking. See, we need to start organically again, and because and what we see is a reflection of the leadership we've had over the past years. The leadership has let us down. You know, people that are meant to be promoted are not promoted. People that are qualified and all that are frustrated and kicked out of the service. So how do you want to function? How do you want? Yeah, I agree totally with you that we should have a very formidable military and all that. But how would you have that when it's all about paddy, like Fela would say? That's all I'm talking about.
All right, thank you, Tone. Let's go. Olumide has been patient, and it's not easy for him, I know. So let me hear from him before. Forefathers, you have time to respond to people. Go ahead, Olumide, and then Kenneth.
Thank you, Rodolph, and good day to all the panelists. So I just want to weigh in a little bit on what Forefathers has a point about security, but you also need to understand people's, I mean, the general point of view right now, the country needs to be rebuilt from the ashes. We are trying to put the cart before the horse. People are hungry. You're talking about security. Security against who? I mean, internally, we are not even secure. People are carrying AK-47 in the bushes and killing their own people.
Olumide, hold on. Olumide, let me stop you. Hold on. In India today, they sent craft to the sun. People are hungry in India. I don't think that's we can do just one thing. We can't just stop everything because people are hungry. We can still do things while dealing with the hunger. No.
I agree with you, Rodolphe. I agree. India is a 5 billion, over 2 billion population or over a billion population plus. You understand? But the country is not as bad as we are. There's corruption in India too, but it's not as bad as we are. You understand? We have the situation at home is really, really bad. You understand that we can't even compare ourselves to India. Their industry, their healthcare industry surpasses ours. There's manufacturing. Most of our drugs come from India. You understand? So you can't compare India to Nigeria. They are far. If you say both of them are developing countries, they are really far ahead of us. We are still in the Stone Age. You understand? So they've left us. So, but what we are saying is that we're not saying we shouldn't secure our borders or secure our country. You understand? But have we done the right things first? We are not even obeying our own constitution. We are not following our own laws. We are not securing our people. You know, people were carrying AK-47 and killing people in the farm. They couldn't go to the farm. And not yet, 8 years after, not one person was arrested. You understand? But we are talking about having a country where the rule of law, you understand, governs everything we do. And which will bring me to this, what I think we should all be talking about, this thing happening in Ogun State. It's not just a fight about interest or about politics or about just Ogun State. This is a fight for true federalism.
Olumide, when we get to that, we are going to move away from international to Nigeria. When we get to Nigerian topics, you can bring
that. For me, about international, I don't want to weigh in too much on what is happening in Africa. Everything is just so similar about what is happening in Africa. The first thing should be, even in America today, where there is the people who sat down and wrote the American Constitution, they were all one language, English. You understand? They all descended from the English people. A large majority of them sat down and wrote that constitution with a view that in future things will change. And this constitution is what will guide our current conduct and our future conduct till today. And this is what has created prosperity and led the way for America. How much more a multicultural society, multi-ethnic society? We need to sit down. The people need to sit down and fashion something that all of them will respect and not one person lording it over them. We almost got it right in 1960 when we got our independence. When the British handed over to us, we had a constitution that we had a regional government. And the Southwest was making progress in their own way, East in their own way, North in their own way, maybe not equal, but some people truncated it. I remember then Awolowo was paying the best salary for all civil service people. Maybe today, if they allowed it to go smoothly without any coup interference, who knows? Maybe North would have been the hub now. The North would have been the hub. Maybe they don't have oil. They may have human resources, like Japan, 30 million, third largest economy in the world, no oil. You understand? So who knows? But they didn't allow it. It's all greed. All this is greed.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Olumide. See, I agree 100% with Tone and partly with forefathers. See, I don't think
you take it, you run with Tone. It, you grab it, and you grab it.
The funny thing think Tone is talking as if I can mismatch it.
I don't think Tone.
Nothing.
I didn't hear.
Hold on. Can you just seize the stage and it's talking as if I can
a la carte.
You know, look at hold on, because Kene just inspired me to. When you see the Ali Bongo crying, I don't know what is happening around me. They're taking, and this is somebody who was all powerful until they muted him and he didn't know what was going on. So can I go ahead? But I just wanted to point out, I know what you did.
Thank you. See, I had to come in. See, Tone, I agree with you 100% and partly with forefathers. I didn't hear Tone called say that what forefather said was rubbish, but he said nonsense. I think nonsense is something that doesn't really make sense, right? So we shouldn't take it as a personal attack. But this is it. Why I said I agreed 100% with what Tone said was because forefathers were asking for submarine, nuclear submarine in Nigeria for Nigerians. How? See, he also stated that that submarine cannot be detected. Forefathers, no. Submarine can be detected. Presently, America and China has a technology called hydroacoustic sensor that can detect submarine anywhere around their territory, so it can be detected. So we don't even need that. Somebody was talking about when we are asking for submarine when we have hunger in the country. I think you should try to address that hunger in the country first. See, I really have response for almost 50% of us here, but let me just cut it short. Mr. I was saying that in France, they don't teach you, but Americans teach you. No, Americans don't teach you anything other than immoral and moral vices, if there is anything like that. There's nothing good the American will teach you. And same way that going back to forefathers, that we cannot ask for submarine when we allow military bases, Western military bases within our countries, around our countries, and you are not asking for submarine to fight the same people that you are allowing to have their military bases in your vicinity. That doesn't make sense. Alaba was saying that that we appear as children before the Western world. No, not we, our leaders. But even at that, you don't compare them with children, because to me, children have of higher class than our African leaders. I would call them dumb criminals, nitwit maybe. These people don't have anything in their head other than criminal-minded set of gangsters that only cater for themselves. They only want to take care of themselves, their children, and their generation. See, in Africa, right? I try to correct, to control that. This is it. See, in Africa, you cannot travel from Nigeria to Kenya without a visa. You can't travel from Nigeria to South Africa without a visa. It's everywhere in Africa. But in the Western world, for example, those that live in the Europe, you can travel from one country to the other without a visa. All you need is just a form of identification, right? But why is it that it's only in Africa that we restrict communication, we restrict communion, we restrict movement within? I don't know what is going on here. So what is our problem? And you want to equate this kind of leaders to children? Children are better than these people. They are just a group of gangsters that don't have anything in their brain, So we should be talking about taking off those military bases first, trying to allow ourselves to communicate. We can travel within Africa without restrictions, but you can't. Try it. Try to travel maybe from Nigeria to Kenya. You see what you see on the road, right? So now, hold on, just a minute, please. If we're able to take care of those restrictions, we now come back and now say, okay, what model will work for Africa? Olimide was talking about just after the independence that things were working fine in Nigeria, right? Can we try that again? Can we just try something differently? See, I don't even have energy to be talking about this dumb. I don't want to use the A word. Dumb people. See, thank you. Bye bye.
All right, Kenneth. Thank you. Chim, Chim, go ahead.
Okay, so you asked a question about, you brought up the subject of military bases and that video by the Ghanaian speaker. I saw that video during the course of the week, and almost shed tears about it. Somebody in the comment section said there is a military base in Calabar. I don't agree. I don't think so, because I remember when the Americans were trying to push for this military base in our region, Obasanjo government rejected it. They came back again during Jonathan's government. I think he also stood his ground. These are some of the things Jonathan suffered. If you looking back now, these are some of the things he suffered when he started asking for assistance to fight Boko Haram, and the Americans didn't agree. How do you get married you are married as a man, even the woman, either way party, because I don't want to be accused of being chauvinistic, but you are in a marriage which is supposed to be a union of two people, independent two people, and then you are bringing your in-laws either side to come and interfere and intervene. Your mother-in-law or your father-in-law is the one deciding when to ration food to your children, and they're the ones telling you, even when to go in and have bekus with your spouse and all those things. Pardon my use of that colloquial language. How do you do that? That is what the military bases mean. And I think it's time the African Union starts saying no. Remember last week I said here on this program that the African Union needs to tell America and France, stay away. Let's sit down and resolve these cool issues with these people. And then sit down and be honest with themselves and say, guys, it's time we stopped being sit tight. We've asked ourselves, which is the best form of government? I've said it, I don't have an idea. But I don't think democracy is a bad thing. I think the problem is education. Because if you look back towards medieval Europe, it was not democratic. They had kings, they had monarchs. But the whole idea behind democracy is what is giving their people the right to be able to speak, have representative democracy, insist when their leaders do wrong that they step aside, remove them. Without education, nobody would have asked Boris Johnson to step aside after COVID, when he breached COVID protocols. So what is lacking in our democratic practice in Africa is actually enlightenment and education of the people. The more the people and nobody should tell me Nigerians are educated, because I think, no, going to school is not education. There are a lot of Canadians where I live who don't have an idea of what the 4 walls of a university is, but they are informed, they are educated, they are active, they are party members. If the leader of their party is doing the wrong thing, they wait for the next convention, they go there and they vote this guy out and get somebody who's going to do their bidding. So the more our people start understanding that they have rights, read the Constitution, know you have rights, that is when democracy will start making sense in Africa. Democracy is not making sense in Africa right now because it's like a tokenist thing. Tokenism, I'm giving you understand? I see, Soludo with all his education, Soludo, central bank governor, economist. Did you see the kind of thing he's doing in Anambra State, the way he's looking down on the people? So those are some of the things we're talking about. Our people need to be more enlightened and educated. The more enlightened our people are, you see the more courage to ask. These coconut heads, we are defining them in Nigeria, this generation that is insisting, the obedient, the guys who did the demonstrations, it's because they're enlightened. It's because they're exposed. All the Wesele syndrome, at least I'm Igbo, but I hear Yoruba, the Wesele, the kings will decide anything. The moment our people start knowing that I owe you nothing, you don't feed me, and start asking for their rights, that is when democracy will start making sense in our region. Right now, it's not making sense because our people are not enlightened. And then lastly, I watched the video where Femi Falana was talking about the Naira swap. I'm just trying to bring this down to responsibility of governance, just opposing it between what Tony and forefathers were discussing earlier on. So China came into an agreement with Nigerian government to say, can we reduce how we use dollar to do business? You do a fair measure of trade with me, rather than having to do this exchange in dollars. Sometimes I will allow you to buy it in your Naira. I collect a fair portion of your Naira. When my own businessmen are doing business with you, you collect a fair portion of my yan. This agreement was signed by the CBN and the Nigerian government. But do you know that the Nigerian traders who trade in China do not know that there's such an agreement? They are busy running out there looking for dollars. Meanwhile, the Chinese counterpart knows, and his government is making it easy for him. So when you see, it begins to look to me like our government want to punish their people. Because the people who are benefiting from that swap are the private big men. They will go and collect the yan for their private businesses. But the real businessman that needs this money does not see it. And then we are busy crying that the economy is crumbling. Why wouldn't the economy crumble when the government is responsible for impoverishing its people?
Chim.
Dr. Damages and my co-panelists, I think our people need to wake up.
Chim, I just want to... Chim, in as much as I agree with most of what you've said, the only thing I disagree with is the fact that our people are not enlightened. I
They
disagree
are
with
not.
that. No. Let me tell you the reason why I disagree with that.
Okay, go ahead.
In 66, it was Nigerians themselves, people, Yorubas, Igbos, Hausas, that sat down to write the constitution that formed the regional government. The British coordinated it, they sat down, they knew what was happening. They may not, the people in the local area may not understand English, you understand, or the crux of it, but in their local dialect, they knew who was in government.
Okay, Olumide, you're misunderstanding me. You're
I think
You're misunderstanding me. You're
that
misunderstanding me.
enlightenment word, I know is not the word you probably want to use.
Okay, so
Olumide, what I think the fault is that the democracy should be participatory. This is not participatory enough. The elites are not allowing the people to choose.
Okay,
Olumide, I think enlightenment is the right word. Let me use the Yoruba word to explain it to you.
I don't agree.
You guys can take over.
Is what matters. Enlightenment is different from education.
Àwọn tó ń jà wá lólè, àwọn tó ń jà wá lólè ní làákàyè, àwọn tó ń jà wá. People who are stealing from us are
enlightenment. It really matters.
People who are preventing the laws are enlightened.
Okay, so Olumide, I hear you, I understand you. Now, I use the word tokenism. Our leaders are in the business of offering tokenisms to our people in the name of doing them a favor. Governance is not a favor. Governance is a responsibility to your people. Our leaders make it look like, see, I come from Abia State, and there's a video that I'm sure you probably have all come across when Ipazu was the governor, where he was busy asking, people asked him about a bridge he was building, and he told them, pardon, I will speak it in Igbo the way he said it, Obasarono, did you ask me to build bridge for you? What is your business with the bridge? How can a governor be telling the people he asked to serve whether it is their business that he's building a bridge for them? Look at what was happening in the Ogun State that you're talking about. I watched the video. How can a governor be sitting like an emperor? And then, look, I ask people, imagine, I mean, Dr. Rudolph, you live in New York. Imagine Eric Adam going to bow before the governor of New York. Is it conceivable? That is what happened, because people don't seem to understand that a mayor is a local government chairman. I don't know. That's why I'm saying enlightenment. Our people don't know this. The moment our Nigerians start understanding the enormous power a local government chairman holds and who the local government chairman's peer is in the Western world, is the mayor. Sadiq Khan is a local government chairman. Forget the word mayor. Sadiq Khan is a local government chairman. I don't think our Nigerians understand this. That's why I said we're not enlightened. People go to school. It's the educated people who went to school that are bowing down to Tinubu, that are bowing down to Atiku. It is the people who went to school. It is the people who went to school that are going to Senate and saying the president's the president has no magnanimity. The president is your servant. I don't think Nigerians understand this. That is why the way we treat our political elite like lords of the manor. It has to stop. Democracy will only make sense when our people are properly educated. And I think that is where the civil society owes Nigerians a duty. They are not doing that.
I agree with you.
Okay, hold on, guys. We have to transition away from the topic so that this will look smooth, so people watching it later on, to Nigerian topic. Well, thank you so much, Chim, for that. I think that's very important, what you just said now. A lot of people don't understand that, and it pains me when you watch some things happening in Nigeria. But before we do that, I'll give Fofadas a chance to respond to people who probably took a shot at him and his idea about submarine. Go ahead, Fofadas.
About the submarine, since you mentioned it, the hydroacoustic detection that they were talking about is basically for the coastal region. They can release a missile 10 kilometers at sea. Is that not what the Russians threatened the UK with, to release a missile and the nuke could create a nuclear tsunami that will wash over the British Isles? That is the kind of power nations have. And when people underestimate the power of security, I don't understand it because every single aspect of your life
I beg,
indicate.
give this out, Jare, make we chop.
Can we stop? Can he stop, please? Every aspect of our lives is dictated by our security. Even your very body, your skin, and your immune system is created to protect you. Take those off, you'll be dead. Yeah, it's like you see what our Nigerians do. They will say, "We are hungry." I don't understand it. I think we have been spoiled because the Chinese, they were living on rations when they were building their nuclear weapons and their ballistic missile technology. Their populations were dying of famine, not just hunger, famine. They lost about 50 million people during that same period. So maybe something is wrong with us. And I say this to you right now. Most nations out there have paid a heavier price to get to where they got to. And that's why we are all envying them now. And we are envying them because we don't want to pay the price. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we have an epigenetic memory that remembers that people defeated us and many of our men are scared to even address the term security. They don't want to hear it. If you don't secure your people, everything you work for, every single thing you work for is for other people. They can decide whether you keep it or whether they take it. Have you ever seen a man that is being robbed in his house? He says, this is the time to go and increase my income. That is what we are asking for. All these people that talk about the economy all the time. Our nation is bleeding constantly, and you are asking for economic decision. What is the point? You are working for 100%. They are taking it. It's not because we are not working, no. We are working, they are taking it. If you are being robbed in your house, would you be saying, oh, this is the time to be asking my boss for a raise? You won't do that. Because you know it's a waste of time. And that is why if you don't address your security challenges, you can run from it, according to Thanos, hide from it. You will still come back to it to confront it. And just pray. When you come down to realizing it, you have a chance to recover from it. Because there are civilizations out there, there are groups out there never had a chance to recover, and they are a dying race right now. And this is why I take it very, very seriously.
Rudolph,
forefathers, the issue of law and order is also a security issue. You have to understand that. I told you that the last time. So when we are talking, it's not about missiles, gun, and things. A lawless society is an insecure society. So if we don't fix those issues, we can buy as many missiles as we want, submarine as we want. If we have a lawless society, a land of impunity, we're still going to be insecure. So law and order is a security issue.
I agree with you. All of them. Every single one of them. Please, all of them.
Rudolph, please.
Okay, go ahead, AY. Just 1 minute. You have to go.
The reason I'm here, right? I was watching, I was on the comment section. Toon, this message is for you. Last weekend, Toon caught people were having discussion here. You call your fellow panelists an idiot. Today, hold on.
My friend, go and read English.
Hold on.
Go and study your English. You do not understand English.
Hold on. Today, after Forefather Mickey comment, Mickey his whole argument, you say what he's talking is nonsense. Now, listen, all of us here, not only you, we need to respect ourselves. Even when somebody is having an opinion that is completely different from you, make your argument. There is no need calling people name. Don't insult people. Also know that you don't have monopoly of insulting people. People can reply. So let's respect ourselves. It's better for us, no matter what it is. Even if we are different, please don't insult your fellow panelists. Just respect people. Thank you.
Thank you, AY. I will go to show. You are the law and order person we have here. you read out. I don't know. I forgot to play your rules, but can you weigh in on this? I wasn't here when they.
I didn't join at all last week. I wasn't here at all last week. I had stuff to do Saturday and Sunday, so I didn't join at all. But I'm not sure whatever's transpired. But I would also employ everyone to. I know things get heated, and the emotions often run very high, because when you discuss your nation, when you discuss your religion, those two things, your emotions are at their highest. So the tendency is for you to call people names, and this is not for tone. It's to call people names, is to, say things that you probably regret later on. If you're like myself, there was a time I came here and Kulata said something when I was talking about, what was it again, about people being killed during the election or something like, no, people having water that we're not asking for too much, and he said I have to get to heaven to actualize that people have to, along those lines. And I lost it, and I said stuff, and I came here the following weekend and I said, I apologize for the use of language and all of that. It can often get that way, but I think we need to manage how we react. At the end of the day, one thing is certain: every single one of us wants a better Nigeria. Now, the way we want it to happen is what is different, but we all want the same thing, so we can't afford to be bickering at each other. I'm all for argument, heated argument, robust argument, but name calling and stuff like that is not ideal. We've never met each other, but imagine you call me names on here and I bump into you at London Bridge on Monday morning. It's going to be very awkward because you called me names on Dr. Rudolph's show, or I come to the US. Life is funny. I might not announce it. I go to the US and I see one of you at the airport and I'm thinking, that's the guy that's been calling me names. I don't have time for you. You might not see me, but if you are the decent guy, I'll probably come to you and say, what's his name? A man of prestige. But I would avoid you if you're that guy that's already calling people names. And so please, let's manage our emotions. I agree. Sometimes it would overboil. And if you're wrong, if you're called out, apologize. Tone told me 2 weeks ago when we had Dr. Wumi that, I'm a different person. Sometimes in the comment section, I said, no, I explained myself. I said, all I said was, Tone, please now let somebody else ask a question. And we trashed it out and we moved on. But saying that, Tone followed me. He spoke after me on a different show during the week, and I said stuff, and I thought, where's that coming from? You understand? So things happen that people say stuff. Some of us would overlook it. Some people will carry it. I mean, we've had, was it Matt that used to come here and he would demand an apology? Was it Matt in Spain? And he will sit there and say, you have to apologize to me. So please, before I go off track, I've recorded another video which I've sent to Dr. Rudolph, which, probably would play before each show or mid-show. Sometimes we can skip Majek, give him a break. I think it's done well for this show. Sometimes during the show, we'll play that. I've recorded a new one, especially with the new freshly, trimmed bed. I recorded it last week, and just joking. I recorded it so he can remind us to say the things that are allowed, the things that are tolerated, the things that we will not tolerate. We all want a better Nigeria, and I hope that in our lifetime that we see better Nigeria. I'm not very hopeful, but for those who are hopeful, please, let's manage it. We're gentlemen.
Doctor, can I just say something to forefathers? Rude this evening, or in any way or the other. I'm truly sorry, but forefathers within you, and I'd like you to speak and respond to that. I'm not a rude person. I'm calm. Even when people jump into my mouth when I'm speaking, you see me. I hold my peace. People say all sort of thing in the comment section. Even today, I try as much as possible to ignore people, all their outrageous comments. I'm not a rude person. Last week, you were here when some people, it started with the comment people and all that, because sometimes they can be just too much. They were insulting a man's wife. And somebody, one of the panelists had to call a man's wife a slut. That was when I just lost it. And I will not tolerate anybody to disrespect my woman, whether she's my girlfriend, whether she's my wife, whether she's my sister. You don't have a right to disrespect. Even the person that was being disrespected, Dan, he was shocked. I was the one that took it up as if it was me. Nobody said anything. So how come some troublemongers in the comment section wants to let me make me look good? Ayo started it by spinning what I said. When you say somebody that is nonsense, it doesn't mean that you're insulting that person. You're taking it out of context. I'm not a rude person, Ayo. You two know it. I'm calm.
Who is Ayo? I'm not Ayo.
AY. People just assume it's
Ayo. I'm not a rude person. So for you to come at me and say I'm a rude person, I'm trying to I was insulting forefathers. Why would I insult forefathers? I've never had an issue. I've never had any issues with forefathers ever. Forefathers is there. You can subscribe to that fact.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tone, I don't have anything against you. You know very well. I'm only saying you actually make this statement last week. If somebody is saying, "Oh, nonsense does not mean rubbish," it's the same word. The only thing is, I just apologize. We move on. There is nothing to drag here.
I have apologized if you heard me. I have apologized,
Right,
and my lingo, my British lingo, will be different to you. I mean, I don't know how long you've been
but
where you
English
live
is
and all that.
English language is English language, right?
I'm English, my friend, and
Well, you
I
are
don't
the
All right.
apologize for
The
it.
American
Yes,
and
I
the
am
English.
English.
Don't
I
let's
don't
start the
apologize for it.
war. American and English people. So there are a lot of us Nigerians here. Please, okay. Thank you
Okay.
very much, gentlemen.
Let's move on. He has apologized. Let's move on.
Let's move on.
Thank you, guys. We are going to move to Nigeria, but before then, let me just announce that tomorrow on the show, we are going on 90 Minutes Africa. We're going to do something different. We are going to talk about religion and science science fiction and everything in between. So we're trying to find out if religion will survive the advent of AI, and if ChatGPT is afraid of the Quran. So
both of us will anchor the show is ChatGPT.
We talk about stuff like this. So our guest is Dr. Perry. He's a medical researcher, and he has written books on subjects of religion and science. So please, if you can join us tomorrow, that would be wonderful. All right. So
interesting.
Yeah. So nothing is out. So we're going to, the next thing we're going to talk about is, of course, we're coming back home to Nigeria. And the first topic is Soludo, Charles Soludo, the governor of Anambra State, former governor of the central bank. He weighed in on Channels TV. He was interviewed where he talked about the economy. And let me see the exact quote he used. He said that Nigerian economy, that Tinubu inherited an economy that is like a dead horse, that is still standing. Is it something like that? I'm looking for the exact video. I have the video, but I don't have the exact clip. So, but that's what he said, and he came under attack, and people are trying to find out what is he up to now. Righteous Man, welcome to the show. Righteous Man, can you hear me?
Good evening.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, I can hear you. Good evening.
Yeah, nice to have you. So we're back in Nigeria, and we want to start with Tinubu and Charles Soludo and the economy. What is your take on this? The state of the economy, is APC and Tinubu to be blamed? Are they trying to separate Buhari from Tinubu? APC, are they throwing Buhari and his people under the bus? We know that the central bank governor is on trial. We know that the deputy was arrested last week by the DSS. So what's going on?
Yeah, Dr. Damages, good evening from here, Lagos, and all the panelists. You guys are two wonderful people. And back home here, we see every man or woman that appears in this show as an intellectual person that we have a lot of respect, and we got many things to get from you. So even when you disagree to agree, it does not change our opinion in the capacity and the capability of every one of you. So everybody should take it cool, and then let's move on. Thank you very much. I didn't see the other guy. What was that guy's name? The one that has dreadlock.
It's bottom left.
Look
at him,
Ovier.
It's bottom left.
Ovier.
I'm here now. I'm
Okay, good evening.
You didn't drop your number last week. I actually
I did. I dropped it with Dr. Damages. I did.
Where?
Your WhatsApp messenger.
Oh, you didn't? I get a lot of messages. Sorry.
No, not your WhatsApp messenger. Your Facebook messenger. Sorry.
Oh, I don't check that. Please do it on the private chat, please. Here, right here, we can get it.
Okay,
Yeah.
on the chat. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to fulfill your campaign promise. So I was there.
I did reach out to Dr. Damaji about 2 days ago, and he said yes.
Okay, don't behave like politicians. So
all our politics except this one. Yes,
so back home here, it's been raining since today, and the surprise thing that I couldn't go to office today because I have to retrench about 4 of my workers. I am spending an average of 220,000 for diesel. So last month that just ended, I discovered that we are running on a very big loss. So I have to send 4 packing, remaining 3. That's 3 workers left with me now, just because of this fuel subsidy. I don't believe, personally, there is nothing like fuel subsidy in Nigeria. It's a scam, because there is this professional that came on Arise News and analyzed the cost of getting the crude oil from the earth, and then taking it, all the logistics and everything. He calculated it to be about 129 naira. So at most that you want to make gain, at least you sell fuel at 150. In fact, it was an eye-opener that day. He's a statistician. He opened our eyes to see that all these things they have been calling petrol subsidy, it never existed. The thing is that some group of elites were sharing the Nigerian money among themselves. And the guy stood up to challenge the government that to prove him wrong, they should arrest one individual that was involved in this fuel payment, subsidy payments. And up to today, there is no response from the government concerning what that guy, the total statistics he broke down one after the other. No response. So I bought fuel yesterday when I was closing from work. Normally it was 568. Yesterday, I bought fuel at 620 naira. I live in Lagos. 620 naira. My tank before was 15,000, 16,000 get filled. Now I filled my tank with 56, 57,000. And it lasts only for 3-4 days, you know. So the country is in a bottomless pit right now. That's the lowest part or lowest level of life. That is where the economy of the country is right now. There is nothing to write home about. There's nothing anybody need to discuss about Nigerian economy, because it is flat, just like a flat tire. And it required somebody with economic values and sense, somebody with business ideas. One thing I want to open up as we discuss is this. I've lived in Lagos for 40 years before I ventured to a country in Europe, and I spent some years there, and I came back to Nigeria to invest. And that investment, as I'm talking to you now, I'm running at a loss. So it's not as if I'm speaking because maybe I'm an Igbo man. I'm speaking as a Nigerian. I'm speaking as a Lagosian. I'm speaking as an investor who have invested my resources and my life. And as I'm talking to you now, I'm shedding tears, because when I look back, I would have, I used to tell my wife, I say, if we had known, we would have still remained in Germany where we were before. But we came back home, you know, thinking that, okay, the Nigerian economy is the biggest in Africa, 500 and something billion dollars. Okay, fine, there will be change. And we came with all what we have invested here. Now we are
I feel for you.
just almost on a zero level, God forbid. So everything here is not working. Soludo, nobody should take Soludo serious. Soludo is a chameleon. There are individuals that if they come out to contest for election today in Nigeria, somebody like Ojo Zokano, somebody like Charles Soludo, somebody like Rocha Sokorocha, if they come out today to contest against Tinubu for presidency, I will vote for Tinubu. Not minding that they are coming from my region in Nigeria, because these people have nothing to show for being political leaders as they claim they are. So Charles Soludo is looking for a way, because we are hearing some side talk that is going to defect to APC later on. Because he has killed Abga in Anambra State. He has finished that, and he's doing nothing, absolutely nothing. He came as a learned man, a professor. Okay, Obi was a trader in Onitsha. Willie Obiano is a party man. Just go and flex and drink. Okay, fine, we know that. Okay, people said, okay, let's get a professor who had been central bank governor. He's going to do things. This man came and worsened the state of Anambra economy and even the security. The first mistake he made was to dabble into the issue of IPOP, which Willie Obiano used wisdom to handle, and there was a relative calm. Imagine immediately he came up with that issue of stopping sit at home and whatever. Anambra State caught fire. My elder sister lives there with the husband. They have to leave the place they were living in Onitsha and relocated to Enugu because of insecurity as that man took over. So the statement he made, you guys should not take it serious. He's a hypocrite. We know him. Nobody believes in him. And we are waiting to see the next electoral season coming up. You will hear that he has defected to APC. So whatever he said, that this man inherited a dead economy, why did he not say it to Buhari? He was a governor when Buhari was the president, and he didn't mention it. Even Shetima also, alluded to what Soludo said. Shetima said they met a dead economy. And all these people were the ones that were hailing President Buhari, that he was running a good country and things were moving on. Now, as the man is no longer in authority, APC now, the statement of APC, Shetima, vice president, even the president himself is saying that the economy is dead. So if those that are riding, if a medical doctor that is going to operate a patient start telling the patient family members that, this issue, I don't think your sister or your brother is going to survive from it. What are you, invariably, what you're saying is that there is no hope. So if they that are taking over the leadership of this country to pilot the economy is telling us that the economy is dead, there is no hope for any common man on the street. So I yield.
All right, thank you so much, righteous man. Let's see if we can get an optimistic view from Niger Gobeta. Niger Gobeta, welcome back to the show.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. I think I was here last week briefly. Forefather, and incidentally, what I was insinuating eventually happened with another African state. But talking about what Soludo said, I think that's the current topic, right? Mm-hmm. What he said is true, right? I don't think anybody can deny that the state of the economy is very bad. And the only problem I have there is that why didn't he say that one when Buhari was there? Maybe he doesn't want to be confrontational, right? And Tinubu administration also, I think they've seen the damages Buhari administration actually did. So if somebody from their family, if I may say, as a political family, so I hope they'll be able to clean the mess and give us a very good economy. So that's what I would say on that. And one thing I want to ask you, Doctor, why is Buhari? He said he's going to run away to Nigeria. Now for him. So I hope he's not stranded, and I hope if he doesn't find a place to stay, maybe Doctor, you can accommodate him in New York.
No, he has a friend in the UK, the Archbishop of Canterbury. So I think there's a room in the Canterbury.
No get space.
Are you trying to say that you not support the Buhari, you not help him?
Go ahead.
So, yeah, I think in terms of economy also, I think I like something that our forefathers said before. It's partly true. If the Nigerian economy is bleeding, meaning that we have a lot of ways that we're actually losing revenue, vis-a-vis oil bunkering. If they don't stop that one, I don't think the country is going to recover, right? You need that money to be able to feed the economy. And in a situation whereby some people are making more money than the states, at the end of the day, it's going to like turn into insecurity and all of that, because those people, they have money to pay individuals to support them. So if they don't stop things like that, I don't think the economy can recover. And one thing I think I like about this administration so far, if they are still really serious about that they said that they're not going to borrow more money again. Though partly also it's not that like I don't know how committed they are to that, because they are saying that they don't want to borrow more, right? But at the same time, recently, NMPC or whatever they call the name now, they went ahead to go and secure, I think, $3 billion from Nasim Bank or something to be able to use it to import fuel. So, which is a little bit contradictory. But if they can come out and say they are not going to borrow more money, maybe they've seen that we've actually like put ourselves in a law for debts that can actually sometime maybe affect the country's sovereignty at some point. Maybe China is going to come one day and say, we want to take over Abuja airport or something. So we don't want that. So Nigeria is going to become a better place very soon. We pray.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'll start from the top again from the show.
Wait I do you now? Why you want to start from the top?
All right. We'll go that way. It doesn't matter.
I'm not in Nigeria again.
Ovie, there's something else that happened this week. The finance minister said that the Nigeria's economy was stable. The last time it was stable was during Jonathan's time. So put this all together. What do you make of the direction Tinubu's administration, the way they are looking at the past and how they are gradually, letting the country know where things are in terms of the economy?
I mean, I think an average Nigerian know that that's just an excuse. I mean, if they want to claim that the Nigerian vote for them, what is the reason Nigeria vote for them? Nigeria vote for them so that there will be no excuse. We all know things are not getting, things are worse, things are not getting better in Nigeria before people came out to say I can do better. So it's an excuse. I mean, this is an APC government, so it's basically saying that the last time we have a better government is when PDP was in power. So however they want to twist it, it's still on them. So you want to blame past administration. That's APC government. So I don't understand. And so who they want to? I mean, again, it's just to deceive Nigerians. We don't have anything to actually come out and say. I mean, after all, Soludo backed him up. Those are the best economists we have in the country, right? I mean, people who are extracting the Tinubu ministers one by one. I've not come across anyone that actually talk less of Wale Edu. That is one of the best we have in the country, blah, 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 and all that. And the another person we have coming from the east, which is Soludo, responded. So it's on our politics, right? If you don't want to accept all those things in our politics, so these are technocrats at the highest level, international repute, but they are speaking the language of Baba Ijebu, who has been a politician all his life since primary school. I'm telling you how the games work. It's all talk, and talk. So we are not serious people. And again, I also bring to Nigerians in here to those who are saying nuclear weapon is not the way to go. Now, what about nuclear plants to generate power? But that's what every other country is doing. Can we just build a nuclear plant so that we can generate power? I mean, maybe we'll get electricity. Can we do that for once? No, nobody is thinking about that. And the reason to me is because what are they even protecting, right? Let's talk about security. What will they protect? The only thing Nigeria has to offer the world, who can say Dangote, right? But what is Dangote producing that will be a threat, that we need a nuclear weapon to produce, to guide what we have? I think one mistake we are making, other countries that we are using as an excuse of a nuclear weapon, there's something they are known for. that the world actually needs them for. What did they need us for? We give an excuse, say, oh, Afrobeat and all that. That's entertainment. Who cares? They can only pay to come and entertain anybody they want. That's on our cycle. That's not the go back to the days of Athens, right? So that's not normal. What do we have as Nigerian that we have to say, you know what, we need to protect this? We need to protect this. We need to go get nuclear weapons to protect this. What are we offering to our neighboring country? So they give them light. We don't get light. So there are so many things that we need to, sit down and ask ourselves, so many questions. So, and it's because there's there's not that seriousness within us. And that's why people like Wale Edu will come out and say, oh, this economy has been, the last time we had a good economy was during PDP. And Soludo will say, yes, so Tinubu inherits very bad economy. From who? So we are not serious, all of us. So when I keep making an argument that the leaders we have now are our best, those are our best. You can argue it against it. 4 years time again, we will get the best of us. So if you are saying Nigeria is not getting, because initially when the show went off, when we first start, listen to the background, they are going back and forth, and Nigeria has not changed so many. The question is that, forget our leaders, within us, since you leave Nigeria 10, 20, 15 years ago, what has changed within you? Other than the fact that you now come out now, once you say, oh, things are really bad, though, but what have you done? Not you here, but in general, let's look within ourselves. What have we done differently? So today now, if the coup can't reach Nigeria herself, nothing. Now see the same people will rally around and continue again. So there are so many deep questions we need to ask ourselves. We can blame, we can choose to, anybody will call our blame. We are right. We blame Tinubu, blame Obi. We are right. But guess what? They are not strangers. They are one of us. And that's why I keep they ask, if this generation go, the next generation, which is us, me and you, our own cliques out there, and then go take over power. Are we going to do better?
Okay. Rodolph, I have a question for Righteous Man.
Oh, okay.
Righteous Man, sorry, don't forget the number. Put them again, the number.
Okay, right. I will do that. I will do that on the comment section, the chat.
All right. So let me there is a strike. Nigerian Labour Congress.
Yeah.
They're going on.
The question here.
Can I go ahead?
No, hold on. No, hold on. Okay, I'll get to it. There's a strike coming up on Tuesday. Warning strike by the Labour Congress. They are saying that the economy, the hardship is too much, that they can't withstand it. There is this idea that the Tinubu's government is trying to say, have patience, things will be okay, and that it's possible that Nigerians can adjust to this new hardship. But it appears as if it's not going to happen. There was a video, I can't play it here, but most of you have seen it, of one lady who threw her son into the river because she was asked, why did you do that? She said, no money, no food, no job. What is your take? Because the Labour Congress, they've met with the government several times. I think the government, they felt, based on what they are saying, that the government is playing them, meet with them and say, calm down, we are taking care of things. And of course, we've seen the palliative that we were told will be given to people. It wasn't significant. It wasn't any impactful to the lives of people. So the labor union, they are still under pressure by the workers that this is unsustainable. What is your take?
Well, my take is that I'm hoping that if the labor union is going to come out to want to go on strike because of what is going on currently, the economic situation of the country, what is going on currently, they will want to go the whole hog. They must have concrete demands that they are wanting to make of government. So what exactly is what they are demanding from government? Are they saying that the fuel subsidy should come back? Are they saying that salary increase should go up for workers? in that regard. So I'm sorry. It's just unfortunate that Nigerians, workers, and the fellow average Nigerian is in all of this mess that the current government has created. I mean, because they've created a problem for themselves that I don't know how they're going to dig themselves out. But and I mean, it's pretty straightforward what the government, if they really mean well for the people, you understand, except they want to maintain the status quo and create a stable economy. To want to say they want to create a stable economy. You understand? What are you trying to stabilize? The current status quo of fuel price of over 600 naira per liter, 30,000 naira minimum wage. You understand? Electricity not functioning. So stabilizing the economy it doesn't even make sense. And people are saying the current finance minister, Wale Edun, is brilliant, is this. I was reading the dailies yesterday, and this guy was talking about using the dormant account of people who are either dead or not residing in the country to fund the Nigerian economy. Who does that? Does that make any sense? Are they and the very thing they are going to do with that money is to either fund the government, to fund the pockets of politicians, pay senators or pay of or big bogus projects that we know, white elephant projects that they will never complete. So for me, I don't even see him as anything. I've not seen anything brilliant about him except on paper. That is one. Then two, like I said, the labor. I mean, I don't know where to. I empathize with that situation with Nigerians, and I don't know where this is going to lead to. I don't know if it's going to be better, but if they want to go all out, I think they should come out with. They should go all out to fight for the average Nigerian, and ask. I think the positive thing they can really do right now is to fight for salary increment, to fight for increase in wage. Rather, I mean, we don't want to go back to the status. I mean, to the previous period of subsidy. We know subsidy is non-existent right now, and we know it's going to be difficult for them to reverse themselves. You understand? But better wage salary, meaningful wage for the average worker, something meaningful. You understand? They can afford to pay for all this. But I don't know how far the government will be able to answer or maybe satisfy all of these requests or meet their demands, so to say. So, I mean, I really don't know what to say. They're in a complete mess right now. And for me, there's nothing different from Buhari government and Tinubu government. They're both APC. It was there when Buhari was implementing all of this, borrowing money. And if they, like I said, if they really mean business, this is the time for him to just lend him my own brain, lend him some advice. If he really wants to be a statesman and not an APC man, he needs to go all out and show Nigerians that he means business. All of the money that has gone out in the last 8 years, if he doesn't want to go back to Jonathan or Obasanjo regime, that has gone out in the last 8 years are traceable. Trillions of naira they have borrowed. Majority of this money was laundered. These monies are traceable. He can go after them and recover this money and use it to do projects that are meant to be done. If he thinks about it. So, and then he needs to increase salary of workers to something meaningful.
All right. Thank you. Sure.
Okay.
So sorry, before you go, I think Ruda, one problem I have with this our best, right? This Wale Odoega. They know they listen to their boss. Tinubu said there's no complaint. We beg for this job. We ask for, so why they should listen to him. They should not complain. They have no reason to complain. They only listen to their organ. That's my problem with them.
All right. Thank you. Sure, go ahead.
Well, Soludo said what he said. I think no one would disagree with Soludo based on what he said. I think we need to understand this thing. So no one is disagreeing with Soludo that the economy is dead. It's not even standing. The way he said it's standing. No. You remember there was a House of Rep member that said the economy is shaking like this 3 years ago. It's not even shaking anymore. The economy is dead. The good thing is they can't come and shout at people like me in the comment section or people who don't agree generally, because now it's coming from their own people as well. So they can't even say, oh, you're negative, you're a hater, sorry. You're negative, you're a hater, you're dooms. It's coming from Soludo, who is one of their favorites now. It's coming from, who was the other guy who said it? So they're admitting to it. And these are the things we've been saying for a while. Now, the people that were defending Buhari with their full chest, saying Buhari is the best thing that's happened to Nigeria, we won't understand what is done until it's gone. They are the people that may want to ask now that, and I said this from the day Tinubu was announced as the winner, I said, APC, it won't break like that, but you would see ACN blaming CPC, because it will be mad for Tinubu to be blaming Jonathan. It will be, nobody would even buy it. So they will find a way to blame Buhari in a subtle way. And that's what they're doing. So Buhari will take all the blame now. It was predictable. It's not a surprise. So we're not saying what Soludo said is wrong. But what we're saying is almost like, we told you so. When Buhari was there and you were all singing his praises, whatever Buhari did, you would sing from high heavens, all the money they were borrowing. We were like, this is wrong. You're borrowing money to give people handouts. You are borrowing money to do giveaway. Are you a Twitter, Instagram influencer? Why are you doing giveaway to people? 5,000, trader money. A whole professor, pastor, went to hand out money on the eve of election. Trader money. We complained about these things, but they said, no, you just hating. Nothing makes you happy. It is here now. When this one starts and we start complaining again, they will call us names. Then the next person will come, rinse and repeat. That person will blame Tinubu and they will say whatever. So that's the situation. Nothing has changed. We have a group of people who don't care about the citizens. They care about themselves. Like I keep saying, say whatever you want to say about France. It's not about Sarkozy, whatever that guy's name is. Macron. It's not about him as a person. It's about France. Whatever they're taking from Africa, as bad as slavery was to enrich, yes, a few people, but majorly their society. Whereas we have been cursed with people who just go there and negotiate for themselves only. That's the problem. That's the bane of our lives in Africa. It's across. So all these ones that they are saying, it's not news. It's not news to us that Nigerian economy is not standing, it's not shaking, it's not floating. They literally wrecked the economy. And these ones have come now. The 5 billion palliatives to the states. What has happened to it? Half is borrowed, half is gift. What's happened to it? Is that all the rights that we saw in Kwara? Is that it? That's the end of the 5 billion to each state. You can't keep doing this alimajiri lifestyle of dashing people money. It's not going to solve our problems. Thankfully, I don't know how this will end up, but Olanipekun, senior advocate of Nigeria, one of the ones representing Tinubu, he said at the colloquium in Abuja, was it yesterday? He said, you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. That the president needs to investigate all our past leaders. I don't know how far back he wants him to go. He said he needs to. I know, it might be lip service, but I like the fact that was said, at least from one of them. If we said it, they will say, oh, you are spending time chasing thieves. Nigeria, we can't do that. At least one of them said it, even if it was lip service. He said we need to investigate them. All the trillions that were budgeted to all these ministries, where have they gone? Let's retrieve this money. If we actually mean any business, let it be a deterrent to other people. But if nothing happens to these Buhari people that have just cashed out, we is to say that this current one to look at it and say, you know what? If my own Oga, the current Oga I have, is not chasing Buhari and his people, the next one won't chase us. We just have to make sure we hand over to one of our guys. Look at the Nigeria Air thing. We spoke about it here. And they told us, you're a hater. Hey, foreign direct investment, Ethiopia line. One of them have come now, FFK. Keyamo. And he stopped the whole thing because it's nonsense. It's a waste of money. So these are the things that we've been saying. Also, Olanibekun said that we should rename Nigeria, that we should change our name. He also advised the president that let us rename Nigeria. Is similar to Niger, Nigerian, too similar. So, he gave all sort of advice. He also spoke about our Naira that is now 900 to $1. He said it's useless. He said that needs to be investigated. How did we get there? I hope that when they are doing this Naira value investigation, they won't stop at May 2023. They have to check how we go to 900 because as at May 2023, before they did this, their kite that they are floating, It wasn't 900 to 1. So they should do the full investigation. All I'm going to advise them is take the advice of Olani Pekun and run with it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. James.
Yes, thank you. I hope you are hearing me.
Yes.
Good, thank you. You see, government is immutable because it is a continuum. C-O-N-T-I-U-U-M. It's a continuum. Bola Tinubu cannot say that Ghana was owing Nigeria so amount of money before I came, so it's not my responsibility to collect the money. So government is continuum. Whatever reasons they are giving is unadulterated nonsense because it is destitute of common sense. Now, Shehu Sani, I think the governor, sorry, the legislator from
former senator,
Shehu Sani, he said clearly that the only way out for Tinubu to get out of this problem is a commission of inquiry for the whole country. And this is precisely what Murtala Mohammed did in 1975. When he came, all states in the country set up commissions of inquiry. In Midwest state of those days, we had the Mudiaga OJ Commission of Inquiry. They probed everybody, and those who were disciplined were disciplined. Those who were congratulated were congratulated. Anything short of that shows that Tinubu is just is a clown. I'm sure you are aware that I don't believe in the existence of God. So people call it a taste. That is good enough. But the situation we find ourselves now, I think I have cause to say, hallelujah, for the kingdom of God is at hand. Because we are inching towards a revolution. All they are doing is not justification of an outbreak of a revolution. When we talk of revolution, people are always very scared of bloodshed. But it's just like there's a food in Nigeria those days, they call it akara. I don't know the English word for it. The Beninese call it akara. How can you enjoy akara without eating the pepper in it? Because the pepper spiced it, and when you eat it, although you feel a bit uncomfortable, but you enjoy the flavor. That is how revolution and bloodshed are. They are inseparable. In this world we live, some people must die for others to live. Jesus Christ died for those who never knew, generations unborn, for them to gain freedom. The Prophet of Islam suffered horrendously in order for his followers to reap the reward of whatever he's preaching to them. So the kingdom of God, from the look of things, is at hand. Because these people, they have no bearing, they have no direction. So what they do is of inquiry. And lastly, I remember about less than a year ago, I said on the various platform, Mr. Ovie is my witness. There was no need for the election. We need to reorganize the country thoroughly before we talk about election. But however, we've already had the election. Unfortunately, during the electionary campaign, no party had a clear-cut program. None at all. Unlike what I'm used to during the days of Awolowo. Awolowo came to Benin, told us clearly, I'll give you free education at all levels, free medical services, integrated rural development, full and gainful employment. At the end of the administration, it was clear that it could not fulfill all. Free education 100% and free medical services to some extent. The other two, in fairness, the man failed. But his education policy was unqualified. The success was unqualified. That we in Benin, I don't know of the West, we overlooked the other two he could not perform because he rescued us from illiteracy. Generation born with, because I'm an educated man, I benefit from that program. My children must be educated because I'm educated. So Awolowo rescued generations unborn from illiteracy. But these parties we have today, none of them had clear-cut political programs during the army manifestos, during the election. This is why we are in a mess right now. But however, the kingdom of God, permit me, Mr. Rudolph, to say, is already at hand. Thank you.
All right, thank you, James. And just a reminder for tomorrow, you can actually come there's a medical doctor who believes that we need more religion, not less of it. So you can come and have a conversation with him about that. Somebody's watching watching football. So anyway, I will hand this over to Mr. Shaw. I want to take care of something. I will be back in a few minutes. But sure, you can continue along the line. I think the next person is Alaba, most likely, yeah. And then, of course, remember, he just came in. Yeah.
Can I say something I want to leave also?
Oh, Niger go better.
Talking about what Soludo said and what's like people's comment here, I don't think I've said Jonathan administration was any better than Buhari administration. Like I do say, Nigeria's situation is just like a rotten apple. So yesterday was better than today, right? And today is going to be better than tomorrow, except something drastic is done. So to me, Jonathan was bad, Buhari was bad. Jonathan, maybe Obasanjo wasn't as bad as them, but he was also a bad leader. With this Tinubu administration, I think time will tell, maybe in the next couple of months, if he's still there. So we'll see what's going to be, what kind of administration is going to be. And talking about, okay, they need to set up a panel of inquiry. On paper, it sounds very good, and it's the right thing to do, to investigate all the past administrations. But historically in Nigeria, that panel also is going to be panel of rogues. As you can see currently in the Federal House of Reps, I think Honorable Yagi or whatever they call him, is there investigating the MDAs for job racketeering or something. But it's also been alleged now that it's just collecting money from those MDAs. We've had in the past, what's the name of this very short man, Honorable Farouk Lawa, if I'm correct, that was investigating oil subsidy then. So I don't think we've seen any investigation in the past that's been fruitful. And majorly because people in that panel also, most of them, they are not people of integrity. If you look at it, okay, if Tinubu is setting up the inquiry now, people will say maybe they need to do the same thing in Lagos State. Let's see whether it's going to be able to come out clean also. So you can't say an armed robber should be the one to probe at other armed robbers. They will point fingers at him also that, oh, you're also as bad as we are. So I don't think that's the right thing to do with the situation of Nigeria. We just need a good government that's going to maybe reposition the economy and give Nigeria at least a secure environment that people can do their business without fear of being attacked or being robbed. And give people electricity. Nigerians are going to do well in their business. They don't need government giving them pennies or whatever. So what Nigerians are just asking for are basically good roads, electricity, security, and people will be able to take care of the rest. For me, if we have all of those things working, I don't think the cost of living in Nigeria is actually very high compared to even the neighboring African countries, starting from the same petrol that the price just went up. The problem is because the country is not developing. People are not able to work. People are not able to do their business the way they should do the business. That's the problem. The problem is not because the cost of living is going up. Nigeria is still relatively cheaper than most other countries, even the neighboring African countries. Even with this increase in fuel price, I think Nigeria is still one of the cheapest one around. We can say, okay, Nigeria is oil producing. We have some oil producing also there. Gabon has 2-something million people with higher GDP than Nigeria. They're still poorer than us. But let the government give us good electricity. Let them give Nigerians good roads, security. People are going to develop themselves. The business are there. The population is there for economy to strive. So, but in the situation whereby you have people that want to do business, people cannot travel freely from Lagos to Ibadan, an example. There's no way that kind of country is going to grow. As we are all here now, we are all Nigerians. you think twice before you take your money from America here now and go and invest in Nigeria. So if is that bad as a Nigerian, I don't have that confidence to go and invest my money back in Nigeria. Do you think somebody from the neighboring African country, somebody in Europe or European or American will have that confidence to go and invest their money? So that's the problem we have. It's not the standard or it's not the cost of living, all of those things. So those are just symptoms of the situation of things. Things needs to improve in that direction so that the place is secure, is good, electricity, people can do their business, and there's law that's going to be like consequence that if I'm doing business with Mr. A as an example, if he's taking advantage of me, I should be able to approach court or approach the security people, and they're going to intervene and they're going to come to my rescue. But if you don't have all of those things, I think we're just deceiving ourselves. So thank you very much, everybody.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good point, Niger. Go better.
Thank you. Let me see who else is there in the background. I can see. Okay. So it's Alaba who's speaking next. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Well, my own position is a little bit different from what most people come down here and say. I think when we start using terms like let the government give us this, let the government give us that, we're going back to primitive ages. The government is not in the business of give. The government is in the business of law and order and enforcement. Government doesn't give. Let me see, when we have military, we have bad laws that we are enforced. When we have civilian government, we have partially good laws or good laws that are not enforced. Let me be very clear to everybody. No society is going to move without the enforcement of laws, whether the laws are good or bad. When apartheid was in session, they had bad laws, but it was enforced, and apartheid moved forward. When apartheid was dismantled, it was replaced by good laws. And now South Africa is moving forward. In Nigeria, we have a lawless society, even though we have laws in the book. Now, everybody keeps saying, give us electricity, give us this, give us road, give us that. Nigeria will move forward. That's a fallacy. Nigeria will not move forward until you get the first thing first. You cannot, I repeat, you cannot make a mockery of the rule of law by putting the cart before the horse and expect to move forward. Also, nobody does the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. We've been doing the same thing over and over, and we come every day expecting a different result. This was why this year of awareness, this 2023, is very important. We have to get the first thing right, the process of selecting who rule us. Once we get those wrong, nothing else would work. Now, we have an election whereby it's being disputed because some people feel they can do things their own way and others' opinion don't count. You cannot move forward in that situation. If the people are made to believe that, yes, their vote truly counts and they can change any bad ruler, it doesn't matter what bad ruler you have, even being Hitler. As long as the people's power to change them are possible, the country will move forward. We don't have that in Nigeria. All of you believe we have democracy. You call it democracy since 1999. To me, it wasn't democracy. It was a permanent coup d'etat by the ruling elites against the masses. Now we begin, because of technology, to see just that maybe we can have this thing called democracy, which will provide us dividends like electricity, good roads, law and order. Some people still swindled it or mangled it or messed it up because they are who they are. They are the landlords of Nigeria. And they come here and talk about how their policy is going to work. Their policy will never work because nobody's talking about the big elephant in the room. the big elephant, which is impunity and corruption. Nobody's talking about it. The same government that was ruling 8 years ago has taken over from themselves. Now they want to point finger to those people as if they are different. Soludo is talking, and you are all listening. That is a dead horse that is standing. What is standing about a dead horse? That's an insult on our intelligence. Show me a dead horse that is standing. A dead horse is flat on the ground. It's not standing. No horse that is dead is standing. That's a misuse of syllable, misuse of words, and abuse of language. And we are here arguing about it. A dead horse that is standing. A dead horse is dead. It's on the ground. Or maybe the horse in the picture might be the dead horse that is standing. Yes, that is what Nigeria is. But who made the horse dead? The same group of people who are condemned, who are saying it's a dead horse. The same APC. Are they different from each other? Is Buhari different from Tinubu? Emilokan. I gave it to you, give it back to me. Now he's talking about this policy, that policy. They have they have this one. He's an expert in economics. Stop fooling yourselves, Nigerians. Let us stop this foolery. Because all these people are not there to fix the country. They're there to share whatever is left and tax the people. Because they don't believe in the country. They don't believe in the rule of law. They don't believe in democracy. They don't believe in progress. They believe as long as it works for them and they can get their share of the national resources, they are okay. And we are all here talking about their policy this, policy that, removing of subsidy that, this, that. We're fooling ourselves. We got to go back to the basic, make sure the people can decide. That's why I'm not a strong fan of Obio. That's why this election is important. Let the people's votes count. And this election is bringing out all the deaths of Nigerians. All the fake pastors are coming out. We now see where they stand. By their fruit, we shall know them. This election is bringing out all the deaths on all of them. Not just the pastors, but the judges. The same people that have killed Nigeria. Nigeria is a country where professors are rigging elections for certificate forgers. Pastors are praying for criminals. You understand? And you want things to work. You have judges who have perverted justice for years. All the criminals walking around, ruling, enemies of the state. People that should be in prison because of their atrocities against the state are running the state. And you expect to be progress. And we're talking about it. Soludo
All right,
said.
if you round up in 30 seconds, please.
Yeah. Well, let me quickly round up. So, as I was saying, so all these things put together, we got to stop putting the cart before the horse. We have to face the main fact first. We have to iron out this 2023 election. If we can prove to our people that their votes count, that change will begins to happen slowly. Other than that, we should be looking forward to a violent, unimaginable change. And it's going to happen. The boil is going to burst, whether we like it or not. It's either we do it peaceful, slow and steady, or we let nature take its course. And nature, when it takes its course, is highly unpredictable and very violent. That's all I got to say.
All right. Thank you very much, Alaba, for your support.
Thank you very much indeed. Please, Mr. Shaw, I have to leave. Thank you so much.
All right, no problem at all.
I wish you all good night.
Take care, Mr. James. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James.
Okay.
All right, AY.
Okay.
AY don't talk. AY, you don't talk too much, sir. Make people we never talk.
I give up, sir. San Antonio. See me. I give up. Oh yeah, let him talk. Give to Ike.
Okay.
Ike.
So, okay. 1 second. Let me do this.
Should that go
Okay,
ahead?
I was just playing, but let me go ahead then.
Go ahead,
Thank
Ike.
you for
Yeah,
thank you for giving me the opportunity.
See,
Sure, Oga. I dey throw away salute. I throw away salute for everybody where they here. First of all, let me go to Soludo because that is the state where I come from. That is a place I love. I'm one of the people, to be honest with you, that supported Soludo to the maximum. Not financially, but talking to my people to say vote for Soludo. Soludo is one of the most disappointment person that I have ever met in my life. He can speak all the grammar. He have PhD in economics. We have people who have PhD in physicists. They are not making noise. Soludo portray himself as well-educated individual, but I'm sorry to tell you, he's a tyrant. Why do I say that? He came in, lied to our people that he will follow the footsteps of Peter Obi. That is how he campaigned. He said, I will follow footsteps of Peter Obi. I will make Anambra State the Dubai of Africa. I will make Anambra State the Thailand of Africa. Anambra State, if we are not careful, will be the worst state in the union. Why do I say that? Flood happened. And from the area of Anambra State where the flood punished people, punished our area to get into my community is the hardest thing. When you drive, you park your car, you get into canoe, and canoe throw you, you get into the other side and get into keke to go to your house. Soludo have audacity to say, your people did not vote for me, so that community is not a priority. Tell me an educated individual who believe in that. If you're educated and your education not only in Nigeria, but it took you to Western world, and you see the good things, how governance is in Western world, and you come to your own area, you cannot duplicate it because of, I hate the idea when we blame what the federal is doing to southeast, southwest, not that. The little that you receive, what did you do with it? Peter Obi received the same thing during his time. He used it to change Anambra State. People say he saved money. There are things that he should have done. My brother, as you are today, you're broke, probably. You work and pay your bills. But you still reserve something for your retirement. We that live in Western world, because your children, you don't know where they're going to end up, because the girls might marry a guy and they never remember you. The boys might marry a girl and the girl take them away from you. So Western world taught you to have for rainy days, to live some, even of hardship you have, live some, pay your bill, live a little bit. And that's what he did. Now, Soludo come to say that he inherited economy was dead. Can I say something? This is exactly what Peter Obi was preaching. I don't want to elect somebody, but they say what they see is not what they expected. This Tinubu team was here telling us that they're going to do the same thing Buhari is doing. Now, they want to dissociate themselves from Buhari that ruling Nigeria, which is
is it just me, or is it just me, or has San Antonio's connection gone really bad?
Can you hear me?
It is bad. He has even frozen.
Yeah, you're frozen. We can hear you, but it's all muffled. You're on APC Wi-Fi. No. So maybe drop off on APC internet. So let's go to Eccentric.
Hey, please, can I say something before I go? Sure, I want to go to office. I'm trying to. Maybe I will join you guys from office.
Okay,
go
ahead. Yeah, briefly.
Yeah, briefly before I leave, so that I might join from the office as I go.
Okay, yeah, briefly, please.
Okay. My brother Alaba has gone. I just want to thank him for everything. He said 95% of what I wanted to say. But on Soludo, Ike should not be crying, because you remember that what Soludo did when Atiku came to Anambra State. Why is he switching over now to APC? Because he has found out that the Wike, his friends, have decided to destroy PDP. So he's looking for a cover. So don't be surprised that before he finishes as governor of Anambra State, he will become an APC member. Because he know that Val Ozigbo is coming to be the governor of Anambra State, because no right-thinking man in Anambra State is going to give him any vote. Because this is his last governor as Anambra State governor. Because he has proven to us, like every other person I say, professors and doctors and physicians and scientists that are rigging the election for certificate forgers, people who forge certificate, people who didn't go to school, professors, scientists, academicians, lawyers, they are forging certificate for a man that has no classmate in primary school, no classmate in secondary school, no classmate in university. We don't even know whether he went to the university. They said the name was the name of a woman. This is the same people that are forging certificate for such a man. So what do you expect? Like my brother Alaba said, I say it every time here. Anybody that is telling me that I'm going to move on from 2023 election is wasting your time. Because this is the last chance and opportunity Nigeria have to exist as a nation. So if the judiciary, if they like, let Mahmoud, who called the election by 4 a.m., let them and Wike, let them call a different call on this judiciary. But I am telling you, this Nigeria we are seeing now, this September, whether they want to delay it till any time, but whether they want to call it by midnight as Mahmoud did, the last chance of Nigeria as a nation is this month of September. We shall see what is going to happen after the pronouncement of election. But anybody who is telling me here that new Nigeria is not possible, like my brother Alaba said, is either by peaceful means or it's going to be by violence. Because Nigeria can never, ever continue this way. The same group of people. Look at our brother who is in Nigeria, who is telling us about how his business is folding. He is looking his business. He's watching his business that he suffered for more than 40 years working for. He's watching the business crumbling before his own eyes. And you're telling me that we are going to just say, oh, let's move on. Anybody who tells me move on, I am telling you that your generation will move on. Because I am not moving on at the age of 60 years.
Don't let them move on. I
am not moving on anywhere until this month. Nigeria will decide what they want. Those people who are suffering in Nigeria, if you people say because
but to Ike's point, it's like these people know the country is going to fall apart and they are just cashing out. That's what I feel. It's like they know it's going to disintegrate and everybody is just using the opportunity to cash out.
They've been cashing out from day one. It's just it would increase every day, every year. The cashing out would increase. It's nothing new. Nigeria will be here 20 years and the cashing out will continue, unfortunately. But Uncle Ike, please round off in 30 seconds.
So what I'm trying to tell you, there is no how illegitimacy can beget legitimacy. It's not going to work. Illegitimacy will ever beget illegitimacy. 1,000 lies will always remain a lie. You can never turn it to be true. It can be true for you for a while. But you see, you can never hide the truth. So, Soludo and his people like him, because right now, Hope Uzodinma has Omai, and he is the third person. APC want to use him right now, as Buhari used Hope Uzodinma and Omai in the eastern Nigeria. So, all this is politics he's playing. This is his last chance as governor of Anambra State.
Okay.
Val Ozigbo is coming to Anambra State. Thank you. I'll join you when I go to the office.
All right, then. Thank you. Speak to you later. Who's next? Ewa, I know you give up your turn. Are you?
Ewa, thank you for.
You're welcome. Chim, you want to take my space again? Go ahead, Chim.
No, go on. No, go on. I thought it was even eccentric.
No. So before Chim, we've got eccentric. We had another gentleman who's, I think he's busy. Yours goes little one. I can see him. Once you're ready, just let me know. James Cliff, once you're back to your camera, then I'll bring you back on. But eccentric, welcome to the show. Where are you joining us from?
Thank you. Generally I'm from Nigeria. I'm from
No, where are you joining from?
Are you in
where am I
Nigeria?
joining from? From Washington State.
Yeah, all right.
Somewhere in
Good to have
Washington.
you. Have you been listening to the discussion so far, or?
I have, yeah. I came when Rudolph was here.
Yeah, just before he left.
Yeah, I think the topic is kind of like everywhere, basically centered on politics, right?
Yes.
So yeah, well, my comment is going to be a response to some of the points made, right?
Okay.
Like for instance, I was making comments on the comment sections. I was saying that the problem is really not like, for instance, we've been seeing this happen for so long, even from the 80s. It's the same thing. Military takeover. The military are the same thing. Buhari, right? He had austerity measures. This was like an IMF part of that. Like if IMF gives you a loan, they will want you to institute austerity measure, right? They'll tell you don't invest in education, don't invest in social programs, right? That's part of it. And if you look at most of the leaders after that, they kind of govern like they're giving IMF mandates. Like for instance, Tinubu, right? Tinubu is like, I think he's like a puppet of the West, right? So with the thing going on in Niger Republic, right? It kind of exposed Nigerian leaders to a certain point, right? I think Nigeria is kind of like a battering ram, for the West. So if there's any problem, with the investments in Western Africa, right, they will use Nigeria to correct, the problem and push Africa to the West, right? But right now, it's like their hands is full. They don't know where to go. They don't know if they should go to Burkina Faso, Niger Republic, or recently Gabon, right? But I think that's probably the root of our problem. It's the West, man. And my criticism is the system, right? We practice democracy and capitalism. I do not like any of those systems. I don't like a Western version of democracy. It's a ruse, man. It's a farce. It's not a real system.
So
if you actually probe the system, if you think about it, the capitalism that we practice is a joke, right? It's a system where they give you an illusion that you're a part of the system, right? You go in, you vote, but who are you voting for? You're voting for the leaders that they put on the ballot. You're not going to vote someone that's not in the ballot, right? The elites are going to put themselves there. So if you vote Tinubu, if you vote, let's say Abubakar or whoever that was the candidate, right? It's the same people. They will employ the same people, the same oligarchs, the same guys running the government from behind, and they will still carry out their Western mandates. At the end of the day, nothing is going to change. It's going to be the same thing, no matter who you elect. Like if Obi becomes the president, I don't see any change. The guy he's not revolutionary. Like I didn't see anything in his platform that shows that he's a people's person. He's not for the workers, man. He's not a workers person. He doesn't have any policies that's like empowering the people or the working class. Like someone said, if they have electricity and have good roads and have security, people will get unemployment. But that's not true. In the United States, we have all that, and unemployment is going up. We have a lot of homelessness in like the Skid Row. You guys see them on the internet. They have everything, right? The problem is the system. It's the neoliberal capitalism. That's the system. And the thing is, Nigerians, we adopted this system from the colonizers, man. These guys they don't have our good interests at heart, especially the West. The West does not like the third world countries or the countries in the global South, right? All they care about is their own interests. They'll come in, siphon, take in all your resources for their own betterment. They don't care about you. They don't look at Niger Republic, right? The France go in there and take uranium, take all the natural resources, not just uranium. They take a lot of things out there, and Niger Republic, 80% of the people there don't have electricity. You know what I mean? This is how these guys operate. They are not sincere. They care about themselves. They're very tribal. They're more, I tell people this and they're like, what are you talking about? The Westerners are more tribal than Africans. That's why they only care about themselves. And tribalism is a system of, it's a selfish system. You only care about your own people, your own family, the people that looks like you. Their own tribalism is in a form of racism. That's the highest form of tribalism. I can tell you that.
Okay.
And
so
it's worse
what's your preference in terms of systems of governance? What's your preference?
So, okay, Well, my preference is this, right? The people, right? Empowering the people, the workers are the people that are the engine of the society, right? The workers are the engine. The people that's working in shops, small businesses, big businesses, investors, and all that. These are the small person that's working at the bar. These are the people that makes the economy work. They make the society work, not the big guys, not the Dangote. Dangote right now, he can't do anything. I don't think he can actually go inside his cement factory and make a cement. He can't, but he has money. Just for the fact that he has money and extract labor and make billions doesn't mean that he contributes anything in the system. You know what I'm saying? He has money, right? That's the system. It's capitalism. Like a lot of us do it when we are in the West. We do it. We send money back in Nigeria. We start businesses. We pay people starvation wages, and then we take we extract resources. We take the money. We build big houses over there, and make the housing prices go up. And like if you look at Lagos State, for instance, it's like a perfect example of the inequality in Nigeria. There are two different Lagos states. There are island, and then there are mainland Lagos State. If you go to mainland, from the island to the mainland, almost feel like you're going to the barrio in Brazil. It's like a total different world. You got the millionaires, you got the guys with the big money over there, and then over here you got poor people that work for the guys that live over on the island. So that's the inequality. Okay, for instance, like my system, right, is modeled after the human body. Right, our body has to cooperate. All our cells have their jobs, right? The histamines, the white blood cells, they all do something in the body, right? If we get sick, if we get cold, our body starts shivering. We make heat. We create heat. When your body starts shivering like that, it's creating heat to protect you from the cold, right? When you're in a hot place, you start sweating. It's making.
Quick question.
So that system, it's a system that's like it's a natural system like that. Handles the problem automatically. So for instance, there is no reason why someone in the island should be driving a Ferrari while someone in the mainland can't even get to work. It makes no sense. It's like you're eating a vitamin to take care of your fingers. You got headache.
So are you saying everyone should live on the same level?
Exactly. Everyone should live on the same level. It's a society, right? Yeah, think about this. Think about this.
In what society does this exist? In what
society is modeled after, let me ask you a question. Society is modeled after a family, right? If you cook food, you want to make sure everyone in your family eat almost the same.
That's ideal. That's the ideal. But I'm saying, in what country of the world?
That's a society. That's how you run a society. A society is made out of the members. The society is made out of the members, right? It's like a family and extended, the family is a microcosm of a society, right? And then it expands, it becomes a
quick question.
Right? I get that, but what I'm saying is, in what society, in what country does this exist that everyone lives on the same level? No one drives a Ferrari, everybody catches a train.
That's the goal. That should be before the West.
I think sorry to budge in. I think what he's saying is that it's not exactly saying that everybody should be equal, but I think there should be something there to make life easy for the common man.
I personally think what we need to do is to raise the level of the people at the bottom. There would always be gap.
But what he's saying is that the rich can have what they want, but at least the common man should have some sort of transportation.
All right.
The gap is going to exist. Yeah, go on.
What's your question to Centric?
Sure, put it this way. When we have a middle class that is large, you can conclude that a society is fair, is doing good. My question, first of all, I need to make a correction. So it's not everybody that live on Lagos mainland that is poor. No, we have billionaires on Lagos mainland as well. The other thing is, you were actually blaming the West for everything that is basically happening in Nigeria, in Africa.
Yes, they colonized Africa, colonized Nigeria, and they left the system there.
Hold on.
Go on. Now it's my turn, though. It's my turn. You don't take my turn.
I'm asking you a question. I want to ask you a question. Basically, when you look at other countries, right? Let's say, for example, like India, Malaysia, Singapore, the leaders, they are able to work for their people, work for their country.
That's not true.
Different.
That's not true.
Not true.
Those countries don't work. India. What do you mean, India? The inequality in India, it's almost the same thing as Nigeria. You got people that are the lower caste.
hold on. I'm not talking about the inequality. I'm talking about
Okay, ask a question. This is no longer a question, no. Ask a question so that he answers.
Ask a question.
Okay. Now the question is, why are you blaming the West for the problem in Africa? You can't completely, because
that's the only thing you got from the whole thing. Okay, hold on. Why am I blaming the West? The reason why that's the origin of it all, right? Like I said, I do not like the systems. I don't like capitalism, especially the neoliberal capitalism. I don't like anything capitalism at all, right? Neoliberal capitalism is the problem. Who introduced neoliberal capitalism to Africa? The West, not us, right? Before that, if you go to the villages, right, you can see the system, the organic traditional systems that we have in the villages. I remember my mom, whenever she travels to the village, right, she will bring like crayfish, rice, and give it out to the women in the village. When she's going back, they will give her gari. And those women, right, they don't have electricity, they don't have industries and all that, but they leave, you know what I'm saying? They have food. They have enough to take care of themselves. I didn't see any hungry person in the village. And the village is called, it's called Amiibo, and it's Sukwata local government, right? They don't have electricity there. They have everything they need. The widow, there was a woman, she lost her husband. She could not go to the farm. And because she was old, the kids in the village actually go to her farm and bring stuff for her, bring cassava, bring finished goods for her. So this is like a community. It's a community, right? It's a small fragment of the society, right? It's hard to, you know, to implement that kind of system in the broader society, but that's what we should be going for. Yeah, go on.
Eccentricate, I totally agree with you. You have a valid point. Look, you're saying something that most of the Nigerians are not listening to. We adopted the white man supremacy concept of I'm better than this guy. That is what we have adopted, and it's reflecting in our policy, in our system, in our way we treat each other as Africans. Look, the white man, essentially from the days he came as to pick us as slaves, has considered us not equal to be him, not human enough. We are 3/5 of a human. So we adopted this. I can even give you a specific example. Let me tell you, when I came to America, I found out that what we used to call boys' quarters in Nigeria happens to be a part of the building, is the garage where they keep things. But in Nigeria, the big man stays in the main house while the housemaid stays in the boys' quarter. So imagine when you have somebody like that making policy for a country. They don't believe people should be equal. It's a feudal system in their head that
it's a feudal. It's a feudal system. It came out of.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
The system came out of slavery.
So he's saying that you can, in no world can you where everybody is equal, right? Everybody is not equal in terms of financial resources, but everybody is equal in terms of their human right, their basic needs, and what they are provided.
And that's why I said. And that's why I said that.
All right. So listen, right? If you don't have enough to eat, do you really have a right? Right? Like someone said something about insecurity, right? The reason why there's insecurity in Nigeria is because of hunger. I read a story about two little boys in Lagos, right? They catfished a white American boy that was in high school, right? They catfished them and pretended that they were women. So he showed them, you know, pictures. This is the internet. This is YouTube. I'm not gonna say the picture he sent to them, but they were blackmailing him to a point where he killed himself, right? Those kind of atrocities is gonna happen, right? It's gonna get worse because these guys are hungry. Right? When a man is hungry, he's willing to go as far as possible. If you go to Nigeria and get robbed, it's not because those guys are bad. It's because of the system. It happens in the jungle.
And if
there's no animals in the jungle, the lions will attack. Right? Our body does the same
someone
thing.
Is robbed in the US.
Say that again. What did you say, Shu?
I'm saying so. People get robbed in the US.
Yes, people get robbed.
Exactly. That's why I said. That's why I said the system. You know, someone said, you know, trying to make comparisons. I was like, yeah, the same thing is happening here. We have electricity. We have everything here, and we still have unemployment. Look at the Skid Row. I mentioned that.
To get that right. All right, Chim. Chim's got a question for you.
Okay, go on.
Mine is not a question. Mine is a contribution.
Oh, okay. So I'll let him finish. Once he finishes,
Okay,
then I'll come
no
to you.
problem.
So
No
round off
problem.
Eccentric in 30 seconds.
How many minutes? Okay, 30 seconds. All right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like I said, we need to reform the system. If we don't reform the system, what we call a corruption, it's not really corruption. In America, they are legal. Those things are legal. You know, you can bribe politicians, right? It's called Citizens United. The companies can actually bribe politicians and push them. And like the media companies are there, you know, they are like gatekeepers, right? If they like a candidate, they will push the candidate. And guess what? The people will vote for the candidate because of behavioral psychology. People like what they see. That's why when we go to the market, we buy the brands that we know. The same thing is going on in Nigeria. But the problem is, you know, we don't, if we allow the system the way it is, you're going to have the elites. It's not going to be Tinubu. 8 years from now, Tinubu will be gone. You're going to have someone else similar. It's going to be the revolving door, same thing. It's going to keep going. You need to change the system.
All right.
Change the system, change the economic system. You know, bring a system that's fair, a fair system. I don't care.
Socialism?
You can work hard all you want. There's no reason why you should be driving a
How do
Ferrari.
we change the system, though?
No, Olumide, please let's run it off so we can go to.
Okay, let's round it up. There's no reason why anyone should be riding a Ferrari in freaking Lagos State while someone can't even eat 2 square meals. I'm gonna rob you. I'll shoot up your Ferrari. You see, you know what I'm saying? You are taking the money that belongs to everyone because society's budget money for the society, right? The money that's budgeted is made for everyone. And a lot of Nigerians, a lot of graduates don't have a job. They don't have anything to contribute. They go on the internet and do fraud.
All right.
They can do better.
Last question.
We'll come back to you.
Capitalism or socialism? Which one do you?
Socialism?
Socialism or
there's a lot of systems you can practice. Socialism, there's no single socialism, right? There are socialism with
what is your preference? What is your
it's not before he answers, I think both should be combined. In
Let's
America, capitalism is combined with socialism. If you
that's
why they give welfare check. That's socialism.
I don't care about the name of it. I don't care about the name of it. It's the idea.
Definitions to it. It's the question of equity. You can ride your Ferrari, but as long as you're paying tax to pay for that Ferrari, that tax will help feed someone else.
Alaba, I agree with you 100%.
All right, so
good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Eccentric. Eccentric, your points are well noted. I'm going to ask some hypothetical questions. You don't have to answer them. I'm not sure how long ago you went to the United States. Whether you went as an adult or you were taken there by your parents as a child. So it's both of them are different things. But I do know you live in a society where we talk about the American dream. And that American dream symbolizes the fact that people who are in societies where they don't have the chance to accomplish their goals in life, you move to the United States and you have a fair chance with hard work to accomplish your goals. Now, you do know that you live in a country that was not built by the government. You live in a country that was built by individuals. If you know the history of America properly, the Rockefellers of this world and all those people, they literally built America, and then the government started coming in and everything. Now, so my point is this. You said something which is correct. There is no system that is foolproof. You don't have 100% capitalist. I live in Canada. Canada is not a capitalist country. Sorry, I disagree with the Canadians who ever claimed Canada. Canada is a welfarist, almost leaning. The difference between Canada and China is that Canada has elections. Canada has political parties. Canada talks about freedom of speech and all those things. But when it comes to the practice of economic activity, there is so much monopoly in Canada. A few people run the economy, and then yet Canada claims to be a capitalist nation, which is not correct. So I do not agree with you again when you say that someone should not ride a Ferrari in Lagos when people are poor. Excuse me? I mean, as a Christian, the Bible says you would always have the poor. It is not even if government like a government like in Nigeria that intentionally creates poverty for its people, there are societies where, because of politics, there will be a government that will come with these economic policies, will change things, and you suddenly see a boom. And then fewer people will be poor and more people will move out from the poverty level. Then there's also a government that will come by its own actions and economic programs, like the United States is doing right now under Biden,
you will create poverty. You will create food stamps. And I personally think in the Western world, whether you are on the liberal or conservative side of the political divide, my understanding is that most of the liberal political parties actually create poverty because they have this myopic, they have this what's it called? It's idealistic perspective. You want to level society. You cannot level society. By even the virtue of the creator nature, we don't all come on the same height. Show has beard. I don't have that kind of side balls. There are some people who don't have beards. We all come in different shapes and in different sizes. And therefore, based off your economic activity, based off your financial decisions in life, you will either tend towards some form of prosperity. I don't want to even talk about being rich versus some form of poverty. It is not the system sometimes. Yes, there are societies like Nigeria where, because of the way we run a prebendal rent system, we create an economically wealthy group of people who do nothing but go to the political sphere to milk the society, versus in some other societies where they create opportunities. Now, should the government's job be to help people to become more prosperous? Yes. The government's job is to create opportunities and then people take advantage of it and grow wealth. But to say that because you want to cut inequality, then you intentionally, somebody who is working hard, which is what the ordinary definition of socialism when my primary school was, take from the, is the definition of it? Socialism is a system of government where you attend to people's needs based on what they need. In all those kinds of, I don't know, sure, I'm not defining it very, but I'm sure you have an idea of what I'm talking about. That is not the job of government to say, Alaba has worked hard, Alaba has made 3 billion. Let's take, Alaba only needs only $200. Let's take every other thing Alaba has and then go and redistribute it. I am not in support of wealth distribution. I am in support of creating opportunities for people.
You are misrepresenting the concept. I wanted to say that you're misrepresenting the concept.
Can I finish? You create opportunity for people to create wealth. That is where you see, for instance, an Elon Musk, who originally is from South Africa, moved to the United States and he creates that level of wealth. That is what society and government does for you. You have an idea. American society, at least I'm using America, I don't live in the US, but at least I have a fair understanding of what happens there because I live across the border. You create an opportunity, people come with ideas. Sometimes government gives them fundings and they create wealth. And then they get into an agreement where there's a tax rebate for them because of the wealth, the idea they have come up with. Listen, it would be wrong for you to rob somebody who, I have no problem with Dangote being a wealthy man. What I have a problem with is that Dangote's wealth is not his hard work. Dangote's wealth is because he is a rent seeker. Any government in power, he supports it. In a situation where Ibeto cement is destroyed to make Dangote grow, that's not a system. There should be fair competition. If Dangote has superior skills, he raises better cement. Let the buyers be the decider to say, oh, we prefer Ibeto cement over Dangote or vice versa. But what we do in Nigeria is that Nigeria is a society where if the president discovers that, eccentric is my man, then I begin to channel contracts towards eccentric. Then I begin to give eccentric benefits that will suddenly blow him up, and then he will have the whole wealth. That's how we've created all these rich men in Nigeria. It is not because many of them have any specific anything, whether it is those of them who were buying up the banks, like Elumelu and Co., or even Dangote himself. We see what is going on. So to that extent, I do not agree with you, eccentric. But back to Soludo.
Yeah, please.
Soludo is a huge disappointment. Why? I think if anybody who has taken care to look at Soludo's rise, you will see he's an opportunist. Everything he has done is to grow on people's head to climb. It is not because he's an intelligent man, yes, maybe first class and all those things, yes. But you can see that everything he does is literally sucking up to the powers that be. He sucked up and he became special assistant to Obasanjo. He sucked up and he became central bank governor. Then he went to the central bank that he was supposed to be leading and be the regulator. He started hobnobbing with the bankers. And that is where his failure started. Even so that he has become governor of Anambra State, we can see that the man, he just feels this superiority over people because of his education. And I was one of those who told people of Anambra State when he was running, I said, this guy is going to look down on people when he becomes a governor. And that's exactly what he has started doing. That's exactly what he has started doing. So I don't understand this whole notion that we are removing subsidy because subsidy is a scam. Okay, fine, subsidy is a scam. What about the scammers? What has happened to the scammers? So people scam the society and you let them to go away with the money and you are punishing Nigerians. There is subsidy everywhere. I live in Canada. Because of the increased oil prices, what did the province, not even the Canadian government, because the province is within their powers to do that, they removed sales tax, gas sales tax, so that the gas prices don't go off the roof. They said to help people who remove that tax so that you can buy tax at an affordable rate. Until when the gas international prices drops down, then we put back the tax. That is subsidy. That is subsidy. That is what the Nigerian society does not understand. There is nowhere in this world that there is no subsidy. The American government subsidizes farmers. Most of the European nations subsidize electricity. If you don't do that, many people cannot pay for their gases. Many people will die of cold. So there is nowhere in this world, even China subsidizes things for its people. Everybody is in the form of subsidy.
Okay.
So my point is, the Nigerian government, if they were genuine, should have been going for those people who were using subsidy to scam the state and get them to pay back those monies back to them and then punish the regulators that were in cohort with them. So lastly, and I'll end here. Unemployment, US versus Nigeria. The difference in unemployment is that in Nigeria, it is intentionally created. When I say intentionally, because of the government's behavior, because of the way government's policies are, they create more people unemployment. But in the US and in Western societies, it is market forces. And those market forces also determined by the policy of the government of the day. This man came into office in America called Biden. And on his first day, he stripped off their pipeline agreements. There's this Trans Mountain pipeline. He canceled it. Do you know how many jobs were lost? And then he does that, and then he goes to Saudi Arabia to go and negotiate oil when his country was oil independent already. That tells you how poverty is created. So I have no problem if 50 cents with his ingenuity, hard work, makes money. Let him enjoy his money so long as he's paying his taxes. But to say that you want to level everybody, that's utopia. That is what Lenin did. And at the end of the day, led to the book that many of us have read called George Orwell's Animal Farm. Everybody is equal, but some are more equal than others. That's always what the socialists always do. They tend to tell you they want to create a leveler, but they end up messing up the whole system.
You are misrepresenting the system. That's not what the system is about.
Chima, I have a question. I have a question for Chima Ratios Man. The same question. I don't know who is going to answer this question. So, first of all, on Soludo, Chim, how will you rate Soludo tenure as CBN governor? Like, just give me, how will you rate him?
So, I think Soludo initially started well. First of all, he needed to justify his appointment. He was the first, remember, Soludo was the first non-banker to become central bank governor in Nigeria. His appointment was rejected by a lot of mainstream banking professionals, those in the financial sector. They didn't accept it. But Obasanjo, we all know, being a man who, if he wants something, stood by this guy and said, I want this guy to be the central bank governor. You guys have no choice other than to allow, because it was the president's prerogative to appoint a central bank governor. He started well. He had some very good policies. The banking consolidation, the idea of the fact that, listen, Nigerian banks were not strong enough to be able to fund certain big projects. You will discover that in those days, MTN will want to fund his expansion, and we're going back to Johannesburg to raise funds on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange and all those things. I'm not an economist, but he began to consolidate so that they will pull funds together and be strong enough to compete. But at some point, as is usual with his character, see, listen, many of us are intelligent, but you see, what I'm talking about is consistent behavior. Most public servants in Nigeria don't have consistent. You can say, oh, Show is this kind of person. Show, if I go to Show's house by 10 p.m., he's not going to open the door for me. No. We have people who will show you one character in the morning and in the evening they switch.
And that is the kind of person Soludo is.
So here is the follow-up question.
Yes.
Obviously, Soludo, the people of Anambra, they voted for him, right?
Yes.
I believe
yes.
he won the election free and
He
fair.
won. Yes.
Why do you think, like, because every people that are coming here, everybody say I supported him during the election. Why do you think people supported him, like, at that level?
No, they supported him because one, he's an economist. Not only he's a first-class economist too.
Yes.
We're not taking that away from him. Then, of course, we saw that he was not just a textbook man. He was somebody who could implement policies. And I'm not taking that away from him. But the issue with him is, see, what we need to be very careful. See, there's a difference between being an arrogant person who wants to force things through people versus somebody who you're intelligent and you want to work for the people. One of my problems with Tinubu is his arrogance. Let's forget about this age thing. I told people, see, a man who left office and decided to hold a state ransom for 24 years, if it is not his view, no other person's view, he fought with Fashola. Let's not forget this.
I know.
So if not that the fact that Fashola had done well in his first term, seemingly done well in his first term, and people saw it and said, no, he read the handwriting on the wall and he soft-pedaled.
Yes,
Good.
I agree with you.
But to see that man who is going to just look over you and say, to hell with you, Nigerians need to be very careful in electing such people. And that is why, lastly, someone said Obi will not be different. I disagree. This man came out to you and said, one, don't vote for me because I'm Igbo. Don't vote for me because it's my turn. Listen, Anambra may not. I see people on the comment section writing some silly things. Listen, Anambra is not Lagos. Lagos State was federal capital of Nigeria. So nobody should come and tell us that you want to expect that Anambra will certainly be the way Lagos was. That's a lie. It means you'll be living under a rock. Lagos State had a heads up across this country more than any state because federal investments were put into Lagos. Seaport is a big deal. If you want to free up Lagos, open Warri Seaport, open Port Harcourt Seaport, give Onitsha a seaport. Let us see. But to sit down here and tell me Third Mainland Bridge was not built by Lagos State government, Kata Bridge was not built by Lagos State government. Most of the roads in Lagos State were federal roads bequeathed to them when the capital was moved to Abuja. So what exactly is it that Tinubu built? Please tell me. Because I'm grown up, I'm old enough. I went to primary school in Lagos. I remember the days when we used to do odd number, even number in Lagos. When your car has an odd number, he can't ride his car because of traffic hold up. And someone is telling me that this guy, listen, Jakonde had BRT. Jakonde had BRT. I rode BRT as a child. There's nothing new that Tinubu has done. What he has done is he's a rent seeker. He came in there, held the state's resources, and has been using it to feather his nest. So such people are not the kind of people you want. If you want to know a good leader, Obi left and he hands off the state. You could accuse him of not raising a successor. Fine, I can agree on that with you. But he left the state. He didn't impose anybody on the state, and he left.
So you take his successor was not his hard work.
So he sold his successor, and people voted for his successor based on his performance. But his successor now became a man of his own. He let the guy be his man of his own. The successor built an airport.
I know, Bitra. My only issue with to be my only question for him that I will actually love him to answer why did he left so much billions in the account when you have a lot of work in Anambra, like the roads are not still there.
Okay, I'll let
Righteous Man wants to talk, but sure, if I could just answer, then I'll then we can allow Righteous Man go on, please. Righteous Man, please. See,
yeah, you.
Can I just say one thing? Then you go on.
Okay.
So please, you see, the thing is this: Obi performed. He created his own infrastructure. Remember where he took the state from. Remember, let's not forget that. No government can do it all. Government is a continuum. He did his own, but also planned for the next generation. I don't think there's a sin in doing that. You do your part, then you leave money for your successor to come and work. Would you prefer that he did everything, emptied the treasury, and his successor has to come and start from ground zero? That's not governance. So when people say he had that kind of money, he didn't. No, he did what he needed to do, and he planned for what I expected that man to do was come and use the resources, create more wealth, even more than Obi did, and even leave more money for your next person coming after you. That is success. And that's why they say any success without a successful successor is a successful failure.
I agree to that, your point.
All right. Let Righteous Man go on. But just before Righteous Man, what I can say a lot of love for Soludo. The day Soludo comes out to contest, even against the worst of the, if they put Soludo against Yaya Bello, these people shouting Soludo, they will vote for Yaya Bello. They will vote for Gandola over this same Soludo that is building Julius Berger Bridge today. They are shouting his name. They love him. He can't do no wrong. He's their darling. Let Soludo come out and contest. They will tell you what has he done. We will be here. Carry on, Righteous Man.
Yeah, someone, I can't remember the name of the person who said he was about asking me a question before I went off from the panel.
I was the one. That was the same question I asked him.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I was the one. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. The guy from Texas, is it Texas or Washington? I think he made a valid point, but it's like he's misunderstood. He is not saying, or he was not saying that people shouldn't buy Ferrari, or that they shouldn't be people that are ahead of others financially. What he was selling to us, which I think is ideal, is that the government should put up a system that will make people not to see someone who is riding Ferrari as Alpha and Omega, because if such thing exists in a society, then is going to boost the level of criminality. People will begin to see the person using Ferrari as a god over them, and they will go after him because they feel that the money is in his pocket. So is the system he is looking for. He's not condemning any person with Ferrari. He is looking for a system whereby even if you're riding a Ferrari, the other man that is not riding a Ferrari will not put his eyes on you. He will just, that is just your own side. I think if I got, then back to the issue of Peter Obi. Yeah, Peter Obi, that somebody made an allegation. Hello. Somebody made an allegation. Yeah, somebody made an allegation that all the parties, no one was with a specific agenda during the electionary period. But I disagree. Peter Obi was specific. Peter Obi told Nigerians and the entire world his mission. Peter Obi say Nigeria has been a consuming nation. And as a consuming nation, you will keep borrowing not to generate revenue, but borrowing to eat. So I will transform Nigeria from a consuming nation to a production nation. That it was clear. It was clear. So we voted for Peter Obi because of that agenda. Others had no specific agenda. Others were just there for power grabbing. And you see, that is the reason why the Nigerian youth, let me take this to the bank, 65% of the Nigerian youth today stands for Peter Obi. And if anything is going to happen in this country, it's not the aged men and aged women that is going to bring the revival or the revolution. It's this 65% of the Nigerian youth who have discovered that we have somebody here that can actually bring changes into this country. Let me give you one quality of Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not a thief. Peter Obi served Anambra State for 8 years and owned no land, owned no property. Peter Obi received no gratuity or pension as a former governor. There's nobody in Nigeria today with such a record. Nobody. Peter Obi remains the only person who governed a state for 8 years and received no pension, no land, no car.
And that's why they don't like him. That's why the establishment don't want him.
Just to say, my governor has given up his pension since he's gone to Senate. So shout out to my Ogun State.
But he was collecting it before.
No,
I'm just saying.
Hold on.
It's one of the
Hold on.
senators that has given it. Let me hail my governor now. You people, stop.
Peter Obi left office and he did not go to the Senate. So he was not interested in what comes into his pocket. Peter Obi never bribed any person. During the election, he said it. During the campaign, he said, if you find out that 1 kobo of the state entered into my pocket outside my salary, or my children, or any of my relatives, I will back down. I will not contest. And nobody faulted Peter Obi. That record, that man, if there is anything like Messiah, Peter Obi is a political Messiah that will change Nigeria. We are on ground. I am in Lagos here. We know what is happening. Sometimes the news you get is from what you read on internet or what the television gives to you. But we are the people on ground, meeting these people day by day, meeting meeting the poorest of the poor in the society, which you may not be privileged to meet unless one time or the other you just come to Nigeria, spend 2 weeks or one week, and you run away, go back to your base. So Peter Obi was an ideal person that's supposed to change this country. And if we have to change this country, there must be a referendum. That referendum will decide who wants to remain in Nigeria, who wants to be called a Nigerian, and how will Nigeria be run as a nation. As it is today, we are running a system that was handed over to us by our colonial masters. We are not running a system designed by Nigerians, suitable for Nigerians. This system is alien, it's foreign, and that is why we're messing it up. And each time people talk about referendum, they talk you want to divide Nigeria. It's not dividing Nigeria. It's a pathway to restructure the country and make it workable for everybody. So if we're looking for solution, it's not in democracy, it's not in socialism, it's not in autocracy. The solution to Nigerian problem is for the Nigerians to design their own system that is workable, that is agreeable by all Nigerians. Then you will see Nigeria thrive. I remember in 1976, my uncle's son was in US. As at 1976, my uncle was sending money from Nigeria to his son in the US to eat, to feed. I remember those days that Indian teachers were teaching us in Lagos. Americans were here. I remember a Briton that was working with my uncle, who was his chief driver, a Briton, 76. So what suddenly changed? I remember that from Nigeria to UK then was 80 naira. 80 naira, 80 naira by air, 80 naira. So today we're looking at as if those places are angels, they are from another planet. We were better than them. Our economy was super. What happened was what the man from Texas said. He made a brilliant submission, but it's like we misunderstood him.
Okay.
The Western world are not happy to see a black nation thrive economically.
So
they are not interested.
So righteous man. Sorry if I may. Okay, I hear this constant, and I'm not saying the West doesn't have its agenda to supply itself and keep us down. I'm not saying that. But the point is this. Let's take it from a very logical thing. You're an Igbo man like me, so I'm going to throw this proverb. They say, okay, fantastic. So you now know that you have these enemies around you. What are you doing? So good, because the Singaporeans, and I will always mention Singapore. I'm not going to mention India. I will mention Singapore. Someone will tell me Singapore's population is too small. But these guys, they were, like I've spoken here, they were poor. Their former presidents referred to his people as dirty. He said, my people are not just poor, they are dirty, they are undisciplined. And he turned that around, and today they are one of the most educated people in the world. In fact, the Singaporean women are the most educated women in the world. How did it happen? And they used to be a colony too.
Okay, let me answer your question.
Yeah, please make it brief so we go to Alaba.
Singapore, as at then, does not have the natural deposit that Nigeria has today. They don't have it. And so the eyes of the colonial masters were off from them because they were not to benefit much from that system, from that society. But Nigeria is the 6th oil producing nation in the world. Is the 3rd highest deposit of natural gas all over the world. The gold discovered in Zamfara and Kaduna is the best grade in the whole world. The bitumen in Ondo State is the highest deposit in the whole world. These are the things that are not found in Singapore. So those who do not want Nigeria to succeed and Nigerians to live as human, we penetrate Nigeria and use the weakest among us to rule us. Those who have no brain. And that is what is happening. How can you bring a something-years-old man to come and rule a 40-years-old man? How can you dictate? How do you make such idea to be sellable? That somebody at his 80s that's supposed to be retiring home and seeing his grandchildren will now look at somebody at 40, 35, 30, that his brain is still as sharp as fire. Then you not say that man should go and sit down and rule this guy. It's not going to work. It can't work. That is what is happening. And the Western world, okay, look at the election that it just passed. It is clear, it is very clear that the election was rigged. But who congratulated them? Was it not the Western world?
Great point. Great point.
All right.
Who booked for a meeting now in September 19 to speak with Tinubu? Is it not the president of the Western world? Who is the one selling ideas to them? It's these people.
It was Anthony Blinken. Anthony Blinken congratulated INEC and Tinubu. Spot on. Keep going. Spot on.
Tinubu was not in charge of the election.
Keep going. Spot on.
President when the election was holding. So why did that president who was in charge?
Can I remind you something?
Just 1 second.
Can I remind you something? Can I remind you something? In 2015 general election, I was a member of Move On Nigeria. In fact, I played a very important role in Move On Nigeria. And our aim was to make sure that after Goodluck Jonathan, a youthful person takes over from him to champion the cause of the economic recovery of this country. Now, guess what happened? It was the American government that sent their foreign minister or secretary of state to meet with the Northerners in the north, not even Abuja. They met in Kano. And that was how they decided that this guy, Jonathan, will not be the president again. Jonathan won that election. He was rigged out.
Okay. All right. Righteous man, we'll come back to you again. Alaba, please do me a big favor. I'll go to Prince Akwachi. I know he's been driving for the last 5 hours. I think he's pulled up now to speak to us. So if you're pulled up, you can speak to us quickly before you carry on.
Yes, sure. I guess we'll have to revisit this driving thing. And, I am traveling all the way from Benin to, I'm trying to give, use an estimate from Benin to Lagos. And definitely I want to make my own contributions.
And you pull up
but
now.
You guys won't let me.
You pull up and speak to us now.
Okay, I pulled up.
Exactly.
Pretty much, where I am is a car wash. I pulled up. That's fine. What I'm my own contribution is just like Alaba said. It reminds me of something I once had with a professor. He's known, University of Calabar. He's known as Professor Menkiti. Now, what was the discussion? I had a laptop at that time, and that laptop, that was my first laptop. I had a little problem with it, which I later discovered that it was has to do with memory. Now, when I took it to a place, I was told, "Oh, you can just change the hard drive, and everything is all good." Now, I kind of like wasn't convinced that that is what I really wanted. And I met up with the professor. So we're talking, and I told him what I was going through. And he said, it's a simple thing. Now that take the laptop to be an old lady or an old man, and then it's kind of like you asking for a heart transplant. Now the question should be, if you transfer a heart of an say a 15-year-old or 18-year-old person to that of 80-year-old, how would it function? Now, it could be that it will be more powerful than the heart of the old man, so probably it might be a mismatch, another kind of a thing.
Cautionary things I have to go over with you before going onto the belt. So you're good. Drive on, and your front two tires are on, put in the neutral, keep your feet on the gas and the brakes. Let's go rock a little bit. There's an instructor up there to help you go a bit.
Got you. So, like I was saying, so pretty much now that made me decide not to change it and go with it, instead buy a new one which will have a better hard disk and all that kind of a thing. Why am I saying all this? Tinubu,
it'd be like say you don't enter
first, he's not 71 years old. He's old. In terms of education, all those things are all forged certificates, and all that. So what do we expect from somebody who got in through the door? It's not gonna work. And some people say, "Oh, yes, Biden is 70-something years old, by the time he goes in by another time, 80-something years old."
They don't hold you.
The only reason why I would vote for Biden is just because the conservatives have that tendency of claiming to Christians, but they're in.
We can hear you. Your reception is bad.
Oh my God.
I think we were discussing Soludo, what he said about the economy. So it'd be nice if we can circle back to that. And
later, I'll go.
Do you want to mute him? Can you mute him?
Is he still speaking?
Yeah, he's coming up occasionally.
So I think everyone is, apart from Alaba, I think everyone has spoken about Soludo's, statement regarding the economy. The Tinubu administration inherited from the Buhari administration. Well, he didn't mention Buhari, but he said, they inherited a dead horse that was just standing. So I'll let Alaba weigh in on that. Then we'll go to Wike saying that, that's not all he said, but of course, the way the news cycle works. There's been a lot that's been said about it's going to bring down everything in Abuja that is built on where they're not meant to be built and all of that. What do you think of that? What should be the best approach? Is it just because now when you talk of FCT minister, people just think, oh, we need somebody to go there and just bulldoze everything. That shouldn't be the mindset, right? You should be thinking, how do we make Abuja better? Tearing down building is not the only way to beautify Abuja. What's this light? It'll be like a local light where they flash for Prince Akwacha. I know even for internet, and they see American police and they fear. They don't carry guns. Our police don't carry guns in the UK. This is one that's... What's this? Oh, you're still in the car wash, the mood light. Sorry, I'm just looking at the lights. It looks like the light of the police, their flash, whatever. All right, so Alaba, I'll let you weigh in on
Soludo. I already mentioned something earlier about Soludo, and I said that people like Soludo in a sane society, they would either resign or because
no vex. Somebody on the column said that I don't look like IPOB. I'm just laughing.
You look like a Yoruba man.
No vex. Continue, please.
Yeah.
You look like somebody that will go and spray money for Washi, to be honest. But carry on.
Yeah, somebody. So Soludo, somebody, people like that in a sane society, they will resign. I mean, when you come out and say the group, is it in APC or what, or AFGA? What party?
You AFGA
In
for now.
AFGA, okay, you can talk.
AP, PDP, APC, Obai.
Okay, he's in AFGA. Okay, he can criticize, but still, when you say Tinubu inherit, I don't know the point of that speech. Is it to make people sympathize with Tinubu or what?
I think it's to lower the
Because
expectations.
I
think it's to lower the expectations of the people.
Which is part of the problem of our elites. You don't lower expectations. You raise expectations. That's how you get a good standard. You don't lower expectation. You don't inherit. A dead horse cannot be standing. That's double talk. A dead horse is dead unless you're talking about.
Alaba, sorry to butt into you. Just Soludo is pardon my use of word. Pardon, is an ass licker. He's sucking up to Tinubu. That's what he's trying to do.
It's obvious. It's obvious. And then, who created the dead horse? This APC. So Tinubu people. So Tinubu was aware when we was pushing Buhari and Tinubu pulling each other. But all that being said, I think the key issue is the issue of legality. I mean, people who come in, he said, he who comes with equity must come with a clean hand. First of all, you have no respect for these people, these APC people, Tinubu and the rest of them. They have, and the like of Soludo, all of them should be speaking out loud on the abuse of the Constitution. People who have no respect for the so-called Constitution, who have violated every aspect of the Constitution. So how in the world are they going to come with anything good and repair? One person earlier on the forum said that Tinubu with time, Tinubu will improve. That's another fallacy and delusional thinking that Nigerians have. What improvement is going to come from people who have not even dealt with the problem itself, which is impunity and all the money stolen that you are now trying to tax Nigerians, take this away from Nigeria. They've taken everything already away from Nigeria. Like Dele Faro to me used to say, we are not citizens. Look up the definition of the word citizen. A citizen is a person that is entitled to something from the nation. Even in the Bible, when Paul was a Roman citizen, he made avail himself of the opportunity as a Roman citizen for a trial when he was arrested. You understand? Nigerians have no citizenship. We are subject to this feudal system. We have no electricity, no road, no passport, nothing we benefit from the government. We should stop. We need to have a discussion in that country, a true discussion, and said, everybody, let's come together. This is not working. What is the way forward? How do we, all these Olegba, this thief take him, another thief collect him, the system of government we are running, it's not good. Because you see, even the people that are supporting Tinubu, their strongest argument is, well, it's because your own thief did not go in. That's not the point. The point is, at least if the person that won goes in, that's step one in the conversation we need to have in where we are going. The fact that how do you know? Nigerians are funny. I swear to God. You talk to Nigerians and you try to diagnose their head. They are confused and they are not enlightened. They might be educated. They're not enlightened. A lawyer is the one that is helping Tinubu. Okay, let me give an example. People like Fashola and the former vice president. These are constitutional lawyers. You guys know this guy has no certificate, knows he's violating the law. You know all these things, but you keep indulging him. You are the people, the lawyers, for God's sake. Then in Nigeria, we have more than 20,000 SAN. That SAN thing is a discriminatory thing. Anyway, they shouldn't be using senior advocate because all lawyers should be equal in front of the law. That's part of the big man system they practice in Nigeria. But you have SAN, and none of you knows that you don't arrest somebody and tell him to go serve his sentence before you do the trial. It's unheard of in any legal system. Okay, have you arrested you for armed robbery? Go and serve your sentence, then we'll do your trial after you finish serving your sentence. That's exactly what they did with Tinubu and the CJ, Ari Wola, whatever his name is. You at least if you don't know anything in law, you know mass. It's in the Constitution. if you don't have 25% of Abuja, and this man does, and you swear in him, and you're the Chief Justice of the country. You see, that country is so flawed. These educated people are so flawed that we are not going to go anywhere with this kind of people and the way they think. It's okay. Let's just get along for the peace of the nation. That stupid things. Stupid things that you can't even phantom. You can't rationalize. It defies logic.
Alabati Binu. Oh, okay. My brother, don't vex. All right. Thank you for your submission. So let's. I think everyone has spoken on the issue so far. Sorry, what's happening? It's like your head is floating. AY. It's like you. Okay. Like, you got me worried for a second. It looked like your head was in a cloud. Right. So let's talk about Wike. Wike has said, buildings will go down, even if it's your mother's building. I'm sorry. If it's your father's building, I'm sorry, it's going down. If you've built, where there's meant to be a park, it's going down. It's going to look at the initial plan of Abuja, the original plan. So if you've built where you're not meant to build, your building is going down. Don't beg, don't apologize. But now, Daniel Bwala, which most of you are familiar with, is gone on TV. I think he was interviewed by Arise and Channels. And he said that, this issue of we're going to tear buildings down, it shouldn't be the first thing you say as the minister. Even if you're going to take down buildings, how about you build replacements? Where you're going to put people in and rehouse them before you tear down these structures. That you can't just go in all guns blazing. And the guy, Daniel Bwala, also alleged that even the Aso Villa was built or is built in the wrong place. Not wrong place, but it wasn't part of where there should be any building. So he's saying that that's one of the reasons why, one of the things they told, I think, what was the other one? El-Rufai then, that, you see, you can't just be tearing everything down, because if we're going to go down that route, even Aso Villa would have to go down. Even some of these military barracks would have to go down. So what do you think of Wike's approach and what he said about PDP? Nobody can suspend him. Nobody can talk to him. He's not working for APC, but working for Tinubu. So let's discuss Wike, for the next few minutes. I'll start with AY, who hasn't spoken in a while. I'm not sure if Eccentric is familiar with those sort of guys, Wike and his Abuja politics.
I mean, based on what you said, I can summarize. I can, speak on that based on what
Can you summarize, really? Let me try you summarize. Let me see what you mean by summary.
Yeah. Okay, so
sorry, anyway, let's test it. Let's see summary. I'm timing you. Summary.
Well, you guys are just proving my point, right? This guy, he came in, he said he's going to knock down houses. Houses of who? The workers and the poor. He's not going to knock down $1 million houses over there owned by politicians.
Wike will tear it down.
The Wike, yeah, he's going to tear down buildings, right?
If it's a political opponent, he will tear it down. He's crazy.
Exactly. Yeah, political opponents and, of course, the poor. He's going to, one of my cousins, her husband built a house in Abuja, right? And they knocked it down. All his savings were in that house. That was like a few years ago. He lost everything, man. He lost everything. He moved in with my mom in my mother's house and lived with her for like 2 years. He put everything in that house. So this is the thing, right? These guys are going at the poor. You feel me? Like, people don't realize this. This is why they divide us with the tribal conflict, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa conflict. And they want us to be fighting over that for years. We've been fighting over that for decades, man, while they loot the country and punish the working class. Once we realize that this is a problem between the working class and the elite and these oligarchs running the government, then we know where to channel our energy on. And I would say, the people have power. We have all the power. How many are they? Like, really, how many are these guys? People can protest and all that. I would say, take it to the next level, right? That's the only way we can clean the country. These guys are the problem, man. All the people they're knocking down the buildings from, they spent all their life savings building and buying a property in Abuja is not expensive. It's not cheap at all. It's expensive. The lands there almost cost the same thing as the lands in Washington State. And then they're gonna knock it down and repossess the property from you. Like, come on, like, it's clear. It's like there's nothing complicated about it, right? There's nothing complicated. You put Wike, he's gonna do the same thing. You put anyone, I forgot who he was. during Obasanjo's presidency, right? They knocked down buildings. That was when my that was when my in-law, in-law's property got knocked down, right? He put all his money, he lost everything. The kids, they had no home, nowhere to stay. So that's the thing. This is the thing. It's gonna keep happening. People, they want us to keep fighting over, things that don't make any sense. Like tribalism, your tribal member didn't become the president, all that. These are the elites, man. They don't have a tribe. Their tribe is elitism, right? APC, they got Yoruba in APC, they got Igbo, they got Hausa, they got people from the Delta, Niger Delta area in their party. This is their own tribe, man. This is their own tribe.
All right. Thank you for the summary. AY, so now let's come to you. Wike,
yeah.
Do you think the end goal is the Wadata Plaza? Is that what it's aiming for? Just to tear down the PDP? Tear down the PDP headquarters.
If PDP, if they try to suspend him, I think he's going to go for them. The thing is, we can need to actually realize that Rivers State is not Abuja. He's going to run into a lot of trouble in Abuja. It's going to even cause problem for the president if he's not careful. I'm not supporting people to build it in a green area, like from the statement he's making, right? Here is my conclusion. He's trying to go after political opponents. Don't do that, Wicked. He should not do that. Abuja, the people living in Abuja, we have a lot of work, in Abuja that needs to be done, right? They need more roads, the train system, hospital, build parks. There are a lot of work to, But however, if you have a way around houses that were built already, why don't you just walk around it, instead of trying to break down everything, I understand it's very hard. Dropping people houses, I'm not completely in support, except like it's really in a bad location. You don't have option. Pull it down. Sincerely, genuinely pull it down. But one thing the people should also know is they should stop building in areas that are prone to erosion. Areas that, sometimes people, they know what they are doing is wrong. They still go ahead and have building in this kind of environment. But he just need to slow down because he's going to run into a lot of trouble, man. He's going to run into a lot of trouble. He should not victimize people. He should not go after people that are political opponents, I know he's having a lot of, he's going to, if PDP suspend him, maybe he's going to break down that abuse or expel him from the party. A lot will happen, but if he's not careful, he's going to give the president more problems. We have enough problems. The president have enough problems already, so he needs to be careful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can see Adewale's comment saying, would anyone on this panel support cows roaming the street of Federal Capital? No, I don't think anybody would support it, and it's one of the things we've complained about. I'm sure most of you saw the video of the young boy.
Wrong with cows roaming around the streets if you build an area for the cows. This is Nigeria. We have our own system. We don't want to build LA in Nigeria or New York City in Nigeria, man.
We don't have road built for the cows. We don't have area built for the cows.
They need to have an area for that, right? It's part of our economy. It's part of our internal economy. Come on, man. We want to beautify the whole city. We want to make the city beautiful. That's all we care about. We want to, look up and see people that
we'll come to you in a second. Prince Akwachi, is your network back? Are you frozen? This man is using the car wash Wi-Fi. Nobody can convince me. All right, Chim. Oh, look who's here. He's rocking his Croatia top today. Good to see you, man.
So should I go ahead?
Yeah, please go ahead. Apologies. Please go ahead.
No, that's fine. No problem. So let's look at this from the so we want to be a rule-based society, right? We want to be a rule-based society. It doesn't matter. And by the way, eccentric, I come from the same. You're my brother. You're just behind. Your community is just behind me. So I will address you later on. Just hold on.
Where are you from? Where's your
Don't worry. We'll talk. Don't worry. It's okay. So we want to be a rules-based society. Listen, and let's not pretend. I live in Canada. I live in Calgary. It's a lovely city. well planned, good roads.
That
You don't
is
see,
anyway.
you don't see people selling on the roads. People need to sell. There are shops where you go and buy things. People don't have to, litter the streets and all those things. I don't agree that turning our society into a decent society will make it become LA. We can build organic societies that look decent and still keep our culture. In my community, in my village, that is a village, there is a time for selling, 4 o'clock market. The old women go there and place their wares, and people come in an organized manner to that marketplace and buy. We don't have tar, we just started having tarred roads recently. Even when we didn't have tarred roads, people were not defecating all over the place. There was decency, yet it was still a village. So my point is this: if Wike is coming and says, okay, listen, there are houses that are not in the master plan. There are houses that are not in the master plan, and they're not in that master plan based on my understanding. I served in Abuja. I lived in Abuja for a while, so I know the city fairly enough. But the point is this: when Abuja was being built, maybe Aso Rock was not the designed seat of government. Remember Abuja, we went to Abuja forcefully under Babangida's government because after the Oka coup, he quickly ran away from Lagos. He wanted to somewhere that was not congested. See, we seem to always forget our history.
Yeah, that
Abuja was being built gradually. And then after Oka struck in 1990, it shook Babangida. And remember, the seat of government in Nigeria, because of the military government, moved from where we call Lagos House now today, facing Marina. We moved it to Dodan Barracks. Dodan Barracks was not our original seat of power. Dodan Barracks became the seat of power because of military rule. So with that advent of Oka's coup, Babangida quickly dashed to Abuja and started living in Abuja. Abuja was a quiet place. It was easy for him to, to move around. It was easy for him to control the security until civil rule came and OBJ and co began to move civil service and everything to this federal capital territory. So to an extent, Abuja has, though organized as it is now, had to become forcefully became a center of abode for people. So there's that lack of gradual completion of these projects. But that being said, there are places where clearly you will see is plain squalor. Now, should it be the job of the FCT minister to just go and be demolishing things? I don't think so. I think there should be a human face to everything. First and foremost, like Boala said, I listened to Boala's submission, and 100% I agree with Mr. Boala. The needs of people in Abuja is not just come and be demolishing things. People need roads. People need schools. Yeah, I don't think there are very good schools in Abuja. I don't think, apart from the private schools for the very rich people.
Yeah.
There are places where they don't have good water and all those things. Put infrastructure, medical care, and all those things. That should be his priority. Create parks, fine, and all those things. Then, if you now need to demolish, you can do it in a conversational way. You can go in and say, listen, people, one of the things I feel we lack in Nigeria is we lack leadership empathy. For instance, here in Calgary, there are a lot of homeless people. But you see them in the train stations. Why? Because the train stations have train houses where people can go and sit down under winter and hide. They want to decongest those places because some of them now become crime scenes. And then, of course, you find all manner of people injecting themselves, and all those things, and everywhere just becomes dirty. What do? They send these people to what they call shelter homes. They try and take them to those shelter homes and clean up those places. We don't have shelter homes in Nigeria. We don't have places where homeless people. See, when I said the poor will always be with us, I read comments. People don't understand it. There is no way you won't have poor people. You can't, not even Sweden has successfully eradicated it. Because why? Human beings by their nature will do things that will impoverish them. There are going to be people who are going to make wrong choices. And based off those wrong choices, they will find themselves in a poor situation. But it is the job of the government.
Wait. Let me rebuttal that. Just give me a second. So the poor, okay, for instance, there are people who are crippled, right? People who are incapable of working. Do we abandon those people because they are poor? It's not their fault. Or like our children, our kids, right? We don't abandon our kids because they can't work. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't work, they can't afford to make money. We don't say, okay, well, since they're children, they can't work. We have to abandon them. That shouldn't be. There shouldn't be
Okay.
a poor
Okay,
person.
let me address that. So that you are physically challenged doesn't make you poor. Physically challenged just simply means that you cannot do what the person who has the benefit of their complete physique. There are physically challenged people here where I live who work. They drive cars. They go to work. They are responsible. And we create opportunities for them. So for instance, parking, going to the train, joining the train. They have ability to be able to ride the train. What I am saying when I say poor will always be with you. I have defined it. And I said clearly here, someone will build a fortune, for instance, and he will waste it. By wasting his fortune, he becomes a poor person. Someone is going to make wrong choices, and those wrong choices, or maybe somebody's going to start taking drugs, and those drugs will get him to be homeless. It's not the government that created that person. It's your action. But even when you have taken the wrong steps in life, we don't abandon you. I said that here. You create opportunities to clean those people up. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, many of us have watched the movie. What's the title of this movie that Will Smith acted?
Pursuit of Happiness.
Pursuit of Happiness. You saw how he had no home. He was thrown out. But what did he do? There were places designed for people who are homeless. You go to those shelters. Some of them are created by churches. Government has their own. You go to whichever one you want to. We in Nigeria don't even have those kinds of opportunities where people genuinely working hard, but for some reason they find themselves, the life, they have this hard luck or whatever you want to call it, and then the person is still working but can't afford to pay a rent yet. There should be places where they can go and have shelter and not constitute nuisance to society. Perhaps the FCT minister wants to start thinking about those kinds of things. And then Boala said it, even if you want to, it has to go. Then you negotiate it. Government can create a place, you move those people to those places, then you demolish the place. That way you don't create more problems. So what I see is, I think I see a man who is very vindictive, who is just angry with life. Even though he has attained a position that many people can't attain, the guy is constantly angry. Constantly angry. Look at his responses. He doesn't speak in a civil way. You can't have a conversation with Wike. He's always fight. Those kinds of people, I don't know how we allow them get into positions of leadership. So I think he's treading a dangerous path. But you know what? I wish him well. My well now is inverted. The well I wish him is, I want him to get into a ditch and then he will learn that Port Harcourt no be Abuja. Because you see, because let me even say there have been houses that were demolished. When El Rufai demolished houses, he didn't go out for political opponents. I don't like El Rufai.
That's the difference. Yes, he did.
El Rufai was a PDP member. El Rufai demolished the house of Amadou Ali, chairman of PDP. Because the house was built on the wrong place. And Amadou Ali ran to Obasanjo to come. Obasanjo told him, sorry, the man is doing his job. That's the kind. So if he must do that kind of thing, as long as he comes with clean hands and he does a good job decently, and we can see he's not targeting Atiku, he's not targeting Dino Melai, he's not targeting political opponents. Let him go and do his job. I don't have a problem with him.
Yeah, right. I don't see him doing that.
Mazi Scribe, good to have you on the show. How's the little one?
He's fine. He's getting there. Hi everybody. How's it going?
Scribe himself. Happy New Year.
Happy I said make I take small break. You
need that, I beg.
So let me check with you. Are you here for a while, or are you just
brief? This Abuja stuff is what I wanted to weigh into. I was, I've been, the baby's sleeping. I was listening to it. I just wanted to, as someone who lived through the entire, Abuja, like from the 80s, my family owned land from there.
One second, Scribe,
90s, 80s, and we were victims of it. So I wanted to weigh into that.
Scribe, just give me 1 second, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me make a quick announcement. Forefathers, I know you are often lurking in the background somewhere, or probably on another platform lecturing them about security. Please, your service is needed here. Come and secure this. Platform because I usually log off around 5 p.m. New York time, 10 p.m. UK time, as the host. I not that I have to, but I usually log off around that time. So forefathers, please save us. You see, security is very important. You see, forefathers is right. He needs to come and secure this platform so we can carry on talking.
He's listening to you.
So if you're listening, please, forefathers, we need your help. But sorry, Scribe, carry on.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, a family friend of mine was in the 80s, was one of the contractors that cleared Abuja, like the bush. This thing started in 1980, right? So like I always sat around conversations about like how Abuja started, master plan. One of the draftsmen is my dad's very good friend, OJ Wodo. These were people who, like, literally they were the before he became the director, he was the guy on the field, right? That would go and look, map. They were the guys putting peg. If you know, like how Abuja, if you buy a land in Abuja, like you have to have that small peg cemented on the floor that tells you where your land is. The people who actually did that, like the initial people, they did it in the 80s. So Jabi, name it. Like when you go to Abuja now, you see what he has become. You just like wonder, like, see the vision of what he was before and now. So this whole thing about master plan is relative. It's not. There was the first version. There was the second version. And the whole idea is not. It's politically motivated. It's not. It's not even the Verify one. Speaking to people who were in FCDA, speak to them. They know, like, yeah, the PDP guy was there, but everything came with intentions, rearrangements, and things like that. The Verify one was meant to harm the FCDA staffs that were early buyers. In 1985, 87, 88, people were buying land for meager amounts, like acres of land for like 5,000 naira at that time. That was the equivalent of a 504 car at that time, as I was told, right? So the political, yes, political people were affected, but the most affected were those who knew, who invested early, the downtrodden who invested early, and in the Kubwa area, those who, if you recall, like Kubwa was heavily affected in Erufai's one. The first time when they did the first version of the Maitama and everything, the Gwaris that were there in Gariki Market, Wuse, all those areas, the Baggies, they moved them, they built housing for them. Go and check it, go and verify what I'm saying. They built housing for them in Kubwa. And a lot of them, because they were very nomadic, they didn't feel like they deserved that level of comfort at that time. They were building for them. The equivalent of, if standard low-cost housing, federal housing kind of shape of it, if you know how Kubwa is, right? That's what they built for them. A lot of them sold their houses. The chief of Kubwa and Buhari, I recall very much as a young teenager, accompanying, my dad, his friends, to go and purchase land or negotiate with people who would introduce them to these Sariki and all this stuff, right? So this whole thing, it was meant to purge out that first Erufai one didn't affect the big people per se, as they would say. It was meant to purge out those two sets of people. The FCDA people, the messengers and all those people who picked up those allocations, some of them didn't even have the money to even build on those allocations. They sold their allocations, right? And they made a lot of money. And those people they sold allocations to them who went ahead to get C of O, they literally demolished some of those ones. And then the second set is those who bought from the natives, right? Who bought from the emirs and the Sarikis and all those people around the emir. Those were the two sets of people that were affected in that Kubwa and some parts of inner city, right? So the whole thing it's politically motivated. It was meant to give back to those they feel were deserving, and that's what they did. Let's not joke around about it. That's what they did. If you look at Adisa Estate, I can name these names because I was, I had the network I have the network to, in order, and I know if they are hearing me, I have the network in order to command this information. I'm not just saying this anyway. So most of these things were it was unfair. There's nothing like master plan adherence and all that stuff. There is a target, and that target, they know what they're doing. They go and they get it. But one thing that Elifry did that you must give him courage, you must give him credit for, is what he did is that before he did, after he did, I think after, in the middle of that whole thing, he created ages, created a geospatial system to properly, reflect those changes that he made. And I remember he forced a lot of people to either sell their allocations or come for C of O. That was brilliant because I remember, people got electronic C of O's, a lot of land battles that happened in that time, a lot of cases in the courts where, were in the courts, people dragging land, some people who their parents had left, had died, and they had to deal with the land issues and all those kind of stuff. So that you have to give him kudos. So now coming to Wike, there was something, I think it was Chim or somebody said that, he needed, by the way, that guy, Buba, or that guy that spoke on Arise, I forgot his name.
Power.
I totally align with what he said. He's one of the OGs as well. I don't know him, but from what he said, he must have been those OGs in FCDA or somebody in and around that place, right? So he knows what he's saying, and I totally agree with him, right? That is not, demolishing houses. Abuja is decently planned and is in a good shape, right? Irrespective of maybe, people, they claim that people have built wrong places. I would say this, and I think this is fair. As long as the person can prove valid documentation, right? Valid documentation, irrespective of if you say, oh, this goes against the master plan, but it went through FCDA, it went through the likes of EKG and Clark, it went through that era. What are you doing? What's your business? What are you doing? Leave the people alone. Why should you cause so much pain? That is totally rubbish. And I believe what he's trying to do is not necessarily harm the political class. It's to do the same thing. I suspect is to do the same thing, like I allege, to rebalance it. There's those they feel like should not have places. They should, rebalance it. They'll just go for people, and they might be going for Airport Road. I think that's where they are going. The Kujes, because that's the other phase of still those same sets of OGs that own allocations there that don't have the money to convert. Okay, and they might have sold these to some unknowing, people who have now received C of O, and then now you're now going against those guys, those people who most of these people died. I'm not joking. I don't want to mention names, but most of the people that lost their land, they died. They got. I watched these men grow gray hair all of a sudden. This happened 98, 2000, 2002, and some of them, when they found that a lot of those FCDA staffs had so much land, they forced them to retire or they fired them. But remember, this was an era when they were begging people to buy land, and this thing was right in front of them. You know what I mean? And they were picking it up. In 1985, 1988, 1989, nobody wanted land in Abuja now. Nobody. The emir of Kontagora, I remember very well. He was a good family friend at that time. I don't know if how does that. These people bought land in those places, and they were unnecessarily targeted, by El-Rufai's things. So what I'm saying is, what Wike is planning to do, if he doesn't do it following the Aegis plan that El-Rufai put in place and adhere to that geospatial way, or do anything there is doing, there is electronic evidence for those people to sue into court. Now, it's not like the previous one where there wasn't proper documentation or people could allege, how did you get this land? Now those Aegis systems are there. Now, how valid or are they manipulating stuff? I don't know. But as long as you have those documents and things like that, people should start gathering. And I'm speaking to those people who are not necessarily political class. You shouldn't let what happened before happen again. But you should start gathering in your numbers for a class action lawsuit. Because I think these guys, they begin to annoy me, because what Wike is trying to do is not necessarily target. He's going to target the what's that place? Mampe. He's going to target the I know Abuja, that all the places around in those suburbs in and around Jabi, Life Camp, where people Pape, all those Mampe, all those inner small places where small landlords exist. You know what I mean? People are eating from those houses. These are civil servants who, unfortunately, you can't go to Maraba because that's Nasarawa State. But all those in and around Karu, all those areas, that's where this guy is going to be targeting. It is unfair. Okay, that's where I think Buhari. Thank you very much. Those areas where these downtrodden people managed to get like a one-room and parlor. That is what they are looking to go and target, and that is unfair. We should be able to, and as long as though they have valid documentation. I'm not saying invalid document. I don't. They have valid documentation because most of these lands were sold by natives with rights, so allocated rights by the federal government, not just necessarily because when they moved them away from if you recall my story, when they moved them away from inner city Abuja, they gave them those places. Those places were bush. They gave them those places. They built in Kubwa. Go and verify. In Kubwa, they built low-cost housing for them, which a lot of Igbo people bought. That's the truth. A lot of Igbo people bought those houses from the quarries. I know family, I know names, I know people who I used to go and visit in those areas. So, please, that's all I have to say about this. It's unfair. Wike is just being Wike and all that thing. Congratulations to him for being FCT minister. But if you cross the line, you should be punished. Wike can't just come there and just start dealing with people. That's what happened. The people that suffered the most, people died in their first time. This one happened in front of me. Yeah. Mabuchi, thank you very much. People in the comments are bringing out. I haven't been in Abuja for like God knows how many years. So, but at least little I remember, because all these things played out in front of me. All these things, and people had a lot of family people in and around FCDA. All these things were things that my parents were using to save for their retirement, and all of a sudden they just go like that. I was affected, and my family was affected, so I know these things firsthand. So I'm not happy about it. So these things, what he's trying to do is unfair. Luckily enough, maybe if he does this one, it won't affect us. So yeah, I think people are leaving.
Yeah, thank you.
Have I spoken too much?
I was going to hear from Righteous Man, but it's left. I like what someone put in the comment section because I saw a video of a young boy, with his cows on the streets of Abuja. That was, I think it was on Tuesday or Wednesday, about 15, 20 cows, and on like proper major street. And one guy was talking from his car, was talking to the boy, the header boy, and he said, spoken Hausa, but I think what he was saying, because he mentioned Wike a few times, saying that, I'm guessing he was saying that Wike said, you can't do this anymore. And the boy said he's going to do like this to Wike, And the man said, jokingly, like, you're going to kill Wike. And the boy said, yeah, he's going to kill Wike. So, the cows are still on the streets of Abuja, which should never be. I would like to see Wike go head to head because he spoke about it.
Why would you say that? You can't say that, man.
I can't
That's
say
not
what.
fair. That's not fair. The cows in Abuja should
I don't know what
What
planet
are
you
they
live on, bro. Do the cows walk around where you live? On your major cities?
What do you mean? This is United States of America. This is Washington State. It's not Nigeria, dude. This is not
What
Nigeria.
Washington is to you is what Abuja is to us. What are you saying? What planet do you live on?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Our capital cities on the same
What do you
road
mean?
that
You don't
are
understand what
cars.
you're talking about.
There should
Like
be
the people that
cows.
own the cow, this is their means of livelihood. Like, what are you going to do with the cows?
Sorry, eccentric. So we know we have Native Americans. We have Native Americans. Do you see them roaming around the streets of Washington or any American city with cows?
Do you have cows? Are there cows in Washington?
Are there cows in Washington? What are you talking about? Are there eagles in
I just
Nigeria?
asked you a very simple question.
Question.
It's not even a trick question. Are there cows in Washington?
It's a trick question. Are there eagles in Nigeria? What are you talking about? That's a trick question right there.
It's not, because the cows in Washington there are cows in Washington, but they're not on the roads. How can you say we should have cows on major roads in Nigeria? What level of
No one says you're gonna have cows in the major roads of Nigeria. Those guys were there prior to this whole system. You know what I mean? Build something for them. Find a way to incorporate them into the system.
They have
You know,
said they don't want that.
in my cities, there's no bike lanes. And most of the roads here.
I think Eccentric is missing something. He's missing something. And this is what I think you're missing.
What am I missing?
Can I explain respectfully? First and foremost, we have Fulani headers who take cows around. They are not. See, Abuja is not a Fulani town.
Not you, Eccentric.
Abuja is a Gwari, and what's the other tribe? A tribe that Mazi scribe called. I've forgotten their name. These people are not cow. They don't deal on cows.
The Baggy. Is that the Baggy?
So the people who are taking cows around and roaming are the people Nigeria is struggling to say, go have ranches. Go have ranches where you do your business. You don't carry your cows along the streets. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Down to the south. People are saying we shouldn't be doing that anymore.
And they're being destructive. In the process, they're being destructive.
Well, so the thing is, my understanding is you guys' position is based on, your qualms with the Fulani people. It has nothing to do with.
I don't care who owns the cows. There are Igbo governors who own cows. It's been said there are Igbo governors who own some of these cows. It's not about the owners of the cows. What we're saying is, regardless of who owns the cows, let them be in ranches. I don't care who. We eat the cow, we eat the beef, so I can have an issue with them. All we're saying is we can't be causing trouble, conflict in the name of rearing cows. Let's do ranches. No, we don't want ranches. We just want to be roaming around. That's what we're saying.
Like in India, cows roam around the streets in India.
Let cows start roaming around in the US. You're selfish.
Okay, what about India?
Cows the US, where you live, on your street, let cows start roaming around.
You know what? I'm gonna take this phone outside and I'll show you a deer in my yard right now. There are deers in my yard. Nobody kills them.
Owned by who? Owned by who?
Running around the street.
Owned by who?
Eccentric. Can I add that in India,
the county
the places where cows roam around are largely Indie areas.
The county here
Indie areas. They believe they don't kill them. It's for their religion. It's largely Indie areas, but you don't come to a largely Punjabi area.
Cows don't roam around in India. That's not correct. That's not correct.
But even if they do, they're in largely Indie areas. You don't come around to somebody else's territory and tell them what to do.
I think let's try and put the thing into perspective.
Bring someone.
The principle. Wait. Eccentric. What you just said by there's a deer around your place. Is
on the street everywhere, and it's not on my place. In the streets,
I know. Even in my backyard here. Wait. I'm back in the forest. I'm back in the forest as well. So we also have. I get it, but I think what Chim and the other people are trying to say that is the abuse of that freedom and that principle of animal innocent. Wait.
The problem I have with your position is. Listen, the problem I have with your position is you are Igbo. And I know Igbo people don't like Fulani people. You know what I'm saying? That's what's that's why we have that position. Be honest, man. Let's be honest.
That is so wrong.
Here.
That is so wrong.
I'm Igbo. I'm an Igbo man.
Eccentric. Please, let's have a good conversation.
We have to take our own bias out of there.
There is no bias. There is no bias. Listen, Eccentric.
Can I make my contribution on this topic?
Yes,
please, righteous man, don't be offended. You will make your submission. I don't intend to dominate this thing, but I think let's be honest with ourselves. There is no. I live in Canada. We see hold on. There is wildlife around me. There are coyotes who come out. Nobody in trouble. These are one-off animals who run out and run back.
You have your own time, though. You have your own time on the panel.
If we keep talking across each other, we will not hear ourselves. I give you room to talk. You give me room to talk.
You spend a lot of time.
I see antelopes, or sorry, what we call them, deers, come out here in my backyard. In fact, on my way to work the other day, I stood down and took a video of one. This is not a herd of antelopes. This is one antelope.
And then Eccentric, see, nobody is even eating the Fulanis.
And it's not
where you need to understand is where things are getting heated up is the Fulanis have always been roaming around with cattle from time immemorial.
Okay,
when things got into conflict was when they started killing people on their farms, especially
That's
when a
that's
Fulani guy was
faulty
president.
generalization. You're faulty generalizing. Not all Fulani kill people in their
Not
farms.
all
You're
Fulanis,
faulty
there were
generalizing.
foreign ones that were brought in by this guy. Okay, why was not one of them arrested and prosecuted for killing people on their farms?
See, that's the problem. That's what they want us to do. Like I said earlier, that's what these guys, the Wikes, the elites, they want us to be having this inter-ethnic conflict.
See, I don't care what the politicians think. The poor guy who was killed on his farm.
Let's be honest here.
Didn't get justice.
Be honest.
Okay,
the reason why you guys hate that is because it's the Fulani. If Igbo people were running cattle
You're the one thinking that it's
you
about
guys
tribe.
have a problem with
It's
that.
not about
You guys
tribe.
have a problem with that.
No. It's not about
So,
tribe.
Olumide,
You're the one
okay.
thinking it's not about tribe. There are
Let's
so
hear
many
from
people
Righteous Man.
liveless today, especially Yoruba. I'm telling you, there are people from my side that were killed.
You're not Fulani. You're not Fulani. You're Yoruba. That's different. You're not Fulani.
Yeah, but
so you
people were killed in their
Righteous man, please.
You think
Nobody
it's okay for cows to
today,
roam the streets in Nigeria?
It's not about tribe or anything.
No. So
anybody does wrong, let them follow the rule of law.
Hold on
But
now.
because the guy is Fulani president,
Okay,
nobody was arrested and prosecuted. That's not.
So eccentric, you think
you're proving my point. You're proving my point.
I'm asking, you think it's okay for cows? Proving your point. What sense? What? I'm just asking you a question.
Go ahead.
Are you talking to me? Are you referring to me?
It's okay, scribe. So eccentric, 2 questions. Do you think it's okay for cows to be roaming the streets of Nigeria, the same cities where cars drive, the same road, that cows should be competing for same road, despite the fact that there's been an offer to ranch these cows and the cow owners are saying we don't want to be ranched? Do you think it's okay?
It's okay. You can okay, listen, in a democratic society, when you talk, we're not running the dictatorship here. You're not going to tell people, hey, you've been doing things for thousands of years. We're going to come in here, build our city in your land, and kick you out.
There was a time they were killing people like you in the States. There was a time someone like you couldn't do anything in the States. It was okay at the time.
Was that right? Does that make it right, though?
No. Don't ask further questions. They were doing it.
Can I say something, please?
It
doesn't exactly. So what they're doing now, does it make it right? It's the same principle.
Don't mute my microphone. Don't mute my microphone. So I'm
not even the one muting you.
Eccentric, don't be annoyed. I was the one that muted your microphone because we're trying to have a conversation here.
No, honestly,
with the greatest respect.
The fact that some things were happening for years doesn't mean it can change or evolve. Righteous man, please weigh in on the matter.
Please, Righteous man, go ahead. Please.
Yeah. Let's go back to 2015. Who was Wike in 2015? From 2011 to 2015, who was Wike? Very quiet, soft-spoken gentleman. Hardly will you hear his voice. And in 2015, we rallied around Wike to make sure that Rivers State was not snatched from him. Because there were forces on ground in 2015 that was net bent in taking Rivers State from Wike. But those of us who supported, who were supporters of Jonathan and the good of PDP, stood our ground and said that will not happen. And that was how Wike retained his position democratically as the governor of Rivers State. Now, Wike started building an ambition. And that ambition was to be the president of Nigeria. And that was how he dragged the convention of PDP to Rivers State.
I remember.
And he was the one that sponsored Tamboa in order to actualize his dream, without knowing that the Northerners are more smarter than the Southerners when it comes to politics in Nigeria. Because they have the masters from the Western world that back up the North. when it comes to Nigerian politics, the dictators of Nigerian politics are the Britons. They dictate because they have the Northerners as their babies. So they tell them at any given time what to do. That was exactly what happened in the last election. When it was the time for PDP to bring a Southeasterner, Catherine Long was moving from the north to southeast, discussing with the traditional leaders and opinion leaders in the southeast. When IPOP was on fire, was raging, trying to take over the southeast, to make sure that all those political leaders have no say. Catherine Long, who was the ambassador of UK to Nigeria, was shuttling Abuja and the East. And the promise was that through PDP, an Easterner will be given the chance to rule Nigeria. And that was why the Southeastern elders was not backing Nnamdi Kanu. If you look at the very beginning, the Ohaneze Igbo and the Igbo political elite were against Kanu until they discovered that they had been played on. If you watch their recent statements, they have been calling for the release of Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally. Unconditionally came when they saw that they were played in the affairs of PDP in bringing a Southeasterner as the presidential candidate of PDP. Wike plotted the whole thing. Wike plotted it. Wike was betrayed by Tambowa, and now Wike became a wounded lion. So the issue of the herds, the cows roaming the capital city of Nigeria, Abuja, let me be honest with you, it is not our problem. The cows roaming the streets of Abuja does not constitute any economic problem to Nigerians.
Well, righteous man, who is we? Who is we? When you say it's not our problem, who is this we?
The Nigerian people. Because the cow that roams the street of Abuja have not killed anybody, have not destroyed any person's property. So the cows roaming Abuja is not the problem, it's not an economic problem of Nigeria. And it does not constitute one. Though every businessman must have an idea of how to run his business in order not to encroach into the affairs of another person. So what I'm trying to say is this: it is not our primary problem. The cow roaming Abuja is not our primary problem. Our primary problem is the leadership that have depleted everything that is called Nigeria. They have reduced us to ground zero. We have no reputation among the Committee of Nations. The green passport is like an abomination. Present it anywhere, even in Togo here. I traveled to Togo recently, and the way and the manner they checked me, I said, Togo, that is not up to a local government area in Lagos State. And Togo can't exist today without the Nigerian economy, without Lagos State economy. But they treat us as second-class human beings. I mean Togo. Because of the faulty leadership we have. So Wike destroying houses or planning to destroy houses is just to make sure that he pays PDP back for denying him the presidential ticket. That is just it.
So, righteous man, just to further this conversation in line with what you just said, so we don't lose our trend. So you said the cows roaming the streets of Abuja are not our problem. And I tried to get clarification, which you clarified. Thanks for that. Now, you said it's not our issue is leadership. Let's forget about cows roaming. That cows haven't killed anybody yet, but cows have actually killed people anyway. But let's just forget about cows and sought leadership. Then you
when there is a right. Hold on. Hold on. When there is a right leadership, the cows will not be in the street.
Okay, so but hold on now, hold on. So you see, life is not just exactly binary. Life is a process. It's not binary. It's not in, it doesn't stand still, it's not in a flux and just stays. So actions and inactions lead to other things. Now you said that in Togo, you visit Togo maybe as a businessman, that the Togolese, despite the fact that the Togolese lean on the Nigerian economy somewhat, yet they have a tight security for people who come into their country. And they're not making exceptions to say, oh, we depend on Nigeria. Therefore, Mr. Righteous Man who is Nigerian, we can see, and it's coming to better our economy, let's make an exception for him. So my point I'm trying to make here, and allow you to defend yourself, is it's not in sine qua non with the two things you're saying. That it's like you're contradicting yourself. If cows are not our problem, but the Togolese are saying Nigeria's economy is important to us, but the same Togolese, in trying to keep their identity, in trying to make their nation safe, and not just allowing anybody to filter in.
No, that's not what I mean.
No, I'm saying that's my understanding of what you just said.
Then I'm going to defend and clarify myself.
Of course, I said
your understanding might not be correct with what I am saying.
Okay. So my point is, the Togolese depend on the Nigerian economy, but in still depending on that Nigerian economy, they are not just opening their borders and saying Nigerians flock in as you like. They are still doing what they need to do to keep their.
Are Nigerians down?
That's false equivalence.
I'm making. If you're getting my logic, sure, you get my logic. My logic is simple. We can still come and run at the same time. We can seek to solve our leadership problems and seek order in Abuja. Because listen, when you throw a stone into the market, you don't know who is going to hit.
But hold on. The cows roaming the streets of Abuja, has it in any way constitute an economic sabotage to this nation?
It's a nuisance to society. Some of them enter into, cows have gone into other people's farms, little farms, and eat away
that is in the rural. That is in the rural villages.
Even in the cities.
That is in the rural areas. There is nobody that owns a farm in the city. You can't own a farm in the city.
Righteous man, that's not true.
Righteous man. So let me ask you: you're driving to work, to your office. You're dropping your children at school. There are cows causing traffic. That's okay with you? I'm asking simple questions because
let me ask another question, another similar question like that. What do you
have shepherd that controls them?
I saw a video. I'm telling you the video I saw this week in Abuja that the guy driving the car was.
Now, are you telling me that the problem of Nigeria is the cows that?
It is not, but our problems are many. So there are low-hanging fruits that we can deal with. But you are saying,
but Wike cannot do anything about it. Wike cannot do anything about it because those who brought Wike to that city are the owners of the cows we are talking about
now. I can agree with you that Wike cannot do anything because the people that brought him own the cows. But my thing is it okay to have cows causing traffic?
No, it is not okay.
That's where I stand.
Okay,
if
well,
can do with it or not, that's a different matter.
You can build a pedestrian area for the cows to go through the roads. You can build a pedestrian area
in Washington. Come back and tell us. There
are construction property. Dude, I was late to work on Thursday because of construction work. There was nobody told me, hey, there was going to be construction work.
It happens. Construction and
it happens.
Construction.
Dude, I was late to work. I could get fired. Fired for that. Your example is anecdotal. You made it an anecdotal point.
I will be leaving in a moment now because I'm running out of data. I want to recharge. I'm going to leave you for a while now.
Let us listen for you.
Your example, you had a video example you found on YouTube. That's anecdotal evidence, right? You're not going to use that to make a faulty generalization and say, hey, look, cows are causing problem in the whole Abuja. That's not true. That's not fair, man. Let's be honest here.
Wike himself mentioned it when he became the minister of Abuja. It was one of the things he mentioned. He said he does not want to see cows in Abuja. I'll tell you another thing.
And he can't do anything about it.
I agree. Two different things. Can he do anything? No. Is it right to have it? Also, no. I'll tell you another thing that happened. The owners of these cows said during the inauguration that they promised Nigeria they will take the cows off the street because of the people that are coming for the inauguration. Why bother? They don't cause any nuisance. They are fine. Why did they say that before Tinubu's inauguration in May? They said they were going to make sure there were no cows on the street. Why? Because as far as you're concerned, and some other people, it's okay. So why did they think because the international people coming?
No, you get it wrong. What I'm saying is this.
You righteous man.
Okay,
you don't want the cows. You're just saying
you
we can't do with it. It's bigger
you can
than
plan it into you can put it into the city planning. There you can build a pedestrian place area for the cows. And those guys who can roam their cow and go from point A to point B. You're not just gonna say, hey, look, well, we want to build a beautiful city that looks like New York City. We're gonna get rid of this. See, the thing is, if they go for the cow, the people that rear cows, who are they gonna come for next? That's the thing.
We're not saying go for the cows. No one is saying that. We're just saying we don't want them on the streets. Whatever they build for them, pedestrian, ranches.
You don't want them on the street for what? Like, what is the reason? Like, give me a reason that's like that makes sense. A rational reason why you don't want.
I'll tell you. The same reason that the cow owners, unprompted, without being prompted, they came out and said we will take our cows off the street for the inauguration, so that international leaders who are coming for this event would not see our cows on the street. For that same reason, no one asked them. They offered. Why do you think they offered?
I don't know.
You asked them. You should ask them because they think it's wrong for international leaders across the world to come to Abuja and see cows on the road.
Like, you think they're gonna have a problem with that? If they come in and see cows on the streets of Abuja, they're gonna go home.
I didn't think so. The owners of the cow thought so, not me. Don't put it on me now. The owners, I can put the article in the private chat. The owners of the cows, without anyone asking them, said we will take our cows off the street for this inauguration. Why did they do that? Why?
You're using that as a premise to say, hey, we gotta take the cows off the street completely.
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, why did they take it out? Because people were coming.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, okay. When you figure that out, then we'll talk about it again.
It's kind of anecdotal. I was gonna. What's the other guy? He left. I was gonna rebuttal a lot of things he said about.
Yeah, you can say that. I'm sure he's still listening. You can say whatever you want to say.
Well, he said something about Elon Musk, and I wrote it down. He said Elon Musk came to America and actualized his American dream. No, Elon Musk's parent owned a gold mine
in South Africa,
and he inherited money from it. And then he bought PayPal, right? He was the first owner of PayPal. He sold it and then started Tesla, right? So he didn't go from rag to riches. I'm rebutting what he said, and then he said something about
it's not a rag to riches story. No, definitely
at all. Yeah, he said something about Canadian systems, right? Yeah, he said something about Canadian. Canada has universal healthcare, right? The healthcare there is so cheap. Here, drugs cost arms and legs. Over there in London, you guys have universal healthcare. We want that here. Like, I went to a dentist just for one tooth. I paid $2,400. That's enough money
in the UK as well, but I get you.
Yeah, that's enough money to pay for rent for my parent back in Nigeria, right? And he's talking about, Canada is a socialist country, and talking about bashing all that's the systems. I'm like, that's kind of selfish, to say, well, if in a system that benefits the people, or if someone can't work, they shouldn't be leeching the system, like he said. That's his own point, right? Just because some people can't, are not able to, work, doesn't mean that the society should, kind of discard them. And if you look at Skid Row, right, a lot of the homeless people in Skid Row are Black people, right? You can say, well, maybe Black people are lazy. That's why they are homeless in Skid Row. No, if you go back to the history of United States of America, they segregated Black people. And when they segregated Black people, they put them in homes where the area where they live, the school was terrible, first of all. I have a book on that. There's a book called, I forgot the name of the book. It's not. I read it a long time ago, right? If you read the history of Jim Crow and segregation, even there was a let's see here. I forgot what law, that one military thing they did. G.I. Joe bill, right? All Black people were excluded from the G.I. Joe bill. Even on the New Deal, a lot of Black people didn't get anything from New Deal because a lot of Black women were working as maid and servants and those were excluded because the states were the benefits were handed to the states, and the states were racist, right? Now, if you come to America and see black people suffering, living in the ghettos, you might think, hey, maybe these guys are lazy. No, but they're not. They came from where we come from, right? We come here and we do well because we have a better background from where we come from. Most of us go to school. We are professionals. We come here in the United States of America, to Canada, and we do well, right? Just because someone won't be able to get to that point doesn't mean that the society would should discard them, or put them away. Leave them on the streets. What is that? California has like 45,000 homeless people. I mean, come on. This is my rebuttal to the guy. He's not here. Like, his points kind of enrage me, Right. And it's like everything he talks about how Togo, they treat Igbo people so badly. No, that's racism, man. Or tribalism. Igbo people get treated badly, and even in Ghana, right? I mean, Nigerians, when they go to Ghana, open up shops, Ghanaians, mistreat them. This thing happens. It doesn't mean that they
as well. So
yeah, it doesn't mean that they're right.
I know.
And also like the whole thing about someone driving a Ferrari and whatever. I was making an instance, right? You shouldn't live in a society where some people are millionaires in dollars, right? Billionaires, they can buy I know. I read a story about a guy that bought his 2 daughters Ferrari. They were 18 years old, right? He gave them Ferraris, right? And they're riding around on a Lagos street, the street that's not good, that's not well maintained, right? They live in that society. There are people that live in Lagos State. Like, I have a friend that live in Lagos State. He calls me every time. He needs money. I can't pay rent. He's homeless right now. He doesn't have a home. He lives with his friends. He works. He works at a bar. And he has a lot of jobs, but he doesn't make enough money to actually afford to live in Lagos, right? There are people like that live in Lagos. You know what I'm saying? It's not a fair society. We can't have, like he says, Dangote, he worked hard and made his money. That's not true. That's not a fact.
No,
Most of them died.
No, he actually didn't say that. He said Dangote made his money because he got help from the government.
Yeah, that's true. And that's the same case with most of the elites in Nigeria, right? If you actually look into how they make money with selling oil, they were given access to.
So I hear you, but where do we draw the line? Because there are people in the city you live that are homeless. How many of them do you have in your house? There are people who don't have shoes. You have more than 2 or 3, I like to assume. So my question is, where do we draw the line?
I don't have a house. This is not even my house. I live with someone.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I don't have a house. I don't have a house. So yeah, if I do, I contribute contributions. There are groups here. There's a YouTube channel called Revolutionary Blackout, right? They take donations and they go out in various cities where they have branches, and help out the homeless. And I contribute as much as I can, right?
That's good.
A little bit that I can, I help them.
That's good. That's good on you.
Yeah, saying it kind of make me feel terrible. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We do charity. I do my bit as well. Augustine, how many cows do you own on the streets of Abuja? Don't lie.
I think I own
know there are a lot of Igbo people.
The first thing I came here is when you took your shepe so that you can hide. That was why they collect your shepe? You don't collect your shepe, you won't hide. Now I just came here, please. There's something we need to know here. We are brothers.
True.
The person I want to talk with eccentric is that most of the time you always use Nigerians and Igbos interchangeably. We are not enemies. I don't know. Just wait, let me talk. It's my time to talk.
Don't say that.
Please, let me talk.
You're making accusations.
No,
you can't do that.
When you were just talking, the last sentence you made now, you said whenever you go to Togo and Igbos are treated badly. Come on. Coming here.
You said it was a slip of tongue.
You have always been using that.
Oh my God, really?
It's not new. It's my first time seeing it on the show.
Can I talk?
Yeah, go on. Sorry, Augustine.
Now, we are all brothers. The green passport has disgraced a lot of people, whether they are Igbos, Yorubas, or Hausas, or even the Fulanis. All we want is to make the country better. Why I came around, as I said, for 2 reasons. When my guy took his check, I can't say hi. Secondly, is this issue of the cows. The fact that we know that we can do something right in New York City, you don't see cows on the road, they are in ranches, and yet we still have enough meat to eat. The one thing we need to know is that these cows roaming the street of Abuja, is it the best? No. Emma Show gave a scenario before the inauguration. People who own the cow said they would take it off the street, and they did. We know what is right. We know exactly how to do it. But why is it that whenever it comes to implementation, there is always this issue of tribalism and nepotism and the rest? I always want to say something here, which I've always said on this show. I don't like people who always praise me all the time. I feel as if something is wrong somewhere. There is what we call constructive criticism. If you are being criticized for something, it doesn't mean they hate you. They want you to improve. If I see people always praise me, you can never be my friend. I want if somebody will tell me that, okay, this thing was not done well. This is the reason why it was not done well. This is how we can improve. So if you tell people that take the cows off the street, where do you want them to go? Get them the ranches. If you don't get them the ranches or help them, then that is now when there's a problem. Come on, let's try to build a country all of us can be proud of. We know we see all these things elsewhere. It's not because he supports Nigeria, or he supports Mekano, or is an obedient. No, that's not true. Let's just try. If it's good for all of us. It's bad. It's bad.
Wait. If they take the cows off the street, Nigeria will be perfect, right? Corruption will be done.
Nigeria will not be perfect.
That's what
in the words of somebody. I don't know if you show. Those are low-hanging fruits.
Yeah.
Look, for example,
can you explain how they're low-hanging fruits? Can you explain it, please?
Let me try to tell you now. A lot of people in Nigeria are already stressed. You know, the economic situation is stressed. Just think of somebody riding in his car and somehow there's a cow on the road. The stress of work, this other thing, together with the cows on the road, the person flares up. Those are the small mental stress we don't take into consideration. We don't take into consideration. But okay, now take the second option. What if somehow, somewhere, there was somewhere that we can have ranches, we plant good nutritive weed or grasses for these cows to take? The same animal can still eat and feed very well and will still be good for us economically. So that's just the whole thing. It doesn't mean that we need to send them away. You can't kill the animals. I will never support that. Don't even try it because people don't even have enough to eat. So how then do you want to endanger the animals? No. But there should be a way for us to sit down as brothers and do it well the way it's supposed to be. Come on, it's not because I'm the one doing it, then I'm right. No. It's not because you are the one doing it, you are right. No. We should look in a case. I always like making this as a scenario. If I want to be fair and they say to be fair in your judgment. Whenever I want to do something, I always ask myself the question, if it was turned around and it was done to me, will I be happy? If I am fair to myself and I say, yes, I'll be happy, it therefore means what I want to do is correct. We should always make it to be a two-way thing. Not because I'm the one that wants to benefit, then it's correct for me. No. But if you turn it around and it was done to you, will you be okay? And even that's why this case, they said, I read online where Wike was destroying people's bikes. It's wrong. There is hunger in the land. Why you destroy? Even if they went against the law, give them some fine. Because if you destroy those bikes, you are destroying their source of livelihood. So please, there is a lot we can do, and there is a lot we need to do. But it doesn't mean that anytime the rule is against us or against me, that is not correct. No. When the rule is against you, it's not correct. No. When maybe they always say if corruption favors me, then it's fine. Come on. We should try as much as possible to improve in this country, Nigeria, we see. I'll tell you the truth. If we want Nigeria to be better, when you see a spade, call it a spade. If you see corruption, call it corruption. If you see evil, call it evil. The more we start doing things little by little. Today, I always ask myself, today, what have you learned? You learn one thing. Tomorrow, what have you learned? You learn one thing. Before 1 month or 1 year, see your level of knowledge. The same thing here. If Nigeria today, we do one thing. Tomorrow, we do the next one. The next day, we do the next one. Before 1 year, you go see the thing. You see the progress we have made. The situation where they want to do something, you say, okay, must it start with me? Or must it be my own? Come on. It's just that we know the right things to do, but we have refused to do it as Nigeria. And it is somehow disheartening that some of us were a little bit exposed and sometimes supporting some of these things, which I think they don't make sense. Maybe that's where I'm going to end for now. Maybe with the other time.
Thanks. Thank you, Augustine. Maz, describe. Have you got anything else to add to this the discussion was Wike, in terms of what Wike said he was going to do. One of the things he mentioned earlier was he was going to deal with the menace of the cows on the streets, but we've been told by someone like Eccentric and a few people in the comment section to say cows are not our problems. We should leave the cows alone. They're not disturbing us. They're going about their business.
Exactly.
But I can draw a parallel and say, so if we have dirt on the road, mountains of piles of dirt, we can say, you know what? That's not the problem. Let's focus on other things.
That's an anecdotal. That's an anecdotal, man.
Say something else. Say something new. You keep saying that. What we're saying is, see, it's a low-hanging fruit. It's something that you can deal with that doesn't require a lot of money. You don't have to borrow money from anywhere to fix it.
What problem does it solve, though? What problem does it solve?
The nuisance. It's a nuisance.
Nuisance is the problem Nigeria has. Like, that's the main problem.
Please, sorry. Our problems are many. So are you saying until we solve the bigger problems?
What about the homeless people in Skid Row are not nuisance? Like,
we've dealt with it. This is the first time we're discussing cows here. No. When I said sorry, we've discussed it. We discussed all these things. Someone already said about how about Wike, start sorting the homeless people in Abuja, but that didn't get your attention as much. The man you've literally dissected everything he said before he left. He mentioned it. He said, "Oh, Wike should probably think of housing the homeless in Abuja." He mentioned it, but that doesn't. For some reason, you're not really keen. It's the cow one that we mentioned. You're like, just leave them alone. It's not it. See. What I'm saying is, if I was going to buy a property in Abuja or anywhere, I'm driving to the property and I see people with their cows on the street and all of that, it affects my decision.
How does that affect your decision?
Bro, are you just a wind-up or what? Are you serious?
I'm serious, yeah.
You're comparing it to the dairies behind your house. Those dairies behind your house, who owns them?
Not behind my house. They're on the streets, too.
On the streets?
They're on the streets.
Who do they belong to? Who takes them there on a daily basis?
They're not new. Are they nuisance? The city protects them. You can't kill them.
I said, who do they belong to?
The city. The city protects them. You're not even allowed to hunt them.
Yes, that's true. I really have them here in my school.
I get that, but I'm saying, who do they belong to?
Yeah.
An individual who's making money off it? No. Okay.
Wow, Niger wahala plenty. I won't lie to you.
I'm just saying.
You're not gonna buy a home. You're not gonna buy a home in Abuja. You're not gonna buy a property in Abuja.
Let me answer that question for you. Let me tell you the truth. If I have the money, I will not buy a home in Abuja.
Of course you wouldn't. When you're not mad,
Lagos.
You must be a mad man to buy.
Port Harcourt. I will not buy a home in Onitsha. Even to I will not even buy in Owerri. Because trust me, all this you may think that anyhow it depends. You have a job. There are many things you need to do. Even the small anger somebody may put on you affects your job. So that's why you should remove everything that can lead you not to perform well in your work. And even this small thing you're talking about, the cows on the road, just back up somebody. I've seen situations where here somebody is being sparked off just by a little thing, and before you realize the gun comes out. Come on. They used to say that my people will say, remove the hand of the monkey from the soup before it turns to human hand. Those are the small things we need to think about. And that's why I tell you the truth. We know the right thing to do.
That's not the problem that we have in the country, though, Nigeria, right? That's not the problem. Like my friend in Lagos who's homeless.
What's our problem?
Right? That leaves with his friend. The cow is not the reason why he's homeless.
I didn't say.
The cow is not the reason why he's homeless. That's the truth. It's very true.
People are buying properties in Abuja, regardless of the cows in the streets, right? People live in Abuja, right? People live in there. People are living over there.
The reason why
people live there. They've lived there for decades. Listen, with the cows roaming the street.
The reason why your friend is homeless or that guy on the street in Lagos is homeless is because somebody starts, as you normally do, start the money, so it doesn't go around. Why do I mean it doesn't go around? For example, if those people steal the money from the government, use it to buy yam from the market, the person who buys yam will hire the person who carries it to the market. Before you realize the money will move around, the person who carries the yam to the market and is paid 2,000 naira or 1,000 naira will go and buy rice, and it will still circulate somehow. So, but the point is this: that is why the money doesn't go around. Very true. But even with the issue of the cows, we should try as much as possible to make sure that we can start from somewhere, no matter how small. While you are solving the problem of the person out of the street, you also look at
why do we have to? Why should we start there? Like, why is that like the number one priority for
no one
for
we can
you're the one who
start from
said it's the
different
number one
direction.
thing.
We can multitask, my brother.
I think
There's nothing
your
that is
fixation on it
we can multitask.
is more than ours.
Okay,
no
okay.
one
Now,
said is the number one problem.
thank you.
At
Now,
any point.
do you
We're just
realize
saying it's
that?
one of the
Do you
things you have
realize
to deal
that
with.
if we rear these cattle in ranches and give them the most nutritive grass, they will be even fatter than the when we move them on the street. They'll be fatter and more bulky than when we are carrying them from place to place in the scorching sun and
It's not
moving
the,
them.
of course, it's not the number one problem Nigeria
It's
has.
not the number one problem, but
It's low.
a way we
But
can
what we're
try
saying
it
is it has to be
It's not
dealt
even
with.
part of the problem they have. But you got to understand, the people that are rearing the cows actually are employed. This is their employment. This is how they make money. This is how they're able to live in Abuja, right? The people that own the cows, that's how they're able to. This is their business, right? And then when you take them out the business, like you said, they're going to build a ranch, and they haven't done it, right? They haven't built the ranch yet. They haven't even allocated them in a new location yet. They haven't put them anywhere.
They don't want it.
They wanted to do it. They wanted to do it. Yeah, Wike is trying to strong arm them and get them out of there. The same way they knocked down properties in Abuja. And I told a story of one of my in-laws whose building was knocked down. He lost all the money he made in Abuja, right? Same thing. You know, these guys are not our problem. They're not our problem, you know. And there's a reason why they always go at the poor first. That's my point. That's my whole point here. They always go at the poor first. The people that rear those cattle make money doing it.
Let me quickly disabuse you. The owners of these cows are
the
not
owners
poor.
of cows are the rich people.
Yes.
How much is a cow? What do you think?
They are filthy rich.
Those cows you see are owned by the politicians.
So there's
That's the truth.
I think you
They're
have to go
owned
and
by
look about
those
this.
Politicians own cows.
It's a multi-billion naira industry.
Yes.
Billion.
It's not owned by the poor
Not
people.
million. It's a multi-billion naira industry. It's not poor people.
It's
The
not
guys
people
who
who own those
run the
cows.
street with the cows are poor. The owners of the cows are multi-billionaires. Yes.
We need that one. We need to fix that. We need to fix that. We need to make it in a way where the people that rear the cows should make enough money, a lot of money, so they can actually leave. You know, they should make living wage.
You can speak
that
to
should
the
be our
cow owners
problem.
on their behalf. That's fine.
That should be our problem.
I can't even believe we're discussing this. Should we take the cows off the street or not?
No. See, my pushback is because of our own bias. Like a lot of us here are Igbo Yoruba, right? We have a bias against the Fulanis, man.
I don't.
This is the division. We created division.
No. It's the abuse.
Mazi is Igbo. Mazi is Igbo. Austin is Igbo. You are Yoruba. I'm Igbo.
No, Austin
right?
is not Igbo. Austin, I think you're from Ogoja, right? Sorry.
I'm from Anambra.
Nah, lie. Come on, man.
What? Sorry, what?
For real?
With the Fulani man.
I'm from Anambra.
Sure enough.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misplaced.
Think I hate Yoruba politicians for whatever reason. Why do I? Fulani, honestly, I don't think I've dealt with a Fulani man before in my life. What issues do I have with them? None. I don't generalize. All I'm saying
a lot of the people in the panel, if you listen to their comments, right? When
No.
Speaking against
you're wrong, my brother.
You may have one, two, or three.
My brother, you're wrong. Sorry.
You may have one or two people come here and they generalize.
Run it back.
We have been here. Most people who speak,
not you.
They don't speak on sentiments.
You were not here though. You were not here initially, like a few minutes ago. You just came here.
No, I've been listening from the background. And apart from that, I mean, all through we have been having maybe this discussion here. I don't think a lot of people on the panel generalize. If you want to know those who generalize, we can call them by names.
Run the thing back. You hear?
We know them.
No, I'm not making it up.
We know.
No, Eccentric, can I just say, I've been listening to you a lot today. I just want you to calm down a little bit now. Because
I have time today, man. Don't mute me.
Don't
mute me, sir.
No. I'm not muting you. No, sorry. Look at my hands. Look at my hands. Yeah. Let me say what I'm saying now, please. Can I say it? Look, I think what everybody's been talking about is not anything to do with Fulani people. It's about the abuse of the privilege of those animals to walk around. Those animals have been walking around before, but now, when they started carrying AK-47, people were becoming suspicious of them. You know what I mean? No, today a cow begin to walk up and down.
That
Now.
could,
But,
that could be
people,
dealt with. Yeah, the AK-47 thing could be dealt with. You could deal with that. Yeah, that's a problem.
But then don't people have the right to feel unsafe given the the temperature of the polity of things, you know? So there's a distrust. They've eroded their trust. So, I know there are good Fulani people. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is not a generalization at all. They are good Fulani, very, very good. I mean, I've associated with them. They're very, very. I'll be honest. Growing up, I would even trust an Hausa guy. I'm being honest. I would trust an Hausa guy.
I'm laughing because when I was 7, a Fulani person gave me the daughter to even marry.
Yeah, you see. So for the care that they're going to flog you as part of the marriage right.
You can marry one of my daughters. I'm telling you. And it was my very good friend at the market, and we always talk. So there is
that's the thing. Someone in the comment section is saying you people have been silent. There's no. See, people hear what they want to hear. On this show today, I've mentioned it that I've read in places that there are southeastern governors who own cows. But somebody is saying we don't talk about it. You hear what you want to hear, because I said that tonight, that even it's not just about Fulani or Hausa people. I've read and I've had people say there are southeastern governors who own cows. And I won't be surprised if there are southwest governors who also own some of these cows. I don't have you see, it's not about the owners. It's about the nuisance. I can't believe we're discussing. Oh, Maska. Okay, so we have another here. Oh, it's left.
Somebody brought it up. I don't know. Someone brought up the whole cow thing. That's what we're discussing.
Oh, there was another gentleman who just was about to join. It would have been nice to hear his view, because I've said it. You say it once a year, so I should be thinking it every day.
Yes, if you are from the north, this is your chance to come and challenge your secretary. I'll make sure he keeps quiet. I'll keep
honestly. The political class are one. Like you said, they are one tribe. The political class are one tribe. The eastern governor who owns cows will never speak up against it. The southwestern governor who owns cows will never speak up against it. What someone like me, what really pains me is that in the West, that's the closest to me.
Yeah, BQB will get one.
We used to have a leader called Awolowo. This man had ranches all over the West, about 15 or 20 ranches. That way, it will be very difficult almost counterproductive for you to walk your cow from Kaduna down to Ibadan, because we have ranches all around us. The cows were cheaper. These were the breed that the man brought from Argentina, the shorthorn cows. Awolowo had them. The ranches are there now dormant. We had in Ondo State, we had in Old Ondo, we had in Oyo State. 9 ranches in Old Oyo State. 9. Ondo State, we had with 5 massive dams, the one in Ondo State. So the man, Awolowo found an alternative without he didn't provoke them, he didn't argue with them, he didn't say don't do your business. It's just that, you know what, let's have ranches. We have cows that don't roam the street. It will be cheaper, because somebody who walks the cow down from Kano they have to sell it for more money. But the one in Ibadan that lives there is cheaper. So Awolowo, without discussing it, without being confrontational, solve the problem. But the current crop of politicians don't even care, because even they own some of these cows. It would even tell you why they probably don't care about the ranches, because they own some of these cows. But they would also hide under, it's Fulani cows. It's not Fulani cows. I don't think so. I think it's all these rich people that owns this cow, and they don't care what damage they cause, what nuisance they cause.
How do I get a cow, man? I want to invest money on it. If it's a lucrative business, I want to be part of it. You know what I mean?
So this Efosa guy, honestly, it would be nice if people like this.
Maska is back.
No, Maska. It would be nice if you stop being faceless. I can even spare you 2 minutes, Efosa, to come online without your face showing. You say, so I've been accused of saying Fulani 1,000 times. If you go back and play Dr. Damage's shows that I've been on, if I mention Fulani 5 times in the last 1 year, I won't come back here.
No. Yeah, sure.
No, I'm just saying, if I've mentioned Fulani, like in a derogatory way,
don't listen to people in the...
No, I'm just saying, no. So, because when people... When people type, they speak almost like from their backside. That I said that Igbo politicians own cows once a year, but I've said that Fulani owns cows 10,000. Like, are you stalking me? Is that how you live your life? What sort of life are you living? Wherever you are,
my
go
brother
out,
said,
get fresh air. Get a girlfriend. Do something. You counted how many times I said Fulani? It's
Now when you're
10,000.
talking, raise your leg up. Maybe your brain then under your foot, so they think they
BQB, please supply internet for Masca so I can come on. Since you don't trust an Igbo man.
I have no issues with Fulani at all. For me, I think the political class are the same. Fulani, Hausa, even the Fulanis, they get the bad rep. Anybody who is bad in the north is Fulani. It doesn't matter if they are Kanuri. It doesn't matter if they are Hausa.
Whether they are bad, they are Lupe, it doesn't matter.
Why would I have an issue with the Fulani man?
It's really sad.
Can we agree that all the major tribal groups in Nigeria actually have problem with Fulanese? We do though. That's
I wouldn't agree that with you. You can't speak for me. I just
let's hear from Masca, please. Let's hear from Masca.
I have no issue with anybody. I have issue with corrupt people.
Let's hear from Masca. Masca, you have the floor.
Who takes Masca's mic? There's somebody who actually takes his mic. Who is it? Is it Paul? Somebody usually. Masca is frozen. Oh. It would be nice to hear his view.
Sorry, my network is bad. Can you guys?
We heard you for 2 seconds.
I don't. You know what? I'm going to go in the background. Maybe put some people in the background so that it might help.
Okay, let's try. I mean, forefathers, if you are watching, forefathers, come and take over the issue. I'm leaving. I said I was going to leave 1 hour 15. I'll leave at 12 midnight.
But the problem is that the Fulanis, the reason why people are calling Fulanis now, we know that it's not all of them. There are good ones in Nigeria, but the reason why we're calling them out is because nothing was done when the killing was going on. And the president was there, nothing was done to stop the killings. And these guys were carrying rifles, they were carrying AK-47, military-style rifles, killing people with impunity.
No, Lumide, I respect your rights, and everything you said is correct. But I think the only caveat I want to add is that when you're criticizing, why not put it in perspective? Why not say that it is the rifle-carrying Fulanis that are suspect?
Look, Mazi,
or by using the word,
Mazi, the president, if the president didn't want us to call the whole tribe, the whole ethnic group out, the guy should have apprehended the ones that were causing the problem. Majority of them were foreign Fulanis from neighboring West African countries. Yes. They were allowed into the country without visas. They wanted to take people's land. I mean, allegedly.
But isn't that if you put that into perspective, what you're saying is a failure of government.
It's a failure of government, but
exactly.
but the different one at that though.
Okay. If you give somebody the opportunity to take advantage of you, they say there's a term
that says helpless. The governors are security officers.
Why are we wasting our time talking about those Fulanis? Why are we not are we not seeking for reform or trying to kick out that government and put a government that will set things right?
That is what we've been talking all along.
But then demonizing the Fulani now, it doesn't really. We're not going anywhere with it because now the innocent Fulani.
The reason
who is in Abia State? Wait. The innocent Fulani who is in Abia State who speaks fluent Igbo.
Unfortunately, if my own ethnic group was responsible, if the president, as it is now, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but if Tinubu's government allows the Yoruba ethnic group to commit genocide, whether they are foreign Yorubas from Benin Republic or Togo, to commit genocide against other ethnic groups, how would you feel? Now, these people are dead. We don't care about dead people.
No, please put it in perspective. If Tinubu, if Tinubu instigates criminal-minded Yoruba people, I'm putting into perspective. I'm speaking in theoretical terms, right?
I'm holding the guy with the ultimate security responsible.
That doesn't mean all Yoruba people are bad.
I'm holding him responsible for what?
No.
Fulanis, Bororos, as they are called, especially the foreign ones, when majority of them were private citizens, they were found to be speaking Fufude or French. Some of them, majority of them.
You're leaving. No, you're now attacking their right of expression. Their language doesn't matter. if they were found speaking those
Okay. Can a Fulani guy
the
please come
point
on
is
here
how you
and come and
define it and
address us
the
all?
Do you
context
have
within
proof of
what we
anybody
put it.
caught as a Fulani man killing any?
Criminal-minded
Come
Fulani
on.
people. Criminal-minded Fulani
Sorry,
people.
sorry, Eddie, you said something?
Where is your proof that you had what's it called, Fulani men killing people there?
Oh,
in Nigeria?
You want me to take you to
You just had
Okeogun?
people
You want
talking.
me to take you to Okeogun in Ogun State? You want me to show you where Igbo went to Igogon?
Oga, how do you know that people did not dress up as Fulani men to commit these acts in order to blame them? You need to stop,
police,
please.
Wait. Now you can say that now that time has gone, but God bless the memories of these people that died.
Of course, it's sad that they died, but there's no proof that Fulani men
is it still not happening in Benue right now or just?
Show me one Fulani man that was caught and presented.
Show you.
Come
it
on.
is in the dailies. Read the
No,
dailies.
Eddie,
read the papers.
wait.
Read Sahara. It is there. There are records.
Olumide,
which one did they catch and present?
All right, let's do it
Come
one
on.
at a time. One at a time.
You guys will not tell yourself the truth until it happens to a family member. People
You can't be speaking the truth without facts.
The expressway. A guy came back from America to come and set up business in Oshun. He was kidnapped by a Fulani guy.
Okay.
He was murdered.
Do you have proof that he was a Fulani man?
Let me show you proof. Me. Are you asking me to show you proof?
Man, you're stating it out here.
You want me to go dig out the dailies and bring it to you?
Yeah, if you can, yes. If you can, you don't point.
You want to tell me?
Look, when it was happening back then in Nigeria, when everybody was saying the Fulani, Hausa Fulani, there was no proof. Excuse me.
It's not Hausas. We are specific here. Fulani.
Okay. It was the Fulani group, in your words, that killed these people. Was there any proof?
I didn't say even the Hausas are suffering that fate right now.
Olumide, let him speak. Olumide,
please. Look, you cannot be accusing people without facts.
No, I'm not accusing anybody.
Hold on. Excuse me.
I'll give him like 2 minutes.
Just because people come out and say, "Oh, it's the Fulani people that are doing this thing," doesn't mean that it's what's happening. If you don't have facts to back it up, all the time they were pointing fingers at the Fulanis. Where were the facts? Where were the people who were arrested saying, these are the people we caught, they are the Fulani tribe?
Eddie, people were arrested, they were handed over to some OPC members who went to Igogon, arrested the Fulani, the man coordinating it. They went to the jail, broke the jail and released the guy. Do
you have the article pointing this? Because everybody's been saying everything about
it's on YouTube. I have everything on YouTube.
I'm sorry, is there a way? I'm sorry, I may be wrong. But I know before you accuse anyone, you should have facts.
Nigeria will not do anything. Even if you have facts, Nigeria will not do anything.
Everybody kept blaming Buhari at the time.
The guy at the helms of the power will not do anything.
Okay. Everybody kept blaming Buhari at the time that it was because he was in power. That's why the Fulani.
Eddie.
Hold on.
The Minister of Communication, Pantami. All this is news. This guy had access to your BVN. This guy is a terrorist. And he was part of the tools these guys used.
Who had access to
Pantami, Minister of Communication. Minister of Communication. This guy was provided tools for them to use to kidnap people and collect ransom.
Oh my God! Look, see, you cannot be putting allegations out like this.
Don't worry, the guy is gone.
People this way without facts. It's wrong. Like I keep saying. When they were blaming the Fulanis for doing whatever, the headsmen for doing what they were doing, I kept saying this is just propaganda.
People in the village are not human beings. The people in the village who farm, they are not human beings.
Hold on.
Because we don't live in the city.
Hold on now.
People living in the city, they will tell you nothing is happening. Nothing is happening.
You cannot speak the whole day. Let him speak now.
Bro.
Okay.
When
they were saying it was the headsmen that were committing these acts, I kept saying, look, because you have Buhari in power, of course, people will not like, there are certain tribes, certain section of the country that will not like the fact that, he was in power, or some certain people who did not like him. But to be ascribing the Fulanis as the one committing those acts, I kept saying, look, this could all be propaganda, just to bring him down. There was nobody with all the killings. I kept saying, where is the Fulani man? Oh, it's Fulani headsmen that are doing this. Oh, it's Fulani. Where is the proof? Are you saying that all of them that were committed acts, none of them were caught? I mean, come on. We should back.
Look.
If you want to make allegations, back it up with facts.
I'm a Yoruba man. I don't support a Yoruba man rigging himself to power. Tinubu, you understand? I'm going to speak the fact as it is. I don't support him rigging himself to power. The court should give the right judgment. We all know, we see the evidence. The court should make the right decision. You understand? Me, I'm not going to beat around the bush. His people committed atrocities and he looked the other way. And he knows he's the chief security officer of that country.
What is
He's talking about Buhari while Buhari was in power.
They never arrested one person. They never prosecuted anybody. People died on the front. Why do you think this guy, this Igbo, Nnamdi Kanu, why do you think he started ESN?
Why did he start what? Say that again. I'm sorry.
ESN. Why did he start ESN?
Eastern Security Network that Nnamdi Kanu
started. Why did he start ESN?
Well, I don't think
our state governors are collecting 250 million naira every month for security votes that they don't have to account for. They never provided one security for the people. And this guy started ESN and saved lives in the villages, in the farms. The Fulani is right way.
Let's check with Maska. Maska, let's check your mic. Is it working?
You understand?
Your picture looks clearer. So
for themselves and their families, not for the citizens.
Olumide, I beg. Just hold on for a minute. You're muted, Maska. Unmute yourself. Your picture looks clear. So
and they will tell you bring evidence. Am I the police?
Hey God, Olumide, no.
Arrested and locked up.
Start like this, they finish.
No. To be honest with
Maska,
you have to make allegations. You have to have facts. You can't just point out.
Sorry, sure. This thing
you have to
be emotional.
I know.
Life is cheap in Nigeria.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. All right. Unfortunately, I'd wanted to join the show early on because.
Oh, Master, this is your internet. I think we have to do something. It's gone again.
Oh, wow.
It happens all the time. It's usually.
You know what? Let's just, if he comes back, let's just leave so that way he can.
So
Eddie, you and him.
Eddie, what I would say, I've seen I saw some videos of some people arrested. I think one was in like Akure, in like trucks, like big trucks, trailers that they could use to transport stuff. I've seen people arrested with, it's just like citizens arrest. They arrest them and they wait for the police and they hand them over to the police. Now, I can't speak for their tribe. I can assume and say they look like they're northerners and all of that. You can hear the people speaking in Ekiti, all these places where they've arrested them with weapons, knives and guns and all these things. Not one, not two, different videos of them being arrested and handed over to the police. Now, people would allege and say they're coming down south to cause havoc, to cause trouble. Why do they have so much weapon? Where are they going with this weapon? I saw some of those videos, and these are not, like staged or anything. So I saw some of them in the last couple of years. Now, even having seen all of those, I still do not generalize and say, oh, Fulani is my enemy. Fulani, like, was it my scribe that was saying that? See, this thing is failure of government. It is the duty of the government to protect lives and properties, regardless of who is committing the atrocity. It is the government, is their primary assignment. And only when they made a very good submission. Each governor is given over 200 million naira every month. Security allowance. Secure your people. But it's not happening. Of course, what you said might be true, that some people might hide under the Fulani thing, but we cannot excuse them as well. Because when you start seeing a herder carrying AK-47, you start to ask questions. For what? Or any other Nigerian is not allowed to carry weapons. You're not allowed. You know that.
I agree, but when criminal elements decide to
infiltrate
society, you never know where it's coming from. Look at Boko Haram, for instance.
I agree.
Look at how it started. What I'm saying is, started as a joke, but got out of hand.
When people carry guns, it's hard to excuse them when they're accused of. Sorry, I'm looking for my remote. Is Maska is back? Okay, let me see if I put people back. Let's see if it works or not. I know this guy's an IT guru. Okay, he's already removing us. So you can remove me as well, Scribe, and see if he helps Maska. I don't think so. I think it's just his internet. But let's try. Maska, try. Let's see if we can hear you.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah, well, for now.
All right, and I feel honored for the effort to just get me to talk. Like I was saying, I'd
God knows how
actually
many
looked at
cows
the
you own.
topics.
Maybe you give us cows.
Yeah, well, my father used to own cows, but it's another. I mean, the story of cows is very interesting. But can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. Go on.
Okay, very good. So I said the topics that Mr. Rudolph put up today were very interesting topics. I actually wanted to join.
Your mouth is moving. The video is still fine, but the audio is gone. Such a shame. Okay, so I think it's not working. Tony's back. Tony's back. Let's bring other people back. It's just not working tonight. Masca will keep trying and hopefully would hear your voice. Now, anybody who has Forefather's number, please call him, text him, send him BlackBerry Messenger, send him anything you can send him. I'm here till midnight, which is half an hour from now. Please, Forefathers, I know you'll not come in at 11:59 and pretend like you're ahead. The way you do it, please come in and save the day, because me have to go. All right. Olumide, I know it's a very passionate subject for you. I know it really annoys you. Some of the things we saw with like Sunday Boho, some of the things he went to do in Igongon, you wake up some days, you see houses burnt down, you see cops and all of that. Now, like Eddie is suggesting, maybe it's infiltrated, but I'm saying that it is the duty of the government to stop it. Now, the body language of Buhari didn't help. You're the president of the country. Things like that were happening, and it became almost like it's no big deal. 20 there, 40 there, 60 there, Benue today, Plateau tomorrow. It was like, oh, let people just, his body language didn't help at all. So it's easy for people to say, oh, it's because they're your people. That's why you turn the blind eye. Because look at it, if something happened in the East, you will see military formation, and they will march there, and they will resolve whatever problem they can resolve. But when people, Buhari just didn't, it was like he didn't care.
Okay, but how come he toned down all of a sudden? Because we don't hear of it anymore like we used to.
It's still happening. No, it's happening.
But we don't hear of it like it used to. I mean,
because it's not normal news. Benue, Plateau State.
Back then, it was
It's so Eddie. The answer to your question is so obvious. It's no more in government.
But that's what I'm saying. How do
the guy is no more in government?
How do you know that it?
There were proofs. The police did not act on it.
How do you know that it was not his political enemies carrying out this action to bring him down? That's what I'm saying.
See, I'm not saying that they are responsible for 100% of the crimes. We're saying that there was proof. There's proof, and there was proof that some of these crimes were committed by Fulani. We are not saying they may have been coordinated with indigenous Fulanis, but we're saying that majority of them came from outside the country. They came in, they wanted to resettle them. Even El Rufai alluded to it himself. He said they brought them in. They brought them in, but they don't have a way to send them back. They promised them land. They promised, because part of the reason was that they wanted to get rid of Jonathan. They were thinking that Jonathan would not hand over. And when the gentleman told them that his ambition was not worth the lives of people, they couldn't get them back.
I'm sorry.
And this guy promised them land. What is the origin of Ruga? What is the origin of the water resources bill? Just to get land from people and settle them in different local governments in the southwest, in the southern part of the country. But they were repelled in the east. Nnamdi Kanu did it. ESN did it effectively. They repelled them. They sent the army to come and start combating ESN, to say, oh, you are not lawfully allowed to carry rifles. Even in the southwest governor started Amotekun. That was the reason for the Amotekun, to protect lives, especially in the farms. You understand? All these things are there. It is natural for when the government change stand to another ethnic group, they will lie low.
Yeah. Olumide, Eddie, can I say something? I think both of you have points, right? But you see, this is a reflection of how Nigerian we really are. this is an indication of how Nigeria we are. What Olumide is saying, we all read it in the papers. You know, we all saw these things. Allegedly that Fulani looking people were caught here. Their names were mentioned that were verifiable names. In the case of Igongon, those were verifiable names, right? But you see, the part that I argue, I'm sort of like distancing myself from Olumide is that, you see, that doesn't really. Our problem is our national identity, and that's where I disagree with you, Olumide, in the sense that, trying to make it a Fulani case, you kind of negate the core abstraction, and that is criminality, and you negate the core abstraction of whose responsibility it is, and that is for the government to be able to do their job and reduce crime.
Exactly.
If you bring, if you bring the conversation into this using those words, it's easy for people like Eddie to now. I believe Eddie is not a. Look at him; he looks like a sane guy. He will then see reason in what you are saying. You know what I mean? So he looks totally sane to me. But you see,
I've qualified my words.
bros, no, wait, now wait.
I don't know of any other way. Wait, I don't know of any other way.
I'm only trying to play devil's advocate. I actually see reason in both of what both of you are saying, because it's a danger point and it's not allowing us to move
forward.
What
kind of danger?
It's a danger point because you are now playing. You're not on that side of playing. Wait, you are playing. You are using the broom to sweep out the innocent ones unknowingly.
If the press
you are using. Wait now.
They will say a white Alaskan, a native Indian.
I want to land my point.
What is wrong with qualifying the?
No, please let me land my point.
What is wrong?
It will all be propaganda to bring the government of.
Please let me land the point. Let me land my point. Both of you. Please now, let me land my point, Olumide and Eddie. Please let me land my point. So my point is that this still reflects to our ultimate problem, and our ultimate problem is that what it means to be a Nigerian does not exist. We are not proud Nigerians, because if we are proud Nigerians and there's neutrality in our ethnic identities as it relates to Nigeria, then it will no longer be that a Fulani man or even an Igbo guy, in the case of Ernest, there are other bad people. There are other bad people from this thing. So if we are able to now bring it under sort of like be able to choose our words and define it as criminality, define it as an abdication of government. So let me land my point. Listen, I've been holding this point. Abacha said something. He said if a crisis or theft or something like this lasts for more than 1 week, the government knows about it. So now when you look at it from that perspective, the body language of Buhari is highly suspect in that perspective. If we present this case like this, I think it will be easier for us to actually enter these conversations and do something. I think Masca is back. Let me use.
Is Masca back?
But I want you to bear in mind that I'm not blaming
the
whole of the Fulani tribe. We are not blaming the whole of the Fulani tribe. You understand? But part of those were
I had to keep quiet for a while.
That's almost impossible. But let's try.
Go ahead. Your floor is yours.
Don't mess with us.
Oh.
So, Master, don't be my fault now. Not
we can't hear you anymore. This used to be CM back in the days. You couldn't hear CM. Maybe we should ask CM what he did. Maybe he can tell you. Honestly, we can. Okay, so let's do it this way. Olumide, you've spoken quite a bit. Scribe, have you landed your thoughts?
I wanted to just conclude and
just wait. I think Mazi, have you finished?
Yes. Please.
All right, cool. Olumide will come back to you.
Yeah.
All right. Eddie came in before Augustine. So Eddie, you go. Tone will go. Then we'll go to Augustine. Please.
Well, I really don't have much to say. I just came in to actually kind of rebut the fact that the Fulanis were being all the blames of that Fulanis. Look, the way I understand politics work if you have a government of the day, there are some people who are going to be in there who are not going to be okay with the fact that the person that's in power is there. They try to do whatever they can to bring him down. At the time when this Fulani stuff was going on, yes, you know, things were happening in the north at that time concerning Boko Haram, right? But with every killing and every crime that happened in other parts of Nigeria, at that time it was the Fulani people. Yes, that's what the point. Come on. Before you start accusing people, where are these guys? Okay, this guy, if you say a crime has been committed by X person, and you say it's being handed by the police, or they're being handed over to the police, at least you have pictures of them, or the police will parade them. Nothing like that was going on. So at some point,
some did happen. Some did happen. There was a man that was arrested in Oyo State. I can't remember the town. They chased him. They found him. One elderly man. You wouldn't even believe he was the one commanding the operations. I actually saw OPC arrested him. The OPC guys ended up being locked up. I remember,
for 3 months.
Yeah, there were instances. That's what I'm saying. That maybe it's overblown. Maybe other people committed crime in their name. But it did happen.
That's my point. Yes, maybe some of them did carry out the acts, but you cannot. What was being ascribed at that point was most of the crimes, say 80 to 90% of the crimes, were the Fulani people. It didn't sound right because before Buhari came to power, there were crimes being committed, and it wasn't just by the Fulani people in all parts of Nigeria. Nobody's safe from crimes. In the past, we had armed robbers come to our house, right? We didn't know the tribe, but if they come and they leave, they'll say, "Oh, the Fulani people have come to commit crimes." You see, my point here, I just came to rebut, in a sense, saying, "Okay, let us cool it down with blaming one tribe for all the crimes happening in Nigeria. It's happening everywhere, and I believe, it doesn't matter the tribe that it affects. It comes from bad actors in Nigeria." That's where I just want to leave it at. And that's why I came into to actually say.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you for that.
No problem.
John, what's your take on this?
Okay, the grazing issue.
Please, I think we should come back to that. The grazing issue. That's what led us to this. The grazing issue. A lot of people have said in the comment section, maybe I'm just not paying attention. They're saying that it's not one of our top problems. And I told them, I said, I agree. It's not one of our major problems, but I still think it's something we can deal with. What do you think? Because Wike said he's going to deal with it.
It may not appear as if it's our top problems, but I think little things that you ignore will become big later. So I think whilst it can still be addressed before it gets out of hand, it's better be dealt with, and better be dealt with a lot of wisdom. And yeah, and my issue with them, the basic issue with them, is that I don't understand why they should be allowed to carry guns. I think it's ethically wrong, because if any other person carries a gun, you'll be either shot or arrested and dealt with severely. And their lame excuse was that it's for security. So it means there's no security in Nigeria. What are the security agents doing? So that's just my take on that, though. But I don't think it's proper for it's an eyesore. I remember years ago in Lagos, around Apapa area, they messed up that, they caused a lot of traffic towards Apajari. It used to cause a lot of traffic back then, So yeah, I think it's something that needs to be looked at and dealt with here.
All right. Thank you. So I'm not crazy. Because I just think, honestly, for me, maybe I don't take for this because I'm just thinking, I'm not buying a farmhouse. Why am I going to wake up to cow dungs on the road? You understand? That's what. But they say it's not the problem. Deal with it. You hate Fulani for what? Anyway,
Mr. Ogasho.
Yes, sir.
Nigeria is a country where the people who are sane are being made to feel as if they're insane. You go see, there was a time where when I was in school in college, I like this your shepe. When I was in school in college, there was a time where most of the time when things go wrong, they always in fact, if somebody is badly treated, they always tell me, because I always climb on top bench. Can't tell anybody when they involved soon and stop this rubbish. And it will come back to normal. But with time, people instead feel as if Somebody told me to my face that I am not a true Nigerian because I don't support evil. So that's why sometimes when I hear people talk,
that narrative has to change.
I'm telling you, we need to start. That's why I always say on this show that our standard is too low. Nigeria, the standard low. It was even on Arise TV that how they call this guy from Adamawa? Is it Boss Mustafa, who was the former Secretary General of the Federation under Buhari? He made one statement which was somehow very disheartening. That sometimes Buhari's people, or maybe some of these men can come, that this is one of your son who some time ago graduated, so give him a job. And the person, he said that they will just give 1 or 2 jobs. And there was one important thing he said when they were talking about candidates. He made one statement that if Buhari can be president, anybody in Nigeria can be president. Now, they are not saying our standard too low. So I don't know why we should be seeing red, as African China go say, then we'll call it black, and we'll see black and call it red. All we know is that everything we have here, we can make the country better. Let's just make it better. I don't see a situation where somebody comes here because I am from the north or you are from the east, and we start quarreling because of tribal sentiments. If everybody could have been in his own house, will you have taken the same decision? Is it because it is being done because it's done against the west, or done against the north, or done against the east? So all this issue of cows in the whole instance, I think that they should try as much as possible to put them in a ranch, and in the ranch they will even be better. Just move within short distances, eat well, give them enough water, and they'll be fatter, and they even give us more meat and more economic value than coming to the road and blocking the road and making people who are already stressed mentally to go insane. And if something goes wrong, you say that, hey, this man don't keep person, or this one don't keep person. We should not push things because we feel it is done for us, so we should do it. If it's done against us, then it's bad. So that's just what I wanted to say. It's just a whole roundup. Let me go and
All
see
right.
solve my own problem, because I used to say that if you want to discuss Nigerian issue, make sure say you don't chop. And if you don't finish eat food, make sure say as you finish discussing Nigerian matter, you still have enough food to eat, because hunger.
But I'm starting to understand that most people behind those Fulani Grace, as I call them, they're very powerful people. So it's not just so that's why they are so confident. They to do stuff that they do, that those cows belong to some very powerful people in government. To know how far that is true, rumors do fly about in Nigeria,
No, the truth is that you are very right. I served in Bauchi State, and I know that you hear people talk, you hear even the people who own the land speak. Most of those cows are owned by very powerful people, very, very powerful people who are politicians even. So that is why sometimes they will not do anything to jeopardize their own business. But my point is that this business they have can be made to even thrive if they even use the same powers they have to decide to get ranches. I'm just thinking of a situation where we have a vast land. What if you decide to select some particular grass which are nutritive and planting in some particular areas, and you make like paddocks where if they graze here for some time, you open the next door, they enter the next side, they graze. Before you go 2 months, the other side
But
grass
the
don't.
excuse, I was watching an interview. They were saying, I think it's the Mieti Allah was saying that it's not within their culture to actually do what you just proposed. That they've been nomadic for years and years, and that's the best way they know to nurture their cows, which I find very strange.
I believe
It's
that
one of those rascality that I call it rascality
Yeah,
that's
even
is
even
allowed
even
in.
even that nomadic argument is not it has no basis, because
Exactly.
you are in somebody else's territory, land.
Yes. You go into
You have to
somebody's farm
you have to
and it
obey
eats
their
all your
laws.
crops. I mean,
Even
how you?
the
Yeah.
unused forests, the forest reserves, the government is saying we don't want trespassers there. You understand? Don't move your cows, and they are insisting. Sorry.
yes.
And they are insisting that they want to move their cows in those reserves. I mean, this is somebody's reserve. This is government reserve. This is government laying down their rule and law. And even because of that, they made Benue a crazy place because the guy made it into law. They made it into law to say we don't want open grazing. And then they made him an enemy and they started killing people. And today, nobody, okay, I'm just going to zero on Benue. Nobody was arrested. Or they will say farmer said that clash. Farmer said that clash is what they will say to the whole world. But we all know what is playing.
Okay, just to answer quickly, Oga, someone in the comment section, Oga, one of our biggest commentators, he said, Shosho, we need to know the comment section monitors. They can be anonymous. So I think Rudolph announced it earlier today that it's Dr. Alexander Gomez. Now, I don't know if he can keep up because I'm sure it's left like 4 or 5 hours ago. So I'm not sure if he can keep up. I keep an eye on the comment section. I would own up. I see some comments that I mute from particular individuals because sometimes you read it and it's not making sense. It's like repetitive. The only time I see such comments is when I'm moderating and I'm in the StreamYard link. If I'm just on YouTube like the rest of you, honestly, I've muted those people. So I don't see their comment. Whatever nonsense they type, I don't see it. Until someone quotes them and say, oh, Augustine, why would you say this? I'm like, oh, that person. I wouldn't have seen what they wrote until somebody mentions their name because I've muted them. So I keep an eye on the comment section most times. When I'm here, I would mute
talking about the comment section, let me just put
say your mind. I can see they've been bullying you today. But say
no,
your mind.
no, I can't see. Listen,
not bullied, but they've picked on you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. I'm a proper Soludo boy. Yeah. Despite that, I've got some mouth on me, and I just try to when I'm on here because I'm aware of myself that knowing that anybody, a lot of people watch from loads of people watch. So out of responsibility, I think I need to conduct myself in a certain way and carry myself in a certain way. But what I do not tolerate, you can make fun of me, call me big head, but what I will not tolerate is when it becomes personal and gaslighting. You cross the line with me, and that is why sometimes, and I just tell you, you can't do that. Like earlier, the situation, I don't want to revisit that. I mean, the comment section people are great, they're good people, they make you laugh. Sometimes they say some certain things.
Are you sure they are good people?
They are good people, they make you laugh. It's a fun.
They're crazy.
Hey, Oga, let me just explain to you in case you don't understand. You can be British and you can be English. English is the heritage, okay? Just clarifying that. So it's not my fault, okay? So sorry.
It's all love. It's all love. We got 12 minutes. I'm so excited. I don't think
you won't go sleep.
It's 12 o'clock. I'm tired. We'll run it again tomorrow.
I mean, even the government is not even helping matters. When people commit crimes, arrest them and pursue it with logical conclusion. So we all know that when you transgress the law, there's repercussion. I mean, I don't get, and then Eddie is saying that where is the proof? We know that place. We
sounds like what Tinubu said when he visited Papa Fashoranti.
We know that SO. That nothing works. They don't successfully prosecute anything. I'm sorry to say, look at the case of Mekwere Madu. If it had happened in Nigeria, it would have been the other way around.
You know what Eddie said when he said, "Where's the proof?" It reminds me of what Tinubu said when he visited Baba Fashoranti, and they said, it's the Fulani headsman that killed his daughter, and Tinubu said, "Where are the cows?" But it's Nigeria. Like you said, Mekwere Madu, if he was in Nigeria, it would be a free man today. And people will say, what did he do wrong? Where's the proof? It's like asking me to prove.
Look at that. That's Papa Fashoranti's daughter there. The very important Yoruba elite. What about the people without names?
The general guys. If Abacha wasn't dead, there will be people that will tell you today that he didn't loot. We are finding Abacha's loot because he's dead. So if Abacha took that much money, what did Babangida do? But if you tell some people today, they will say, where's the proof? Go and prove it. If Abacha was alive, nobody will find these monies. He will still be in control of these monies, and people will tell you, prove it that Abacha stole. Sometimes you don't have to have physical proof. Sometimes, but I hear you all. So what I'll do, we've got 10 minutes. I'll go around. I don't have anything to add anymore. If there's any other topic you want to discuss, anything, a burning issue, something that you're really interested in that we've not covered, or something we've covered that you didn't get to speak on, you get 5 minutes. Let's do it that way. So I'll start with you, Tone. And I mean, you don't have to if there's nothing.
I think one thing that I wanted to talk about
Now
was,
you be Tone,
no,
Professor.
I don't think he heard. I don't think
you not talk anything now.
Oh, Tone, you didn't hear me.
Maybe he's muted.
If he's muted, or it's not mute. If you're muted, that means you can't speak now. You can't mute me. No, be me drink. Now we drink. He said he's muted. Tone, did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard you.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I was goofing about. Yeah.
Oh, if you want to think about it, we can let them.
Yeah, let them go.
Yeah, okay. I like this. Did you personally see the loot, Eddie? Yeah, Augustine, 5 minutes.
One thing I wanted to talk about was this French, the French influence in Africa. Really, I would say that I was talking with some of my friends recently at the lab. Really, the West have really failed. They really failed big time. And sometimes, for me, I'm not a politician, but sometimes I try to, as I said, anything I want to do, I like putting myself in that shoe. If it's you, what would you have done? And I feel that the West really failed in such a way that
failed who though?
They failed themselves and they failed even the Africans. And in fact, let's put it this way: the grip they want to have on Africa is slipping through their fingers. And the reason was because now let me speak as if I'm from the West. If I was those from the West, if you want to say you want to steal from Africa, generally their economies are bigger than Africa. And it therefore means no matter the kind of trade agreements you have, you will surely have the better part of the spoon. So why is it now? Why didn't they use their influence to make sure that at least where they are getting the resources from, the people have the basic of the services, like at least average hospitals, average roads, average food. When person they chop and they feel free, no go get time to fight.
But I hear you, Augustine. I hear you. Sorry, but so what you just said. If this is what I used to think about Nigerian politicians. Oh, just give us road. It's basic. But I started thinking, is it deliberate? You know that phrase or statement, sentence, they've weaponized poverty. See, when you're battling to be alive, you don't get to ask questions, uranium, diamond, gold. When you're so hungry that all you want is to eat, sometimes you are blinded and you don't think. But the minute you have good hospitals, good schools, internet is cheap, you start seeing how their children are living abroad. You start watching Big Brother UK. You don't watch Big Brother Nigeria only. You can stream all night. Then you start to ask questions. Why are your children living this way? Why is Paris lit? Why is this place beautiful? I just think that could be something that it is deliberate. If they're so poor to the point that if we give them $1, they're happy. But carry on. Sorry.
But the point now is this. After 60 years or 63 years as the independence have been, now making the people more poor and dejected, it still brings up the violence that, or maybe the revolt that they expected to use poverty to fight, or maybe to use it to subdue the people. And look, I lived in a French country, and I've seen the policies that the French have on their colonies. Trust me, it's bad. Sometimes you see the British sometimes like a saint when compared with the French, and that's why sometimes I don't mind what the Nigerians are now doing to the French and telling them to leave their lands, because sometimes they did crazy bad things, crazy bad things, even when it comes to the recent times, not even the olden times. And that's why you see sometimes they put their puppets, those they can control in one position, fix them there, and let them do their bidding. And for me, I don't think do I like military coup? No. But am I okay with the coup in Gabon? Somehow, yes. Am I okay with the coup in Niger? Somehow, yes. Because somehow people just need to live. Some people need to try as much as possible to at least, when you push somebody to the wall, somehow they will just spring an attack somehow. And that's why I think that Macron has his hand full this time. And little by little, it will slip through his fingers. But my only problem is this. You are leaving British, France, and the rest, and going to Russia. Wahala still there. Wahala still there. Making friends with Russia. Wahala still there. Because for me, I could have a situation where the Africans stay on their own. If you want to trade with Russia, you trade. If you want to trade with the West, you trade. Just stay in the middle and don't belong to any of these blocks. Because now so that they do blocks even before you realize those are remote causes of the First World War, remote causes of the Second World War. Once you start seeing these axes, the allied powers, the Axis, the this, before you realize they start throwing things you need to throw overboard. So Africans, we just need to try as much as possible to not to put our other, you guys, you say, Dero Frenchman will say, no, carry yourself, put in their own war. Let them fight it. Let them fight their war. So
Don't
that
die in their war.
don't die in their war.
Sorry to me. All right. Thank you very much, Augustine. Tone, are you ready, or should we go to Olumide?
Yeah. I don't know. There is this story flying around that the chap in Gabon is of Igbo ancestry. I don't know how far
I've
that
had
is true.
one or two people mention it.
In fact, I saw a video which I've saved after this program. I'm going to watch it. It shows him actually, with his, when, because I do know that a lot of kids were taken to Gabon during the Nigerian Biafra War. So there might be some truth in that, But it's such an irony. Somebody coming from that background, that should even have humbled him, and that would have driven him to say, "Listen, I am one of the few that survived the war and privileged. I'm going to make a difference." But here's it. Look at, that's why they say, you see, they say you don't know a man until good money touches him. I think that's a problem with a lot of African leaders. They just get carried away. I don't think totally they are bad, but they just lose focus, because every time you lose focus, you do things that you don't even know. You'll be looking at yourself. Did I really do this? So yeah.
All right. Thanks, Tone. Eccentric has gone to the comment section and still carried on. According to this panel, the problem isn't the oligarchs in Nigeria, it's the cattle. They're not holders, they're herders, but whatever. Okay. If you know their name, that would help. That would be a start. Okay, Olumide, we come to you to close the show. What would you like to talk about? 5 minutes.
Okay, so my I think I would have loved the fact that we talked about the situation happening in Ogun State.
Good
I mean, to be a reflection of the total.
Yeah, you can talk about it. You can talk. I mean, I mentioned
true federalism. I mean, people should support that local government chairman. He's like a one-man warrior right now, but the guy is fighting for true federalism, because that is where governance touch lives at the grassroots level. We can't expect federal government to. Their policy is supposed to help improve the generality of the people.
Trying to bully him with the
DSS. I mean, the monies they get, 4 billion naira, over 4 to 5 billion naira every month for the local governments, can touch the lives of these people, and the state governor is sitting on top of the money and
do you know he's been suspended by councillors?
I heard
his councillors have suspended him.
You know what? And they now use DSS to invite him.
Yes, they said he embezzled 4 million.
The guy should get a lawyer. People should support him because
he's gotten a lawyer. He's gotten a lawyer.
It's a fight for all the states. Local government should be left to be independent. The fact that they have a joint account doesn't mean that you should touch their money.
In fact, the guy said his own Ijebu East local government bank account, he's meant to be a signatory. He's not even a signatory to the account.
It's the governor.
I listened to his interview yesterday.
For the past since the governor has been, the guy has been governor since 2019. He has not given them money to do projects.
That guy APC that challenged him.
Yeah, I don't know which party the guy belongs to. Wale Adedayo.
Is APC as well?
I mean, this is not about. It's about statesmanship now. It's not about party affiliation.
Yeah, of course. I think people are trying to. They are beginning to realize that it's not about a certain personality. It's about doing things right the way it should be. It's just so sad. That
I give him kudos for what he's done, and everybody should back him.
Everybody
should back him up.
He's a brave man, because what would happen is, if he gets punished and crushed for this will silence anybody who has that intention of speaking up.
And then I just quickly want to round up by adding to this thing happening. And I'm taking it with a pinch of salt. The country should be left to handle their own internal crisis themselves. But, for instance, people, even our elites, we ourselves are the problems of that country. We're not following laws. We're not following rules. For instance, 1960. I will go back to the premier the Premier Region or whatever they call it, Western region, or the Western, when they were doing regional government, yeah. Was the British influencing the projects then? Every region was controlling its own resource, the spending and everything. There was no Oyinbo influence. All these things started with the truncation of that democracy, that kind of democracy then. Maybe the regions would have voted to say, okay, let's devolve to states and still remain federal, resource control. And it would have to kind of trickle it down to the common man. But we keep blaming the West, we keep blaming. They're probably fighting for their interests to ward off other countries so that they can have access to resources. But even the little money that they give us, that we make from whatever resources we have from them, if our leaders are not even using it, they are choking it. So before we even blame them, we should look inwards. I mean, I look back to the regional government. These people were controlling their own resource. There was no Oyinbo influence. They were the ones controlling everything and spending everything. Why are we now blaming British? Why are we blaming?
I was going to say something.
I don't think that regional government arrangement will work today.
I'm not saying we should go back. Time has evolved. Things have evolved, and going back to it, with the fact that they've broken down into states now, may not even be feasible, because some of those states may not want to go back under that canopy anymore. But we are saying, even with the states, let us practice true federalism, resource control. Let the states control their resources, pay taxes to the federal government, and let them decide how they want their states to be governed, to be. I mean, like they have in true federalism in the US. And if they want to combine socialism with capitalism, fine. But let us have true federal fiscal federalism. Let them control. Don't collect money at the center and then begin to disburse it to states that are not viable, that are not functional. And then some people, they're not even developing these states. They're just chopping the money. Nothing has changed over the years since they've been disbursing billions. Nothing has changed in some of these places. Some of these desert lands should have been Dubai by now, but nothing has changed. And then it's a travesty of justice on the people where the resources come from too.
Okay.
The oil, they're living in abject poverty. I mean, these people are not benefiting from the oil, and even the little they are feeding on daily, the fishing and all the rest is all polluted.
I mean, as we talk of the oil in the south, look at Zamfara, for instance. There's gold in Zamfara. The people should, honestly, we have when people say Nigeria is poor, I don't argue anymore. They'll come and tell you the GDP, the something of America. I don't argue anymore. Nigeria might not be as rich as those countries, but we are not as poor as we are made to believe.
I mean, the least they can even do for those people living in those oil-rich areas, Oloibiri and the rest of it that are living in abject poverty, they should be collecting checks every month. But they are giving contract to one warlord to give him $4.something billion annually, one person, and the rest of the people are living in poverty.
Look at the security vote that security vote is no secret. Security vote that they don't have to account for. And this is monthly to 36 states every month. And you say we're poor. We are not as poor as we are made to believe. Some people are just benefiting while the rest of us are suffering and complaining. But it is well. On this note, I'd like to thank you all for joining. The guys in the comment section, the usual suspects, Tima, Jake, Chioma, Klabzal, Oga, Adewale was here earlier. Kulata, of course, regular in the comment section. I'd like to thank you all. And for the super chat, I'd like to thank you guys for your donation. Dr. Alexander Gomez, Tima Jack, Jaja, Tima Jack, Chioma, Kulata, Tima Jack, the usual suspects. Thank you all for your super chat. It's highly appreciated by the channel. On behalf of Rudolph, I'd like to say thank you. And to the guys who joined us on the platform as well, on the panel, thank you all very much. And to, gentlemen who stayed till the end, Olumide, Yoruba Nation, when do we want it? Now. Olumide and Tone, thank you for keeping my company. There are some guys I didn't see today. KJ, maybe he had an event. Most times he's packing, he's running out of a hall to speak to us. We didn't see KJ today. Forefathers was in and out, the usual people. Mama Echo, it's been like 1 billion years. It'd be nice for you to come back to see your children and your grandchildren. You know, but thank you all for joining. We'll see you tomorrow when Rudolph will be hosting our guest. Until then, take care and God bless.
Bye-bye.
Bye.